Eu sou carioca, nasci no Rio de Janeiro, estudava e jogava futebol. A minha grande paixão sempre foi o futebol.
I lost to my body.
Ronaldo always being involved with competition, and I believe that the esports market provides everything that the football at some point provided. So this parallel is really important.
Eu acho que existe muitas similaridades entre o esporte e o futebol.
Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as the wild birds sing. Sonic echo, there leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's like. As the world comes to earth in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? All the shots bring it back to what it's like.
Today's matchup. ROX Tigers. MVP. BBQ Oliver. KT Rolster. 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Split.
Good evening, OGN Legion. Welcome back to another day of LCK. I'm Achilles, that's Papa Smithy. We're bringing you the games here to close things out for us for the week. Gonna start things off with a bit of another bottom of the barrel matchup, much like we had in the last couple of days. This time it's 7th place versus 9th ROX Tigers going up against MVP.
But it's a very significant one, Achilles, because compared to a couple of days ago, our budget telecom war day, where it was an SKT or a KT versus these bottom place teams, now it's 2 bottom place teams, and now the desperation you will see, because, and the reason why you can celebrate is these are one of the few matches that it feels like these teams can win. Both are at only one single match win score. The team that wins will actually separate them from this pack of 4 teams on only one match win. So when there's a lot on the line, when it is one of the few that you could circle and say realistic victory, we should see desperation, we should see innovation, because only one of these teams can actually go to 2 match wins, and who knows how many match wins it will take to actually get out of the relegation places by the end of the season.
Sure, and even though it's only 1 match win, you still do have to give the upper hand to the ROX Tigers, have 3 more game wins comparatively to MVP, and also put up one hell of a fight against SK Telecom, particularly in Game 1, where they had that early lead, but then didn't know what to do with it. And that's been the struggles of all of these teams down at the bottom. When they do get ahead, is they don't know how to close it out. We saw that from MVP very recently.
And that's kind of the worrying thing, is you talk about their opponents, MVP. Really hard to give them the benefit of the doubt on anything in summer season. Still going to be representing Korea in, what, 10 days at this point at Rift Rivals. They really want to play themselves into form. They could still pick up match victories. They were the sort of team that could beat anyone on their day in spring season. Took wins over KT and other teams. But unfortunately, nothing has worked for them. 0-12 is their streak. It's at some point going to start comparing itself to Blank's winning streak, Achilles. That's the scary thing, is these numbers, they only get higher.
Yeah, could be pretty damning here for MVP, a team that desperately needs to turn around, and they need to start it right here if they even want to be able to come close to that top 5 spot where they found themselves in the spring split. But starting things off, it's going to be the ROX Tigers over on the blue side, and we're going to have a bit of a change-up coming through. Will not be seeing Mighty Bear starting in the jungle. Instead, it will be Songwon.
Yeah, first time he's actually played in a long time ago. It's 3 weeks today was the last time we saw Songwon play. They settled on Mighty Bear, who's looked good, but of course the match victories haven't really been there for the ROX Tigers. So now Linderung and Songwon, when they debuted, they kind of debuted as this top jungle duo. Be looking to rekindle some of their synergy. Worth noting that Songwon is rank 53 in Challenger, so his solo queue rating is something to embrace. But clearly things hadn't been going well in scrims. On stage, we didn't see a lot out of Songwon either. Will this change the identity of the ROX Tigers? Because surprisingly, they've been very Songyun focused so far this season. They've moved away from Mickey. They've really put their hopes on Songyun. But sadly, that's not been enough to actually pick them up match victories.
I mean, that was one of the things that led to the collapse of ROX Tigers in that game 1 versus SK Telecom. Faker destroying Songyun as that Cassiopeia and then leaving Key out to dry. Just having him run around the base aimlessly, almost getting killed by minions, and then just had to commit himself into the fountain to spare himself any more embarrassment. But on the other side, it's MVP, a squad that we looked to last split for innovation for these off-meta picks that led them to success despite all odds. And now, even playing more standard compositions, they haven't been able to find anything outside of that one-match win.
And this was the squad that was keeping all the new super teams and superstars who'd returned to Korea honest by just staying together, having synergy, being better than the sum of their parts. These are all the buzzwords we use to describe MVP, but now we're on the other side of the coin where really they're struggling. No one is standing up and being the carry that this team desperately needs. And we're looking for a spark from somewhere, Achilles. Any one of these 5 players picked up MVPs. Max, for example, we're looking at last season where MVP overall held a winning record over ROX Tigers 3-2 in game score. Max, Maha, Ian, these names all picked up MVPs, but so often this season, his names have all gone wanting when it comes to actually standing up and being a carry for MVP.
Yeah, rough standings for both of these teams, but it's time to turn things around. I mean, that's just, oh, please, take it away. Take it away, OGN. I don't want to look at it.
You know, at some point we start clipping these and there won't even be the 2 wins on the left, Achilles.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. So, I mean, if they come up with another loss, another 0-2 loss, it'll be nothing but 0-2s for MVP there. ROX Tigers, still a rough time, like we said, both of them only having those one-match wins. ROX against a lesser opponent, I guess you could say, compared to MVP, but the record is there. MVP are the team struggling the most.
We mentioned Songyun. His KDA is certainly the best of the players in this particular game. He's had his good performances for sure. Xayah, Kalista especially has been a great pick for him, but it's kind of come at the price of Mickey playing champions we don't associate with Mickey. You know, he's known for lane focus and roaming. Champions like Twisted Fate, Zed, these are big picks for Mickey, but this season it's been Orianna, which is just so strange. As we look at deaths per game, and look, both these teams are at the bottom of the league, so you expect the numbers to be pretty high, but Maha and Songyun seem to have largely been watching on as their teammates have died around them.
Which is not something you would have thought about Maha from the spring split, from summer split 2016. He was usually the one out, you know, not positioning correctly, getting punished for that, and was kind of the weak link of that squad, particularly in summer 2016. But has been turning things around a bit more. Positioning has been better from him, overall better play, but still not enough to get success for his squad. You can see bottom of the ADCs there as far as his KDA goes with that 2.4.
And the DPM high from Songyun, the KDA right in the middle of the pack, which for a team down the bottom is respectable. They've built around Songyun. The fact that he has the first place, in kill assists, or basically kill participation, lets you know that it's basically, hey, get the shields, strap them onto Songyun, and hope for the best. The Xayah has gotten a result. The Kog'Maw, of course, one of his staples. Caitlyn will largely be a first pick if left open at all. I think both these teams will be looking to ban it. It's been a very common ban. As we're still on patch 7.11, so no sign of 7.12 just yet. So only region in the world behind in patches. Feels bad, man.
It's okay. We'll catch up, and then we'll set the meta, even though all these other regions have had some time on it. We'll come in on 7.12 and be like, okay, you know what? This is the best. And everyone's going to be like, wait, well, why aren't we playing this anymore? It's like, well, because Korea does.
Are you saying Korea can still make worlds, Kilios?
I am. I'm saying Korea can definitely still make worlds. And SK Telecom, probably one of those teams.
Oh, pulling your hat out there.
Yeah.
What do you think about KT? Good chance there too?
You know, I think they might be able to swing it this time around.
Well, these are the big words.
These are some really big claims that I'm making. If I wanted to make a bigger one, I would say that one of these two teams is going to Worlds, but I don't think that's going to happen.
It's a fair point. Will one of these two teams be going to relegations is perhaps the more interesting question. Wouldn't have thought really the case for either, given the Tigers finished 6th and MVP finished 4th in spring. A lot has changed since then. Guess what hasn't changed?
Syndra being banned.
Ian does still not get to play Syndra, so blue side Syndra banned, despite the fact that Mickey has been visiting it quite a bit this season.
Been banned away from him as well, we saw that. In his series, even SK Telecom banning that one away from Mickey, but Zach over on the red side. Not too shocking to see that one taken away. We saw Mighty Bear get his hands on it a couple times. First one was a bit of a learning curve game, and then by the second, things started to come together.
Surprising ban to see the Lucian ban on blue side. Might give us a window into what the Tigers want to play. Galio first pick certainly will come through, and that's why it is banned on the red side. And it feels like the Tigers are setting up for a Caitlyn first pick. It's kind of my assumption here. Songwon in solo queue. Gragas, Zac, and Kha'Zix his most played junglers, so not a noted Lee Sin player, so Lee Sin not a required ban. Elise has always been his staple, and now it's Elise or Caitlyn seems to be the decision for MVP.
Depends on if they want to get their hands on either of those picks, if they do want to sacrifice it, ban something else away, or just leave one of them available to hand over to the ROX Tigers.
Could ban something like Thresh, and then, like you say, just take whatever's left open. We'll wait and see. And they do say, you go down that train of thought at least and ban away the Renekton. So we'll see what ROX Tigers put the most priority on. If this was last year, I would have said Elise for Songwon. But Caitlyn is so important right now. Was expecting that to be the first pick. They will consider their options, though. Elise does have a very high premium on her in solo queue. Sorry, in Korean play at least.
Will be the Caitlyn. No last second flip over to the Elise. So it wouldn't be shocking if we see that one come through here for Beyond, because you don't want that. Don't want to let that go over to the second round of picks for the ROX Tigers, given both of those heavy priority champions.
And Beyond hasn't been able to claim the Elise, barring one game, and that's one of their 2 victories this season. MVP have only had 2 game victories, so should be no surprise that Beyond will be jumping on to the Elise. They were looking for that good luck charm, and maybe the Elise will be that, desperate for anything. MVP played actually really well in the second game against Afrika, especially at the start. It's a very MVP comp, a pick comp with Sion in the top lane and Victor in the mid lane.
Oh, you talk about picks.
This is MVP's best. When they were strong in spring season, it was strong pick comps with champions they were really used to playing. And so far, Elise and Thresh for Max is a good start to a draft like that. So I hope they go very simple, very strong pick comp. Sure, they may still make mistakes around the mid game and not be able to close, but going for something they know, something they've had success on historically, is the right move for MVP.
Maybe go ahead and finish out this first half of the picks with something like an Asher, perhaps the Varus there. Just to really seal the deal on that pick comp. Gragas does come through here for the side of the ROX Tigers. Songwon, as you mentioned, playing that one in solo queue, so very likely to be in the jungle, but we could see it in the top lane, depending on the draft for MVP.
It's been the most played jungle in recent times, so I'll say jungle. Only person really sticking with the top lane, Gragas, has been Marin, who was happy to pick it very early in drafts and potentially draft 2 junglers to deny away a jungle and just take Gragas top. Is okay, Mickey. He's going to go standard as well. Champion that would have fit MVP's comp very cleanly would have been the Taliyah, but in this meta, a very safe blind pick. Usually Ian wouldn't need to think. He would just draft Orianna here. It's one of his most played, and it also fits the comp they're in and does well against Taliyah in the later half of the laning phase. But he is 0 and 5 on one of his staples in the Orianna, and that's why he doesn't draft Orianna. They're going to go different, but it's still the pick comp, and well, if one of those CCs hits Achilleos, the next 2, they're ready to go.
Yeah, goodbye. LeBlanc snatched up there from the side of MVP with a little second thought about that one. They said, okay, you know what, we'll just go straight for that. So they lock in the LeBlanc here for Ian. Lee Sin will be banned away, so maybe thinking that perhaps Gragas will be ending up in the top lane.
It's a bit surprising to me. There's a lot of good top lane champions available, like Jarvan, for example, is ready to go on the top lane and fits a pick comp just fine. Both these top laners have played around with the Jarvan this season, so we'll see what MVP are angling for. They need a top laner and an AD carry in the next round. Speaking of AD carries, the Kalista I mentioned on the side of Sangin is actually banned away from Maha. Xayah is another real possibility on the side for MVP. That's been drafted into Caitlyn quite frequently, and weird to see Max doing the banning, but Max is banning the Blitzcrank, so there's like this opposite day in these second round bans.
Well, Key did have his hands on that Blitzcrank versus SK Telecom.
You remember that when we interviewed Gorilla, he was thought it was a bit strange that people were drafting Blitzcrank into Thresh, and with Thresh selected already, they're respecting a potential Blitzcrank draft. So maybe this is a pick that's rising in priority in scrims recently. He's talked about those initiation AD carries, only Ashe available with the Varus ban. Likely we'll see that AD carry locked in here and just strap it on for even more initiation.
Yeah. We'll go ahead and open up with that one. The Xayah would be okay, has the CC from the Blade Caller, dragging through, getting the roots, but Ashe going to be a bit more reliable. Longer distance, don't have to push up into the face of your enemies.
Will it be the Winfrey comp from MVP? That's what Atlas and I dubbed the Everyone's an Initiator comp. And there's 4 people here who can initiate just fine.
It seems like that's what they want to go for here.
Key is going to have a lot of headaches, but Tahm Kench still does make some sense in the semblance of this comp. He's much stronger against initiation CC than displacement. And because it's all initiation CC, even though there's a lot, you can go Tahm Kench, get QSS, and at least be able to deal with 2 forms of the picks from MVP.
Yeah. Laning phase early on, though, that's where it's going to be
That's where you
rather
got
painful.
Caitlyn, baby. Caitlyn does all the heavy work in the Tahm Kench lane. Just looking to see if Sungwon will actually be taken in the jungle. And wow, okay, so it was a good read in the end from MVP. It will be flexing the Gragas to top lane, despite it being the staple of Sungwon's solo queue jungle pool. The other staple for him was Kha'Zix. They needed a blind pick top laner. They didn't want to go for Jarvan. Linderung had struggled on that pick a couple of times, so they just go for Gragas, who can kind of do okay in any matchup. Speaking of any matchup, Fiora is available.
Okay.
ADD is going to lock in a carry. Okay, so we will have the ending of the Winfrey comp, and it's still a very strong pick comp if it gets snowballing and they can set up a scenario where ADD gets free lane pressure. They're looking for the split push, but we usually see Gragas do pretty well in the Fiora matchup. Early, can also get very tanky. We're still on 7-11, so triple Doran's into Iceborne Gauntlet is still a build. This is the sort of matchup that might actually tilt further towards the Fiora in future patches, but for now, Gragas is very competitive against Fiora.
Yeah, going to be a bit of a skill matchup. And I mean, we've seen some star-studded performances from ADD in the past, so we'll see if he can make that Fiora work, because it seems like the squad has quite a lot of confidence backing him up with this pick. Overall, interesting compositions on either side, especially from the likes of MVP, who are yet again just going all in on this pick comp that they have assembled for themselves. The LeBlanc especially is the one that I'm interested to see from Ian, because they locked that in very swiftly for him.
A good laning matchup against the Taliyah, unless you get poked out very early, trying to trade when Taliyah is pushing in. I really like this from MVP. Keep it standard, go to what's worked in the past. Innovation has failed them this season, so try and get the fundamentals down before you start getting the mad scientist on, like we know MVP wants to do.
Yeah, back to basics for these guys. ROX Tigers with a solid draft of their own. Let's see who's going to come out on top as we load in for Game 1. ROX versus MVP. Fans showing up here Saturday afternoon, Saturday evening at this point, rather. Rainy day here in Seoul.
And they are the Loyalists coming here for their 1-6 teams, hoping to see a change in fortune. Only one side of the fan base will be happy after this match, but a rare victory is going to be available to one of the Tigers and MVP. From watching them this season, I think most people will see the ROX Tigers as pretty decent favorites, but we talk about things like honorable losses, and while those are relevant, they matter nothing if you lose a match like this to MVP. Suddenly, the microscope is on you, even if the recent result and the manner of losses has been better for the ROX Tigers on average compared to MVP, who have looked pretty lost in the last 12 games for certain.
Yeah. They have had those moments, you know, like the ROX Tigers, where it's like, okay, they get ahead early, but then they just can't close it out. Which means that maybe this game will just go on forever.
You know, we could have an infinite game here. We have a sheet somewhere. I'm going to have to look through my documents that lets us know
55-ish minutes so far.
LCK Summer, 56 minutes 32. So, OGN Legion, if you see anything more than 56-32, rejoice. Get out your clown nose. Pop a party blower like we saw good old Deficio and Quickshot do in Europe. Who knows? I'm hoping it's going to be something clinical. I hope one of these teams can do their best to echo some of our better teams, just blow away the opposition and separate themselves from the bottom, because it's kind of surreal to see 4 teams at 1-6, 4 teams in parity, because it has largely been a very even spring season, and suddenly summer, we've had a lot more separation between the top and bottom.
You missed the opportunity to mention the party casks that we'd likely be seeing in that scenario.
I'm just giving the benefit of the doubt to Linderung, Kilios. Sue me, man. Come on.
Oh, dear. Well, we'll see how things go.
What's bubbling up to?
I don't care. I don't want to know what Bubbling's up to.
You would have said the same if we want to know. Maybe Bubbling's another unearthed talent.
He comes and replaces Haru on Samsung somehow. Ambition's like, okay, I want time with my wife, and then takes a vacation, finally goes on his honeymoon. If he hasn't already done that. I imagine probably not.
Maybe he has like a playing match bonus, and he needs to play enough matches to get enough money to go on a sick honeymoon.
Could be. Or maybe he promised his wife that he'd take her to China for their honeymoon. He's like, we're going during Worlds, baby. Well, Hook comes through, flay down onto Sangyu. Just take a little bit of damage, but the Devourer's there to keep him safe.
Doran Shield still at full strength. In case you guys have been watching other regions, patch 7.11. You can tell the bottom left hand, we mentioned a couple of times already in the broadcast. So 2 potions available with that Doran Shield means that we'll still see plenty of them. Only 3 this game. You can't sometimes wonder when we get to the last 2 days of a patch and people have already skipped over item changes. You remember when we were on patch 7.10, people gave up on Hurricane Caitlyn even though it was still available and very powerful. It seemed like still the best Zeal item. Everyone had been scrimming and playing solo queue on patch 7.12 onwards, or 7.11 onwards. They already gave up and were going rapid fire cannon. So there is a chance we won't see those 5 Doran Shields games today.
And static shivs. Also been seeing quite a bit of that.
Well, we're seeing both, let's be real. It's static shiv and rapid fire
stack
cannon.
them together, why not?
Don't get double damage, but get the best of both worlds with range and also harass damage. I think it's the healthier way when it prioritizes the best interaction but doesn't give you a double interaction. Otherwise, kind of predictably, it's been very standard laning phase here. Bit of advanced vision for MVP around the blue side, trying to get some information on pathing. Understandably, Kha'Zix's not really interested in visiting lanes. MVP, though, with so much pick CC, kind of keeping the scrutiny on Beyond, who's already got a victory this season on Elise. 1 of 2 the team has picked up, so that'll give us a good idea where they want to put their power.
I mean, this has always been a big pick from him. Think back to Summer 2016, Graves, Elise were big ones for him. And if this doesn't work, then I think it's time for the Amumu. Screw it.
They did hover it last time. I saw the hover, I got excited.
For the gank, Cocoon comes through the wall, no reaction time available there for Linderung. It will come back in from the repel. They want to go for this one. Actually, Beyond tanking up the turret. ADD will claim the first blood. Beyond makes it out with his life, doesn't even have to flash away.
Yeah, one of the cleanest turret dives we've seen this season, this week especially, where there has been 3v1 dives where people have died. Excellent amount of tanking coming through from Beyond. Only had to use the single flash on ADD. Good job there, because Linderung didn't have any mana. He couldn't actually use the body slam. Smartly flashed first, but then realized, hey, I don't have the mana for the body slam. Couldn't open up enough space, and clean first blood for MVP.
Yeah, I mean, 1 hit really onto Beyond, and that turret shot would have been a killer, would have been a 1-for-1. Played very excellently there by ADD and Beyond, so they come up with that first blood, and they'll get MVP out to a very early lead.
Does mean the Tiamat itemization come in very early for ADD.
Yep, as does the budget Rod of Ages.
Yep, we're running out of time to talk about Budget Roa, so thanks Budget Doa for that. Look on your face is priceless, Kilios.
I'm just thinking of ways to kill you later. Discount, man. You gotta go for discount. At least there's the alliteration in that.
I got nothing.
Budget just doesn't flow.
Mickey going for a walk. It's level 6 on the Taliyah. It is another pick with team utility, but at least now he can do the roaming that he's well known for and can play in a side lane. So Taliyah kind of does the greatest hits of Mickey at the same time.
There's not very many of those.
I mean, in previous seasons there were plenty of hits, but you're right.
As of late.
The Summer album
Yeah.
Leaves a bit wanting.
It's one of those ones that goes straight to the bargain rack.
Poor Mickey.
99 cents.
He was so fine once, Achilles.
His play.
That's what we're talking about, definitely. Oh, he covered me there, thanks.
I got your back. Okay. Gonna be getting punished a bit. Grey Health will heal them back up. Decent little amount. But for now, Maha just keeping his nose right in front of Songyun.
Might face check the Kazakhs here. Went to investigate Gromp.
Ian walking
their
over.
turret dive options.
Songwon has stopped.
Mickey's still back, and he's not going to complete his back.
Quite a bit of damage, dashes away, has that chain come through, will get rooted straight into the cocoon, and ADD still under the turret. Can't quite get that final hit, and body slam into the wall. ADD will go down. Drunken Rage, the final hit, will take him out. Linderong putting one on the board for his squad.
Look, that was going to be a mistake for Mickey, who was backing and came in quite late. Still used the Weaver's Wall, got nothing. So in hindsight, completing his back would have been important. But they turn around, get the mini stun, so an extra turret shot goes onto the Fiora. A little bit of payback for Linderong. Go back, maybe get towards a Ninja Tabi and a bit more lane parity. Now suddenly, the top lane focus that you always know is going to be there when it's a Fiora matchup goes a bit more even between the two teams.
Nicely done there. It seemed like Songwon was going to be dead to rights with that chain connecting, but the body slam, excellent timing there by Linderong, turns it around, and they're going to be keeping things rather competitive here. Still behind in CS, but now has those Ninja Tabi coming back into lane that just help mitigate that damage from the Fiora.
Really?
A little bit less of a nuisance.
Look at the gold values in the bot lane. Really extended laning phase, 2,200 gold. We often see these lane swaps around 8 minutes. This is BF Sword Boots into potential for a roam. Going top lane against a Fiora will be happy times for a Caitlyn. But with Tahm Kench already on the way to bot lane, both teams are looking for information. No one has deep wards. You'll see that MVP are the first team to initiate a lane swap. They're on the top side.
Maha and Max just going to be rotating out. Won't be spotted for a while, so Songyun and Key will not be there to match for a significant amount of time.
The reason why you see MVP being the first, or the team that feels forced to make it happen, is hold that thought for a second.
Chain coming through. Max is here. Hook lands, but Songwon's nearby. Max goes in underneath the turret. The box not going to clip in onto Mickey, and now he's in trouble because Key arrives with that Abyssal Voyage, and they'll hand the kill over to the Talia in the end. 2-1 over to the ROX Tigers. Still about even there in gold, but MVP do have a fast track onto this turret at the moment in the top side of the map. Linderong roams back up, does have the explosive cask, will toss it out just to get rid of that wave.
Seems like Max was distracted by the moment that he saw Songwon coming in because he used the box late and didn't actually get the damage. It's quite a lot of base damage at level 1. Might have been able to pick up a kill or get Mickey even lower. Doesn't do that. Top lane. A lot of attention on this turret. ADD considering the dive, but Linderong's full health.
Yeah, he's just trying to poke him down with those weak spots, but Linderong, his entire focus is on clearing out the waves. Won't be able to do so in time to save this turret, so first brick does go over to MVP right before this turret goes down in the bottom side of the map, so things still going to be a bit competitive, but they keep themselves just ahead of ROX for the moment.
The bonus objective is much more straightforward for the side of ROX Tigers, given that Ocean Drake's on the map, and only in 5 seconds will the Rift Herald spawn. Just to complete a thought, the reason why we saw MVP move first is because in the top lane there was a big wave clear discrepancy between Gragas and Fiora. So when both teams back at the same time, if you send Caitlyn top and you don't answer with Ashe and Thresh, instantly Fiora is going to be useless and you will lose bonus objectives. So it was on ROX Tigers to decide, do I want to go top or do I want to go bot? But then the prisoner's dilemma where you're forced into a decision, forced MVP to assume the worst, and thus that's why they went top lane. So it's a very interesting interaction now with teams. Basically, once you're at 1,400 gold or more, Bilgewater, a BF sword, depending on the carry, that's when you rotate.
Flash forced out there by Mickey. Himself over the wall and out to safety.
Speaking of that rotation, seems like ROX are happy to get rid of all the outer turrets.
Trying to work their way through this, but Minion Wave is on the way, but they won't be able to posture much further forward. As ADD, Max, and Beyond all arrive to the top side of the map to try to clear this one out. The Tiamat is there from ADD.
It's pretty limited wave clear, all things considered, though. That's why it continues to take pot shots. Songyun can walk up very aggressively, has both 90 caliber net and also a Tahm Kench. Maha does rotate from bottom, so suddenly a couple more variables to talk about. global advantage on ROX Tigers because they have both the Talia Weaver's Wall and the Abyssal Void. Now, there is double teleport for ADD and Ian, so for now, those globals are answered. But if those globals are ever down, there's just so many from the ROX Tigers that the rotational advantage is there for them, if not right this second.
Max just manning the fort at the moment as Maha rotates back up. So just going the full sweep from the bottom lane, getting some minions there in mid, and then making his way up top. Just continue to pressure. See that it will be matched here by Songyun and Key.
Speaking of matching, you'll see Banshee Veil is the rush for the Talia. Usually Talia happy to play in side lanes even without teleport, but when you see a Banshee Veil rush, it is, I want to shadow Ian for as much of this game as possible. So lane assignments for MVP to try and park ADD in Mickey's lane instead of Ian, who is answered quite cleanly by the Banshee Veil. Be fun to track. There's a lot of what-ifs already. There's a lot of, if this happens, this happens. A lot of rock, paper, scissors and prisoner's dilemmas, like I mentioned. But because it is two teams with only a single match win, usually the team with the cleaner macro is going to become the winner. And we've had the experience to know that MVP's macro has been a lot more questionable than Rox's, although
going in, but the Cocoon from Beyond not going to connect. They still pile in forward, looking for Mickey, and he will go down. Ian, one final auto will be able to take him out. Puts a kill on the board there for the LeBlanc, gets him that much closer to that Gunblade.
It didn't overkill him by much through the Banshee Veil and the Cleanse, but they do importantly pick up the kill, and it was as Caitlyn was moving around the map, no pressure was actually established from the side of the ROX Tigers, so good target selection, and also going to be that Ocean Drake that could have been the Tigers a few minutes ago going over to MVP, unless Linderon can do something about it.
Yeah. Looking for the attempt. Cast comes in just way too late there. The Smite already out from Beyond, has that execute damage off the Q as well, so pretty guaranteed Drake without the enemy jungler nearby, so it does pick that one up. ADCs just having a bit of a tiptoeing back and forth, but MVP will be making their way out of that top lane, trying to get the Scuttle Crab, make sure that they have vision around the Rift Herald. But he says thank you very much. Does he have the kill on it though? Yep. Headshot ready to go.
Always been the purveyor of the Rift Scuttlers as the Tom Kench. Linderong and AD kind of caught in all of this craziness. Worth noting that ADD with the Cull is farming at the same speed as Linderong, so that does bode well, even if MVP have not been able to engineer true 1-3-1s in the late game. If they get Ian and AD ahead, it doesn't really matter if you have wards, if you can do turnaround 1v2s, which both these champions have an outside chance of doing. A lot of people park top lane.
Think back to Khan versus SK
baby.
Telecom.
That is certainly the man to look at for Fiora play this season.
Ian dashing forward does take quite a bit of that HP away from Songyun. He tries to hold on to this, but Mickey is on the roam up, is spotted out. Weaver's Wall is available to turn under siege. Ian might just have to bail on this one. Looks like that is going to be the result. Goes forward with the distortion. Actually baits them to go back as Max arrives, so they're going to hold on to that turret for a little bit longer.
There was a lot to respect there. Also, Ash Arrow potentially
33.
to respect as well. So, Standing Gold will stay on the map, much to the frustration of people looking for their next item purchase. Wave clear in mid lane for Maha, who's answering the time that Songyun is spending moving backwards and forwards with just answering wave clear of a Talia. So, MVP are definitely happy with the end result of all of this. They're going to tank up the minions to Max and Ian. As you mentioned, 33 HP is a couple of minion autos and nothing more.
Just a matter of time until we see that one go down. But for now, MVP still just going to be maintaining that very slight lead of 600 gold. Ocean Drake not really netting them much in the background. It's that added bit of sustain out of combat. Rift Herald, though the vision's been cleared out, no one's really been playing around that side of the map. Still a couple minutes if they want to take it, though.
In terms of what this means in the late game, the Fiora factor is there for MVP, so ostensibly, if you're saying, okay, who benefits from, both teams hitting 80,000 gold, you could argue MVP. But because the Fiora is largely going to be split pushing, and Gragas has the option to group with his team, much easier for ROX Tigers to put wards down into the red side jungle and set up around Baron, tank Baron. Baron is a more realistic objective for the ROX Tigers, so even if the side lane will get, not necessarily auto lose, but it'll be a bit of a struggle. Gragas will be kind of just falling over himself just to wave clear and won't have kill pressure on a Fiora. Gragas can disengage from an all-in duelist quite well, and is so much stronger in the objective game that it's a lot to think about. As then the Weaver's Wall was used.
Yeah, it does come through here. Mickey just riding his way, getting closer to this turret where it's the MVP. They want to just abandon this. They're still cut off. The wall should be expiring in a moment. Max flashes over, throws out the Dark Passage to save ADD. And Ian has the distortion, so not going to be under much threat of going down, but the turret does fall, so ROX making that 2-1, taking the lead over for themselves.
Return to these side lanes. That is the 2 outer turrets to just the 1 of MVP as Gragas and just wave clear in the face of a Fiora at this point in the game. Shove didn't register, but did force out the flash like you mentioned. Now we return. What about this objective, Achilles? There's not been a lot of visits to the Rift Herald. Is an award. We saw Beyond go to his wolf cap, only now walking back up.
Starting to make their way over. You can see Max also wrapping around, and Eden is on the backside. They're
doing this slowly, actually.
Yeah, this is taking quite long. Still 4,500 HP on this Rift Herald as the rest of MVP starts piling in.
Behind.
TP in from behind, as you say, coming out from Linderong, and ADD just now going to match. Will be a bit closer as the Ash Arrow goes wide. Beyond in the pit. Rift Herald still sitting at about 1,500 here, and Songwon's nearby. Still has not gone down. Ian having to flash away, tries to keep himself safe, but meanwhile on the backside, that's going to be the hook in onto Linderong. Is able to body slam away, and Beyond falls, but the Rift Herald will not be taken.
Yeah, so many people commit to this particular engage. Better setup from the ROX Tigers than expected. Also, the better team composition to fight at this point, but they can't actually keep the Rift Herald. It goes back and releashes at 1,500 HP. So it ends up just being a lot of time wasted. Which overall, you would say, might even favor the Fiora side. As we see the replay, ROX end up cutting back a lot, so it's at 1,500 health for a long time. Lantern out. Songwon doesn't have anyone to DPS with him because Songyun is in almost melee range of the LeBlanc, so they have to give up on the hope of picking up that Rift Herald. Mickey gets out on a sliver of health, no more at all. The heal was definitely the star in that particular engage, but crucially, the Rift Herald does not go down to either team, with Baron spawning in 1 minute 20. May actually go overlooked in this particular game.
Yeah, seems like we might not have that one come through. And really good job there by Songyun as well, just kiting back with Mickey, keeping him safe with those headshots and the traps coming down, just to ensure that his mid laner did not die.
Oh, Linderong actually casks Ian in very squishy on the LeBlanc, but that was optimistic, I would say.
He's got the Iceborne Gauntlet. He's ready to deal some damage.
I guess you could also say that Ian is the only person with a teleport, so DPSing him down may remove the pressure of a teleport play. So that's kind of the little tacit side benefit there.
Oh, ADD. He's walking in, the 3 members, plus the Rift Herald is already engaged on him.
His wall.
And that's going to be the Abyssal Voyage coming through. Mickey arriving with the Weaver's Wall as well. Raposa almost only going to do so much as ADD will fall. Nearly kills Mickey in the process. But he will go down, and this is going to open up a lot of room on that top side of the map for ROX Tigers if they want to start pushing the waves in towards that tier 2, or even just, well, I was going to say peel back and get the Rift Herald, but then again, not enough time.
Yeah, Linderong walked in and saw the control ward go down and still kind of tended forward, so probably shouldn't find themselves surprised against Abyssal Voyage and Weaver's Wall. There are enough members to collapse on him. Like you mentioned, they will not be able to get the bonus objective. That's a frustrating thing. If it happened a minute earlier, might have meant a free Rift Herald. But an extra kill and slowing down the Fiora is always going to be high value to the side of ROX Tigers.
Still going to be very close, though. MVP staying within a couple hundred gold despite that turret disadvantage for themselves. A lot of that coming from the advantages that you see coming out of the bottom lane there.
Low kill game, as you might expect, between 2 of our low teams, but MVP uniquely have a stat that won't necessarily appeal to Twitch chat in particular. They have the lowest kills per game of any team in the league at 7.3 a game, which is very, very low. Not even getting close to double digits. So a lot of those games were stomps, to be true, but yep. Not a lot of fire in these particular games.
Hope you guys are excited.
Yeah! Rotations!
There's also not a lot of fire in the Dragon Pit. We have a Cloud, Ocean, and now another Ocean.
I don't know if they know what to do with a fire dragon anyway, Achilles.
Probably not. It lets you hit people more good.
They just want to hit people good.
I gotta dumb it down.
It's true. It's the keep it simple game. Gold. No gold lead between the two teams. Swap of Drakes. Neither of them going to be massive. So this wave clear, wave clear, wave clear. Sangyun.
Yeah, he's just going to get popped. Good lord. All right, Ian. So, LeBlanc's at least doing well. Has that Gunblade ready to go, now building up for the Morellonomicon. With the Sork boots in the inventory, and, well, Sangyun, he doesn't really want to have to go into a Hex Drinker, and it's not going to, so he just dies.
Well, he needs a Tom Kench at the ready. They had good ward coverage, but not respected, it seemed, by Sangyun, just taken down.
Time to flame your support in chat.
Well, it feels like they should have had enough tools and mismanaged them, so, you know, healthy flame may at least be considered. As ADD, we're getting closer and closer to that stage, closer and closer to 2 items, so doesn't care about the fat man too much now.
Does have to care about that turret, though. Won't be able to cut through that
deal. He's all right.
Oh, Ian looking for another one. Songwon drops down to about 70%. In the meantime, Maha and Max putting some pressure in on the mid turret. Nearly have that one taken out, but have to abandon it for the moment. But good moves here from MVP. Ian, in particular, just going up, popping Sangyun, allowing for that pressure in the mid to happen.
Curious build coming through from Mickey. Actually went for Void Staff second against almost no magic resist. Certainly very close to no magic. What, a Merc Dreads?
He wants to do true damage.
I mean, at least it's not a Last Whisper against no armor, where it only works with the bonus armor, but still it's an interesting choice here from Mickey. Felt like other mid laners are gone. Haunting guys in this spot until Leandri's. We've seen Rylai's from a couple of mid laners, but Void Staff is curious. He's not really even against any super tanks, so magic resist is going to probably be at a premium for the side of MVP. Don't really know what I make of that particular item build.
Not sure either, but we'll give Mickey the benefit of the doubt.
Both these teams have struggled around Baron. It's worth noting this game. In recent times,
hello.
A lot of members showing up. Now, can ROX actually put down the vision they were never able to do against SKT and actually try and set up around a Baron? Because they've got good river vision, but probably need more than that, Achilles.
Yeah, they just dumped quite a lot out just to try to pick Ian off, which is a bit bizarre. They did force the flash, so worth it in the end, I suppose, but Abyssal Voyage plus the Weaver's Wall. Gone for that, and they don't really have an objective to pick up. The Baron would be way too difficult. ADD going low, will get clipped by that barrel, but Linderong doesn't want to go further, doesn't have any vision in this blue side jungle.
What I think ROX need to do is get some more sweepers. They actually only have 2. I think they need a 3rd sweeper. And then actually, when you go for a gank like they did, you back off into the enemy jungle, pop 2 sweepers at least, put down some advanced vision, and then set up for Baron, because like I was mentioning, Baron has been really hard for both these two teams to claim. That's where we've kind of criticized their macro plays the most. You just need to be that much better than the enemy team. So ROX Tigers putting that together, getting another sweeper, playing smarter around Baron. That seems to be the big window because they've got to teleport Gragas, who needs some teleport wards to make things happen around that buff.
For now, just holding down that tier 1 turret in the bottom side of the map. As ADD goes in.
That's the flash.
Out the flash. Yeah, he's going to pursue over the wall with the dash, but a bit too much distance created there by Linderong. But yeah, a lot of respect being shown as ADD does come back in with that Ravenous Hydra.
Back to wave clear.
Favorite.
Yeah, I mean, again, we don't average many kills between these two teams. Neither of these teams know how to close games very well and haven't really been in position to do so. The Baron is the best objective for ROX. We've seen them mismanage around Baron. Sort of game where just picking Fiora and swift pushing may actually be the simplest way forward because you just reach item timings where it takes 2-3 people to take you down. You don't need to have advanced vision if you can see 3 people chasing after a Fiora in the bot lane. Why I like the keep it simple nature of MVP's first 4 picks, and then also don't mind the identity behind the Fiora. If ROX Tigers can show what they've shown at the best of times in their 5-game victories, they do have the tools to answer it. But for now, they're just extending the game, and MVP's gleefully taking CS across most of their members. And Fiora's hit 2 items. It's working on a Guardian Angel as well.
Just trying to be as unkillable as possible, so then Linderong won't stand a chance whatsoever. And he can be that much more impressive in the split push.
And Rong's already invested in some magic resist, which let you know that really hoping for one of them teleports and getting away from the Fiora.
Hasn't been a position so far. Baron Vision now starting to become contested, but the Scuttle Crab is there for ROX Tigers. As they start moving up for this inner turret in the top lane. Will be spotted out. Songwon just clipping in with those Void Spikes, and Songyun's going to get several hits in. Ian comes over the wall. It's a lot of damage in onto the Caitlyn. Hook comes through. Can they lock him down the box? Will not slow him up. The chain finds him, though, from Ian. Now gets a lockdown in onto Songwon, but with the arrival of Mickey coming off the backside of that Weaver's wall, they do have to kite out of here. Beyond able to rappel down in underneath the turret. Credit volley nearly takes him out as Ian gets yet another lockdown. Ash Arrow comes through, does find Mickey. Hook connecting in onto Key. They play him back in. He tries to run away, pops that gray health shield to keep himself alive. Yet again, another chain will lock him in place as the redemption comes down, but Ian not getting the heal, can't pursue any further. No one will die.
No one dies, but ADD smartly starts to walk up just in case he wants to teleport and can ride a minion wave into mid lane and get a little bit of turret damage. And usually that's not a massive objective when we saw so much damage to champions happening in the top side, but with no one going down, it's really the only thing that separates the two teams. No vision was able to be put down, no objectives to turn on. Ocean Drake as the third spawn means no priority in that area either. We return to farming, and that means that ADD is closer and closer to the Guardian Angel he craves.
1,050 just about there in the inventory. Doesn't need too much more. Slow and steady as she goes. That was the most exciting action that we've had in a while.
Gotta embrace little bits that you get. MVP, kind of just watching as ROX Tigers slowly amble towards this inner turret, but because they haven't actually made a setup around the mid lane turret, it's not like Talia can push a wave into the inner turret, then Weaver's wall over, which is what you really want to be doing to pressure the inner turret. It's almost like a discount version of that, where they can't actually make the sort of plays they want, and Songyun is at risk of dying every time he overextends.
Good lord, Ian yet again. Throwing out that sigil, just pops Songyun down to half HP. Still all on his lonesome now as Max starts wrapping around from the side, but the turret will fall. So just sheer force of numbers by ROX Tigers comes up with the objective finally.
I feel like Songyun should buy something like a Vamp Scepter if he's going to be the one who kind of takes it on himself to be chunked out every time they go for these pushes. A Vamp Scepter would allow him to converge, pop into the jungle, and at least lifesteal back up so they could even threaten something like a Baron, because you get late enough in the game and Songyun being DPS'd out and having to recall might even be a Baron rush from MVP. It's a possibility for sure.
It's okay, he's got a potion instead. At 29 minutes.
Couldn't afford a refillable. Well, MVP have now gotten a lot more control around this Baron that may never go down.
Could be one of those games. Unfortunately.
You know, we saw this on our schedules. We kind of knew what to expect.
Yep.
You hope and pray. You have the high expectations, and unfortunately sometimes it's just a 7th place team versus a 9th place team and 2 match wins between them.
Well, cheeky interrupt by Key, but can't push any further into that. LeBlanc will get absolutely destroyed, as it looks like Ian is working on his own Void Staff. That are just the lesser components of a Rabbidan's Death Cap.
Hard to read. I mean, at this point, maybe it is smart just to go for the Death Cap, even though Magic Resist is starting to come together for the side of ROX Tigers. Bloodthirster, so not the Guardian Angel coming through from Fiora. Double lifesteal was the old build before Guardian Angel build out of BF Sword that was very common on Fioras. Could even consider something like a Spirit Visage afterwards to go for the older lifesteal build that Smeb really enjoyed.
Waiting on the sidelines. Weaver's Wall will come through. Cuts Max in underneath the turret. Maha not going to be there, but Ian pinches it from the side yet again. Just looking for Songyun, trying to pop the Caitlyn. Won't be able to find it, and the turret will go down. So ROX yet again.
Uses 90 caliber net.
ADD pushes in. Takes quite a bit of damage, though. And has to kite his way back.
Still doesn't have the lifesteal, so they still back away.
Coming out of the Baron, though.
Yeah, it's certainly something you can turn on. Like I mentioned, Caitlyn is low. Doesn't look like it's going to be a serious start. They still will sweep the area. They'll get at least control around the Baron buff as Caitlyn is kind of waiting for a Warlord's procs to come up.
In the meantime, ADD, he's all on his lonesome down here in the bottom side of the map trying to take this turret.
I like this from MVP. They're trying to force. They're showing Fiora on an inner turret and moving towards Baron control. ROX have to do something or they will lose multiple objectives. Waiting to see what their answer is. So far, not much of anything, and free inner turret for MVP.
Yeah. Very nicely done there by ADD. So they maintain the lead, have quite a bit of gold up now, even in turrets. And have that double Ocean Drake as well, just helping out ADD on that split push on the extended ones. But yeah, still no fire in this game. Papa Smithy, Cloud Drake will be our fourth and final before we see that Elder spawn.
Easy turrets down for both teams. Finally, ROX Tigers go for the percentage play of Weaver's Wall behind the mid lane outer turret and taking that objective. But sort of thing that could have happened 5 to 10 minutes ago if they had actually put down that advanced vision. For some reason, there's a moratorium on putting down wards in front of the river. Has to be on the river or more defensive. Guarantee that nothing happens as we are still sitting on 7 kills.
Yep.
What's the next Drake? Is it a Cloud?
Yeah. It's right there on the screen.
Sure. I didn't even notice that. There you go.
I also just said it.
Ooh, Baron buff.
Oh, okay. Well, they start this one up.
They don't have a control ward on it. And
Weaver's Wall's cutting them off.
So with a control ward, as you say, Max has to flash over just to put down vision.
Beyond, can he get in there in time? It's not going to happen. Ian goes forward. The Baron will be taken by the ROX Tigers. Now ADD splitting, trying to cut them off from the backside, but he is all on his lonesome and cannot go in 1v5. Would die in an instant. And seems like MVP just have to let this go.
Yeah, ROX Tigers had a control ward down, realized there was no vision. Weaver's Wall in the perfect spot. Sort of thing we didn't see from them in the first 30 minutes. Turn it on and get a massive advantage from that, picking up the first Baron of the game.
And yet again going in, just trying to target out Mickey this time around. Hook comes through, Key devouring Songyin keeps him safe, but MVP are still the ones trying to force up the turret. A couple more hits, one more in fact, would take it down, but you see that headshot in onto Ian, chunks him out quite a bit, has to get the heal off the redemption. And MVP go kiting back, need to defend these inner turrets, just 2 remaining in the mid and bottom side of the map.
Trying to get something against the Baron buff because Linderong was pushing minions in the bot side. Not quite able to get the gold, but obviously is very low. Sangyun, oh, almost caught.
Nearly had that one with the QSS down. Key was nearby for another devour. But could have been transitioned perhaps into a pick with some follow-up from Max. For now, though, trap line thrown down by Songyun. They want that inner turret.
And AD has used his teleport and yet is still topside, has some coverage around, so knows he's not being collapsed on. He's trying to get advantage or at least make trades against Baron buff because they're not fancying a team fight.
Wraparound's coming through the ROX. They're just going to be looking for that bottom inner.
1-for-1 is fine from MVP, though. So it looks like it's going to be a lot of AD already stacked onto the Fiora.
He gets that. Does he want a base race or does he want to go back? The Weaver's Wall is coming through. Ian on his lonesome. The Dark Passage is there, takes it to safety, but they're going to be losing out on this inhib turret, and Linderong has gone back to try and contest ADD. So inhibitor going down here in favor of ROX, and unless MVP can do something drastic, such as Ian popping off with this LeBlanc, then they're just going to be losing out.
And Fiora did not look for the all-in under turret. Cast to disengage, slow down the advance. MVP did get 1 turret for 2. Sure, losing an inhibitor is not ideal, but against Baron buff, picking up any sort of objectives is not the worst. Will allow ROX to back away into the Cloud Drake you mentioned. The ROX get a big benefit from the 1 lapse in vision around the Baron that MVP had. Still the Fiora keeps getting stronger. The what-ifs around the Fiora will extend. Elder will be spawning in 6 minutes' time. Things are very finely placed in this game.
Maybe the Elder Drake going to be the breaking point here for either of these teams. Double buffs for both. Neither going to be helping them out in combat. Outside of that stacking burn that they'll have. But inhib broken down. It's ADD. It's going to be splitting along the bottom side of the map, trying to clear out those super creeps as quickly as possible. Keep the wave moving towards ROX's base as much as he can.
So, ROX playing in 2 lanes, trying to bring up the bot lane.
Comes through, they lock in onto Keek. Cocoon comes down as well. Takes a bit of damage from the LeBlanc, but the shield will very much keep him alive. Is down to half HP though, so 1 more pick like that could lead to his death.
Really big minion wave being escorted by Gragas. Teleport's still not up from ADD. Will need to back very soon. Has bought some time with the bot lane at least, but it's going to be Caitlyn setting up for Siege. Mickey looking for that Weaver's Wall. Here it is.
Yeah, tosses this one out beyond, and Ian going to be on the other side of the wall. Dark Passage yet again there to take it to safety, but it's still going to be the inhib going down. Ian dashes in onto Mickey, takes so much damage. Explosive Cast will knock beyond to the side. Tongue Lash comes through, slows him up. Will not die, but the inhibitor goes down. ROX just turning up the heat now.
And they're trivializing something as strong as a 4-item Fiora by making good use of the Baron, by grouping and sieging as their team comp set up. And sure, Fiora is in a state where you need to send 2 or 3 to deal with her. But with all the structures dying around the Fiora, ADD could end this game up a significant amount of CS, maybe even pick up some kills, but most likely on the losing team.
So they're looking that way. The gold is still very even, but the amount of pressure being drawn against the base of MVP is going to be near insurmountable at this point. Double inhib broken down. Baron's still a little ways off, so this does buy them some time, but all of MVP's focus is going to have to be on just prepping these waves in advance of that Baron.
It'll be so tough. As you say, Baron buff should increasingly be a free objective at this point in the game, and ROX going to just play around mid lane, given that top and bot lane will be auto-pushing. And Durang at that unkillable stage already on the Gragas. Looks like it's going to be...
Let's see how much damage he takes. Not much is the answer.
Predictably, such is the way of Gragas.
Meanwhile, Maha takes quite a bit here from Songyun.
ADD has some wards potentially teleport if he wants a flank. Meanwhile,
Ian cut off on the side. Hook comes through, but the Devour yet again there from Key. So setting up for the pick comp. Solid by MVP, but letting the Tom catch go through. It's just throwing a wrench in all of their plans.
And a pick comp needs to be proactive. You pick it to actually get picks and take objectives. And that hasn't been the way. There hasn't been a kill in a good, 25, 30 minutes of this game, which lets you know the pick comp is missing its windows and more free objectives to ROX Tigers.
Well, Weaver's Wall comes in, but this time blocking off the minion, so will be destroyed by Mickey as they try to push in, get this final third inhibitor in the mid lane. Ian yet again poking in from above. Trying to find an angle, but he is spotted out. And that's going to be the crit off the static Shiv. Just keeping him low. Maha having to clear out the wave up here on the top side. We'll be able to make very swift work of this. But still, this is going to be drawing all of their attention, which makes this mid-inhib take that much easier here for the ROX Tigers.
Fiora is actually making a way, and this is the last emergency time for an engage from MVP.
Gas comes through. Maha has to flash away immediately as the exhaust comes down. Ash Harrow goes in, connects in onto Linderong, but the Bower is there to take the safety yet again. Ian and ADD poking in from the backside. The turret goes down. Hook yet again connecting onto the Gragas. He takes a bit of damage as ADD dashes forward, tries to get some hits in onto the Cossacks. Chunks him out to about 50%, but still no kills.
It's really good disengage here from ROX Tigers. They move as for only Gragas out ahead, but so much mobility on the Gragas. They back away. The base broken in 3 spots, and it feels like ROX can go back, shop. Baron buff should be trivial for them. And Baron buff with all 3 inhibitor turrets down should mercifully herald the end of this particular game. But
I mean, there's just no vision there from MVP right now.
And it could even be a double stack as well.
One scrying orb.
As the Baron is spawning now. The Elder Dragon spawning in a minute 15. MVP, again, they have initiation tools, but we've seen so many times ROX pushing up, and sure, Ian's doing his best, poking in, has good amount of ability power, but they're not getting any more than that. And now Baron has started for ROX Tigers.
Yeah, they started up. Weaver's Wall thrown out. Ian has to dash over. Try to get close to this. TP will come through from ADD, joining in from the bottom side of the map as Max is already chunked out. Beyond, over the wall, the body slam won't connect. Gets the cocoon in onto the Gragas, but has to make it into the pit for the explosive cast. Knocks him away, and he won't be able to get there in time. Beautifully played out by Linderong, assuring the Baron for his squad. Now ADD
Ian actually takes out Songyun.
Yeah, he's trying to find a kill as Maha will also pick up one. The bottom lane of ROX Tigers going down. Songyun and Key both picked off. ADD dashing forward, has that Guardian Angel, can play a bit more aggressively, so they don't get the Baron, but they do take away 2 of the buffs, but MVP will have to back off and answer this double super creep wave that's shoving in towards those Nexus turrets.
Yeah, one of the inhibitors is respawn, but you're right, they'll have to answer at least top. They probably won't be able to just go and take the Elder Dragon, which is about to spawn. Will be at least a semi-contest coming through from the side of ROX Tigers. Linderong went over and did his job. He interrupted Beyond from being able to get there, but that actually meant really easy access for Ian to Songyun. Caitlyn going down first meant the key was caught in the middle of nowhere. Elder Dragon is started. Let's see what ROX Tigers want to do.
They're going to try to get this one. It's going to be a 4v3. If ROX engages, no real way for Songyun and Key to join in the fight and get close because of the Abyssal Voyage, but that's going to be the hook and into the cocoon. Down onto Songwon, leaps himself over to the side, trying to keep himself alive. Ian does come in. Will get body slammed, so he can't pursue further to try to get the kill onto the Kha'Zix. Weaver's Wall thrown out by Mickey defensively to try to cut them off. But now Aldry and Hibbs back up. MVP do get the Elder Dragon with 2 stacks.
That does mean that a 5v5 fight is something they will probably be able to get ad nauseum. They will not have to actually be forced into much because at least they have 3 inhibitors up. So with all these engage tools, MVP have a lifeline. They should be able to choose the next time they fight on the map. Baron is off the map largely. Elder Dragon is in their possession. Will this just delay the game for another 5-6 minutes to the next Baron? Or will ROX Tigers opt into a fight that 5 minutes ago they wouldn't have had to take?
I don't know, but just when you think they're able to close it out, MVP, they find an escape rope and then grab onto it. Pulls them at least back up to a pretty even level with ROX Tigers. Still, though, 3 open inhibitors, something that they do have to be concerned about. Fortunately, they are the team with the Fiora.
4,000 gold lead on a Fiora as well, who's only the Mercurial Scimitar away from a true 6-item build. So much lifesteal in that build too, with 3 lifesteal items. Monstrously strong, but relatively squishy and can be focused down. So let's see if ADD can find the access to the backline that so far has been denied. It's been 1 and 2 for the majority of this game, and it's not got any kill involvements in the 2 picks that MVP were able to get around the Baron.
Shout out to ADD and Maha for both having Flame Horizons.
Feels good. Could be double Flame Horizon on a losing team. You don't see that very often.
Yeah,
that's like a double rainbow right there.
That's a pretty rare feat. What does it mean? It means that MVP's bad.
Hey, yeah, they definitely are. You got no contest from me.
But that's if they lose the game. If they win, then they're
still bad.
It's kind of still bad.
There's no superlatives for the teams with 1 match win, it turns out, Achilles.
Nope.
Grounded expectation. But still interesting to see who can inch ahead and be 1 match score away from their opponents. ROX Tigers, they are grouping. Elder Dragon's still available, but going to soon be dropping down.
Yeah, Weaver's Wall comes out here as they try to fight over this inhibitor. MVP desperately wanting to hold on to this objective. ADD looking for a pinch from the side. A couple more hits, it's all it's going to take this one down, but Songyun getting chunked out has to peel back. And it seems like ROX may just abandon this. ADD still on the flank.
Songyun can lifesteal off the Krugs, though, and they can return to the push.
Spotted out, they will go ahead and sweep out these wards.
Elder Dragon buff has timed out, so this is a much better time for ROX to push in.
The Baron is about to expire as well, so they don't have too much time left on these super creeps, but it might be these Baron empowered creeps, but it will be enough to go ahead and take this out. Mickey, that Banshee's Veil popped. Songyun gets hit yet again, still hovering around 50%. Ash Arrow comes through, will clip in onto Linderong, but the Devourer is yet again there.
It's on cooldown for a bit, though.
Safe. That's going to be Ian dashing through, but he just gets chunked out immediately as Linderong finds the kill. ADD in the backside, looking for the kill. Songyun does find it. It's the double kill as he's already taken out Mickey as well. Songwon might just fall for the triple. Can he find it? Flash has already been burned out. The slow comes through. Can't get him with the Tiamat hit. And the leap does happen for the Kha'Zix, so he takes himself out to safety. But in the meantime, Key pops the shield. He's dead to rights, will go down. That's 3 members having fallen. Linderong in the middle of nowhere, going to try to get out of here desperately. Will be able to do so with that teleport.
That's a really big trade-up from MVP. Sure, Ian died instantly, but this time Fiora didn't have to deal with Devour, saw the Devour on the Gragas, and was able to get in the backline, mess them up. There's the 2 kills for the Fiora to justify the Flame Horizon. The Flame Horizon and a half, 150 CS advantage from MVP. Split pushed for a long time. They got CS down as they were losing objectives. ROX Tigers weren't able to close. Now it's inhibitor down, and 1 team fight may actually answer the game.
Not enough time to stick around for more. Couldn't get a second inhib, so we'll just be matching super creeps in the top lane against the ROX Tigers. But we'll take another look at this one. Like you said, Ian getting chunked out immediately, but ADD does all the heavy lifting.
Question was, did you need to devour the Gragas? Now, when they got the first pick, you're like, okay, that's not going to be a big factor, but guess what? ADD knows he can go in, and Key does not have Devour for either of his carries. So using Devour onto a Gragas who was full health had also summoners available. Pretty questionable, and then, you know, Key doesn't have any function. We'll just die over time at the end of the fight. MVP made a very good in-fight call when they decided that, hey, Devour is down, we're in position, let's go for the dive. For once, their dive actually worked. Team fighting mistake from ROX Tigers, and they cannot afford to make another.
Certainly not, but 45 seconds now on that next Baron buff. That could be where it all ends for one of these teams, at least for game one. There's always a game two.
Oh, I can't wait to
have that to look forward to.
Oh, baby.
What was the record? 56 minutes. We're 10 out. It very well could delay.
56-32.
Yeah.
Ooh, less than 10 minutes.
All right.
I don't know if this game will go another 10 minutes, though, because the team fight should decide it. 4 kills from one team should end the game either way.
But when has anything ever happened that should happen for MVP and Tigers?
Pretty sparingly over the course of the season,
so
fair
you
to say.
You never know. We could be in this one for another 20 minutes.
These are the things I aspire for, Achilles.
I'm keeping my fingers and toes crossed that does not happen, but...
The fans always say they don't get enough League of Legends, so more Korean League of Legends for you. And buff. As respawned, Elder Dragon desynced, of course. They're going to start it like you mentioned. ADD has teleport.
And he does in the bottom side of the map. Will be TPing right in front of the pit. As the Baron is going low, Beyond needs to put his steel pants on. If he can get into the pit, it's going dangerously low. He takes it! He takes it away, but can they get away with their lives? Big shots coming through onto the Elisa's. Beyond goes low. Redemption not going to pop in time to keep him alive. The hook comes down from Max, and MVP just trying to kite back through ROX's jungle, but they're the ones finding the kills as Maha goes down. Ian getting chunked out, has to flash away. Abyssal Voyage coming through as they try to pursue in onto the LeBlanc. Come around the other side, that's 4 members dead. ADD, the only one that will be walking away from this, and despite the steal, the heroics of Beyond, MVP will crumble, and ADD, he's just going to have to go for a very desperate base race, but Mickey and Linderong are there to stop him.
I mean, Mickey cannot do much. Linderong can at least slow him down. Very strange that AD could never find an angle, and yet MVP committed on a fight. When one member went down and AD realized he didn't have flash up, he couldn't flash over a wall to get to the back line. It was so different to the previous fight. There he goes, and it will be the ROX Tigers at the last. Won't be the longest game of the season, even though it felt like it, Achilles. Only 18 kills in 49 minutes. The ROX Tigers just about do it and take game one.
Now the question's going to be, is this another 2-0 loss for MVP? 13 games in a row, looking at 14 if they should lose out this series without picking anything up. ROX Tigers, a rough one from them, but the expected result in the end.
Really long losing streak. Not the longest of LCK history, but close to it, Achilles. Sonic Boom, I believe the only team at this point with a longer losing streak, and that was a team that is no longer in this league. ROX Tigers made the moves around the map, allowed the Flame Horizon to happen because they were getting objectives, but in a moment like this, you could think, okay, the Baron steal comes out, maybe it doesn't matter. But watch as the fight develops. MVP choose to kite towards the enemy blue buff. They're on the wrong side of the map. Beyond gives up his life, and remember who decided the previous fight. It was ADD, not in the fight. Maha cast first, flashes out, he dies as well. ADD does nothing in this entire time. By now, has already given up and gotten the call to try and split push in the bottom lane. This was not the fight that MVP were looking for. They could have kited upwards. They could have chosen to fully commit, even though Fiora through the front door is not necessarily the safest way to win a fight. By the time Beyond gave up his life, the fight was decided. And MVP, you see them talking to their coaches. It was close, much closer than you would have expected, but no victory in game one for MVP.
Nope. Rough tidings for these guys as the losing streak continues. ROX Tigers on the up and up. Want to be climbing the standings as much as possible. Have a performance much more like the second round robin of spring, where they were actually moving up the standings.
I mean, that was a sheer incline. This has been a much more of a flatter incline. On the way up for sure, but we're not that many degrees off the ground yet, Achilles.
They want to get off the plateau and onto the mountain, start working their way up Everest. It's a long ways to go, but a 2-0 victory here for ROX Tigers would certainly look good. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we'll have that second game.
as a wild bird sings. A sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's like. As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? All the shots bring it back to what it's like.
Welcome back, OGN Legion. Despite their best efforts, MVP could not pick up the win. Ian topping the damage charts, but still falling short of that victory. As ROX Tigers just, I don't know, out-thought them.
Outlasted them, I think, is really what we saw. It was an endurance test for everyone, for the ROX Tigers, for the MVP, for the viewers, for us. Endurance test passed. The winner, ROX Tigers, in not really the manner you expected. They took a long time to actually get the sort of Baron control they were striving for. But the moment they did, the moment they put down a control, I'm like, crap, there's actually no wards here. They finished it, and from there, the game largely came together. Couple of twists and turns. Your MVP will be Linderong. Did a really, really good job of keeping Beyond away from the smites in the earlier Baron fight. And in general, played his role. Not often is a player almost double Flame Horizon and wins the MVP. But when you're playing Gragas against Fiora, you're not looking to match CS, you're looking to make an impact around the map, and he definitely passed the test on that.
Yeah, it's one of those understandable moments, and this was a great way to kick things off for the squad. Gonna go ahead and get that body slam into the wall, follow up with the kill. And like you said, great gating, keeping Beyond away from the pit.
Hold on to the cast to the right time as they DPS'd it down. No way for Beyond to contest. These are the sort of things that don't show up in a double Flame Horizon or even in a KDA, which was good on the side of Linderong in this game. Couple of times ROX Tigers got a big objective, answered a couple of kills, and it slowed down the game. Here we see the smite from Songwon, which is woefully early, actually.
Yeah.
Pretty poor smite from Songwon, well stolen by Beyond, but then MVP decide that they have to go down towards the enemy base. And ADD, he had all the gold, so much gold, 6-item Fiora. She might as well have been a 0-item Fiora because wasn't involved in the fight at all. Was going to slowly make his way down to the bot lane, but never going to be able to finish against 5 people. MVP let themselves down in that last fight, but Linderong did not let down his team. Good stuff on the Gragas top.
Yep. And gets himself his first MVP win, so nicely done there for Linderong. Something to feel good about after that very long game, 49 minutes on the clock. So not quite the longest, but we're shy of it by about 7 minutes, but there's still game 2 and maybe even game 3 to try to break that record, Papa Smithy. At the same time, MVP trying to break their own records for that longest losing streak in LCK history. CJ Entus currently holding that record.
At 17, which, you know, they're already at 13, so they're most of the way there, Kilios.
Yep.
MVP will be hoping that they don't have to suffer that inglory. Well, CJ Entus were relegated after that. We saw them for a fleeting moment in the promotion tournament, and then we don't talk about CJ Entus anymore.
You don't want to be compared to CJ Entus.
Even the people that used to be on CJ Entus seem to just pretend they're rookies, and I'll talk about those days. Mad Life can't get away with that.
I mean, like I said, I was still really impressed by Haru's first performance in LCK during the spring.
That's true, he was a rookie on Samsung Galaxy.
Never saw him before that.
Following those rules, blue side ban of the Renekton coming through from MVP, respecting Linderong on that pick. Where Gragas goes in this draft will be interesting as well, as ROX Tigers made a lot of value out of the pick. MVP probably going to be denied picking up the Elise again. Worth noting, they got this comfort pick comp and really didn't make a lot of picks. Achilles were at 3 kills to what, like 40 minutes for the side of MVP, even though they had so many tools. You couldn't tell me of one notable Ash Arrow in the entire game from Maha, so maybe Caitlyn first pick is what MVP really want, and for now, it's certainly available.
Good to see that one make its way through. Final ban's getting ready to happen. You would expect maybe the Syndra ban as well from the ROX Tigers. So in a bit of a pickle here, because they have to leave either that, the Caitlyn, or the Elise open, because it's unlikely that MVP would ban either of those away.
And I like this. The Gragas ban does come out. It's Songwon's most played, Linderong's MVP champion. And also, like you say, suddenly, is it Caitlyn? Is it Elise? What is left open? on the side of ROX Tigers. They will likely trade those picks. They could ban neither and just take what fits their comp the best. MVP would probably take Caitlyn, given that Maha had a really lackluster game on Ashe. So first pick Caitlyn is what we expect here from MVP, even if Beyond has been great on the Elise.
Not so much in game 1, but yeah, Caitlyn available will be snatched up there for Maha. So nothing too shocking, but the Elise, very well something that could be snatched here by Songwon.
You don't even need to use the precursors and the qualifying adjectives there. Certainly will be picked up by the ROX Tigers, you would imagine. I'm willing to get egg on my face if I'm wrong, but Songwon is another legacy Elise player, so we'll lock it in there. The egg can stay away from my face.
For now.
For now, yes. I'll definitely make some proclamations. Insanely wrong at some point.
There's plenty of other opportunities. But what do they want to follow up with is going to be the question.
The Talia might be... Well, it's banned, sorry. So scratch that. I wonder if Oriana will be selected this game. Wow, I didn't actually make an egg bet on that one, Achilles. Thank you very much.
All right.
And here we go. Okay, so Rek'Sai is actually going to be locked in from MVP. I wondered if we would see Rek'Sai today, but I thought it would be our second series from Bless when BBQ play. So MVP, another team to be messing around with Rek'Sai. It's before some of those buffs and tweaks are made on patch 7.11, so the rework is there. Rek'Sai can do a lot of damage, but not a lot of agreement on build. I was actually checking out a lot of Rek'Sai games in other regions, and there was some value in the Tiamat Rush Rek'Sai, which is something that Beyond innovated, you remember, way back when on Rek'Sai. He was the first ever Tiamat Rek'Sai in the world, so maybe we'll see the return in the LCK of Tiamat Rek'Sai, because we haven't seen the Machete into Tiamat build. Stronger in future patches when the AD ratios are buffed, but still an option here, and Tom Kench to answer Elise Ashe is a very nice, clean answer for MVP.
Yeah, it's going to be trying to deny away that engage comp, the pick comp that ROX Tigers are piecing together, and it's going to be Bard, a rare one that we have coming out here for Key, but one of his favorites.
Yeah, Bard can definitely answer Tom Kench really well with the duration of the Tempered Fate, stopping the Tom Kench from getting the same disengage on that priority carry, the Caitlyn. So something a bit different, a very big favorite for Key, you'll remember, as many people around the world marveled at his Bard way back when. We're talking end of 2015 when ESC Ever made their big advance through the world stage after winning the Casper Cup. TSM fans won't want to remember that. Key's Bard always super famous, and you can start actually banning away some of the strong laning supports into Bard.
It's okay.
I take that point back. They already have Tom Kench, so they're happy with the lane. They're banning away the mid lane Karma to take out any picks that Ian has found success on.
Get rid of that. Twisted Fate actually banned away from Mickey. Not a ban we've seen against him in a little while, because he hasn't been playing it. He hasn't been playing any of these, assassin style, heavy burst mage that we've seen from him in the past.
So the question is, why ban it? Now you have to think about, hey, what do they want to pick that Twisted Fate will be strong into, or is it just scrim intel? You never really have the full picture of that, because like you say, Twisted Fate has been sparing in 2017 at best. He had a couple of weeks in spring season where he brought it out kind of out of meta. So sad that we won't see the Twisted Fate. Definitely one of the staples for Mickey. Zed and Twisted Fate, forever, kind of the Mickey champions. Even if he tries to make it Oriana this season, I won't believe him.
Well, that's not going to be the second ban this time around, so Zed's still on the table for Mickey. There's hope. Hope is alive as Kled is banned away.
I mean, they have an Elise, so there's a chance, right? There is a chance that you go physical damage from the mid lane. Again, their standard way of playing, till recently, has been control mage mid lane. Right now, they are looking for a mid laner.
And there you go.
It's going to be that Oriana that famously he played for the first time in summer season 2017 after being a pro for almost 3 years. He played his first Oriana games this season. He's 1-4, so it hasn't necessarily been a huge pick for him on the winning side of things. Does answer the Tom Kench Rek'Sai super well, though. So they're often caught in the shockwave.
Seems like now the Victor might be making its way back onto the Rift, and it will. Locked in for Ian in the mid lane.
Played it in his last series and looked very capable in lane. Victor Sion were their solo lanes in that game, and they did very well in the early game against Afrika before predictably making some mismatches in the mid game. And there's a lot of that flavor with the Jarvan being taken the top lane. Great answer to Ashe as well. Looking for a top laner. Will it be Linderung jumping on one of these split pushes? He flashed the Jace before, at least now considering the Fiora. Fiora into Jarvan's a very explosive matchup. would be the reverse identity. It'd be ADD trying to make the team plays while Fiora plays for lane.
Can they play the other side of the coin? Seems like the ROX Tigers are going to go ahead and try it, as they do lock this one in for Linderong. Much more aggressive than the Gragas that we saw from him there in game number 1.
Always surprised to see a team-focused utility mid laner for Mickey and a split pusher in the second round of the draft, when those two picks together have very little shared identity. Fiora wants to be away, doesn't want to be a ball carrier for the Orianna, wants to be playing her own game. So while Orianna does have safe wave clear, you're not getting the full value out of the Orianna pick. So it just seems like it's going to be 2017 Summer comfort for Mickey, but not necessarily a hugely coherent draft. Now, it still can come together. There are still win conditions available. But ROX Tigers a bit of scattered identity, and MVP, predictably, they want to get some picks, Kilios.
That they do. We'll see if they can get them this time, because like we said, game 1, not really seeing many of those coming through. The Ash Arrows not utilized properly, and couldn't even lock down the Tom Kench long enough to kill him.
With Rek'Sai here, if it is the Tiamat or early AD, as has been the way, a lot of pressure onto specifically the Fiora. Level 6 for both the Rek'Sai and the Jarvan is basically burst range from near full health for the Fiora.
All right, could be some deadly stuff if MVP can get ahead. See if they can actually close out a game, stop that losing streak, and maybe even find a win over the ROX Tigers to take them to game 3. Let's go ahead and load back onto Summoner's Rift for game number 2.
Sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's
MVP fans still staying strong.
Biggest cheers for both teams all season, you would say.
Yeah.
It's worth knowing. We mentioned it earlier in the week, but school's finally out for summer, so we do have more people coming. It is a Saturday, but fans are definitely more ready to come watch some esports live in the stadium. Thank you all for joining us on the stream as well. Game 1, a long one. Definitely was an endurance test. We'll see if Game 2 can be something a bit different. Tools on both sides to make things happen in the early game, but also the Victors and Fioras who are looking for a couple of items before they really come online.
What better way to spend your Saturday morning than watching some nice LCK?
Well, you could watch some LPL. That's on at the moment. OPL was on earlier. You got League of Legends options. It's a new ROX Tigers cheer.
But I said what better way,
Oh,
not what other ways.
I mean, it's EDG versus WE today. That's a pretty cool matchup.
All right, you got me there. That is a pretty good one.
Some Rift rivals battle. We got a Rift rival here.
Would you rather watch EDG versus WE or MVP versus ROX Tigers?
What year is it?
Sadly, 2016.
You take what you can get, right? We don't make the schedules, Kilios.
No, we don't.
And the schedules sometimes do load in these lower place teams playing each other multiple times in a single week. Had a lot of hype matchups in previous weeks, but this week it has been a lot of the bottom of the table clashes. Bot lane should favor the side of the ROX Tigers, as Bard is one of the strongest laning supports, especially at level 1. But now actually being surprisingly passive, but we know Key can turn it on the Bard. In a while since we've been treated to the pick, but fun to see.
He's just hovering for the moment, looking for that window of opportunity. The lockdown in onto Max and try to harass out that Tom Kench early. He's actually going to get level 2 before Songyun.
Gets a bit of extra experience out of lane to interact with that. Now the jungle pathing very, very defensive. See pings for vision as Beyond is spotted on the Raptors.
Hawkshot comes through, keeps track of him. How ROX will adjust with his newfound knowledge, seems like so far. Still just going to be mirrored starts as Sungwon and Beyond just start making their way down towards this bottom side of the map.
So have the Rek'Sai playing around the bottom side. It's largely a full clear. Ignored the Gromp, but wants to be there for coverage unless Sungwon is looking for an early gank. So far, it is eluded. Rung's been able to get the early push in top side. Kind of surprising, but Moment that Jarvan uses his Q. It's quite a long cooldown at level 1, and wave clear certainly not massive. Where will the excitement come from this game, Achilles? That's kind of what we're waiting to find out.
If it arrives at all.
Well, at some point a Nexus will probably explode, so that's pretty cool.
I don't know. Could just end up with that infinite game that we've been talking about.
The infinite loss streak is also possible for MVP.
Yep.
Unlucky 13 in this particular game. Can't make it to 17, which is the record in the first round robin, so little victories.
That's true. But they can definitely surpass it overall. So
That's true.
Maybe minor victories, massive losses.
I think both teams have struggled to have the glass half full this season.
So one hovering here in the brush. Beyond is nearby. They don't spot him yet, and ADD is still pushing forward, but he's cheating around the minions. See, that scrying plant does go out. Doesn't spot the Elise. They will clear out this vision, and they will keep tabs on the Rek'Sai. So neither jungler going to be getting involved at the moment. Both these top laners will remain safe.
Item timings mean so much for the Fiora versus Jarvan matchup. In the current meta, both of them go very similar build paths. Level 6, like we say, is probably going to be the biggest story. When Beyond and ADD hit level 6, you can play around topside very cleanly. But around that time, we also might see the lane swaps that can be enacted into the topside. Beyond already power farmed his way to level 4. No sign of the old school Courage of the Colossus for Rek'Sai. We are in this new Bruiser meta, where Rek'Sai builds some degree of attack damage, and that makes more sense to be going Fervor, which was always Beyond's choice as well as a keystone, even with the old Rek'Sai.
Fervor with the Warrior enchant, which is what we're getting.
Could be getting a Tiamat too. Who knows?
That's true. Could be rushing that one down. Could be both.
Damn.
The Warrior Tiamat.
For the mid-game explosion, one way or the other.
He's getting bopped right now. Quite a bit of damage there. Linderong will fire back. ADD just now getting ready to recall, still has that teleport available.
We'll take different schools of thought when they're in lanes like this Jarvan versus Fiora lane.
Let's wait for the Vamp Scepter.
Yeah, you're right. Linderong went Vamp Scepter, and okay, so it's felt increasingly that if you go Ninja Tabi in a lane like this is the Jarvan, you just lose straight up. So Tiamat for a bit of wave clear and also all-in potential has been the preferential choice. Both champions have pretty low base stats before you start getting points in the Golden Aegis, so I do prefer being able to balance both wave clear and the poke. As you can see, Linderong's already taking quite a lot.
Get worked down. There's one more charge than that refillable, but
and we got it.
So far.
We got our first Tiamat rush Rek'Sai.
All right, he did it. Nicely done. Beyond getting back to his former self.
The reworked Rek'Sai is sitting at 0% win rate in Korea. A lot of teams messing with it. played it a couple of times earlier this week. Bless has played it. Now we're seeing Beyond jump onto it.
I mean, it's basically a match made in heaven because MVP almost has a 0% win rate.
Which heaven is this, just to be clear?
Maybe I had those backwards. That's going to be the grand challenge coming down. ADD going low. One more tick to do it, but the Cataclysm comes through. Repulse is out there from Linderong to deny that damage as Beyond arrives, and he just has to abandon the J4.
Level 5 from Beyond, so didn't have that extra gap close of the ultimate or the burst damage, meaning they had to pull away, so escorts ADD out of the fight at least. Watching bot side, Elise in position here. They have to get onto Tom Kench, otherwise the Devour is going to be the easy answer.
When they find it, Key have the ultimate ready to go. They will be pushing out. Ulti comes down, logs up in onto Maha. They jump onto Max. Will he go down though? Tanking on the turret comes through, and it's actually first blood over to Maha at the end.
Even with the ult onto the turret, it doesn't work out.
Oh.
Well executed by ROX to start, but then the extra turret shots going over to Songwon means that they get the extra gold advantage. Mickey trying to come in to at least spare the blushes. Maha's
pushing his
pretty
way down.
high health.
Magical Journey comes down. Maha will be slowed up, however. Flashes back, tries to get himself safe. Couple more shots will do it, and there we go. Mickey does pick up the hit. Key though, what? Oh, okay.
That's the turret, so given the scenario where if he'd gone the long way, he definitely would have died to Ian Beyond.
Okay.
You'll take that as a preferable choice.
This is true. It looked very confusing at first, but you are correct. Would have been handing over a return kill.
Well, when someone takes as many turret shots as their level at level 4, it's usually not the best sign.
He's level 6.
You're right. I misled the chat. Feels bad, man.
Still, it was way too many.
Sure.
Way too many shots.
But we're firing today as well. Linderong doesn't have Grand Challenge. Has it now. Doesn't want to go all in onto ADD.
Oh, Linderong.
It's a lot more non-committal with the poke, with the Q.
Yeah.
We're not at the point where you have 2 items and you see Q and you all in, so it's just free poke from ADD at this point in the game.
Just hurts to watch. Linderong will go ahead, throw down the Grand Challenge. Gets 2 swipes, but gets knocked up. The Cataclysm will take him out. Flash to the side from ADD does put him into that Ash Arrow as the rest of the team comes collapsing in. Cosmic Binding comes down. As the Aegis, and there's the Devour. They fire back, another Tongue Lash in on the Songyu. They would have turned this one around. MVP looking for the kill. And Nicala Burnett, or rather the Piltover Peacemaker, connects in on the Songyun, but they will not find that kill.
This time Max in position at just the right time. Both sides collapsing. Maha came through the river and actually put free damage onto Songwon to stop his ascent as well into the fight. So no one goes down. Lane swap enacted at 9 minutes after the first purchases. Thought it was going to be kill and more for the side of ROX Tigers, but that advance is slowed by Max's positioning.
Really good wraparound there. Max saving that J4's life, keeping things nice and even. Not looking to give any edge over to the side of MVP. We'll be able to clear out this ward. Max started cheating forward, threatening that Tongue Lash.
And Beyond had the Tremor Sense though, so didn't necessarily need to have vision onto Orianna and know what was up. I will just return to mid. He's been roaming a lot more than you'd expect on the Orianna, but so far had good result from it. Equal in CS and getting a kill involvement. Lets you know that the action on the map has not been answerable by Ian. Doesn't have Ghost himself. Had to go cleanse to answer the Ash Arrow, so crucially, will be more rooted to the mid lane.
An Ash Arrow, Cocoon, Cosmic Binding. It's a bunch that it'll save him from. Knock up, not going to connect on the Linderong, but the Chaos Storm, there's only so much you can do. As a Fiora, a couple more turret shots would have been necessary to take down ADD, so the roam from Ian finally finds some action on the map, picks up a kill.
We didn't see this much in game 1, but rotating through the Fiora lane in multiple different ways can be smart. We saw MVP do that in the top lane, that's why they were in position for the Devour, but you can also do that and prey upon her low wave clear. Remember, it's just Vamp Scepter and the double longsword complete at this present point. Is ult onto Tahm Kench.
Yeah, goes in, locks him down. Ash Arrow gonna go wide now. Songyun maybe in a bit of bother, does not have any mana. Will be chunking away at this one as the TPs come through from both these top laners. Linderong joining in the fight, but he's just gonna be taken down by the look of things. Ace in the hole does come out. Key to block it, even though the post was there. Miscommunication from the members of the ROX Tigers. Grand Challenge does get thrown down as ADD falls to one final hit, but he has the Dragon Strike to pick up the double kill in the end.
MVP want to stop this streak at 13. Looking like they'll be able to do it. Answering teleport at the right time. The damage now affects everyone in the Cataclysm, so even the riposte isn't the right thing. That's why he was able to ult onto Key and still get the damage onto the Fiora. Nice stuff coming through from MVP. Good discussions. First brick as well. We may actually have a 3-game series and the streak may be over for MVP.
Quite possibly. Yeah, not allowing the ace in the hole to be eaten. Key maybe would have walked away with his own life. But they botch it a bit, and ROX just really trying. As soon as the Ash Arrow hits, you would expect maybe the disengage, maybe even just cancel the TPs, but they both come through with it.
I mean, he's so smart with the Bard. He knows that if he ults Tahm Kench, that Caitlyn will continue to run away, and he'll be out of position for the Devour. You see the replay, like you say. The riposte doesn't actually block the ult. The AoE gets onto both the Fiora, and they can just brute force tank it down. Both of them living on a single turret shot's life. The Ash zoned away as well.
Oh.
This is a big fight here.
Yeah, Rift Herald's coming through. Songwon here does have the smite available, takes that one away, but they have to back out the backside of the pit.
And that means they don't get the buff.
It's only going to stay there for so long, so maybe they just don't get themselves a Rift Herald.
It's some number less than 30 seconds, so we'll see.
Come on, Key.
It seems like, I mean, Jarvan and certainly Tahm Kench's time is best used to stop this from being taken.
I want to see the Suicidal Magical Journey in for it. Just go in through the thick side of the wall.
And die.
And pick it up.
Well, you can't be in combat when you're picking it up, and Tahm Kench is tasked with holding onto it. They do actually jump over as Linderong's low.
Well, he's got the blast cone available. Beyond looking to cut him off, so he's just going to go straight in, try to cut through the turrets, maybe even just kill himself. But Ace in the hole's there this time, and he will go down. Maha puts another kill on the board for himself.
All they get out of all of that was the Rift Herald buff, which, if they can use it well, may be actually worth the kill. It's hard to evaluate as ADD.
Yeah, it does go low. Not going to pursue any further. Thought maybe we'd see the Bard ultimate out to try to lock up that J4, but they don't do it. Instead, they will just go ahead and pop up the Rift Herald here in this top lane.
So if you think about it, it does mean that a kill over time leads to, at minimum, an outer top lane turret. That is something for the side of ROX Tigers.
But would you rather have one turret in a one-off or a Mountain Drake to help you take all the rest?
And also, we have to see the full ramifications of all of this. They're going to get a second charge in and a bit more damage. Then MVP is taking both the Drake and potentially the outer bot lane turret.
Yeah.
Can always be a delayed process to evaluate what's happening as they look in the mid lane as well. So much objective focus at the same time across the map.
Yeah, for real. It's going to be that tier 1 going down to the bot lane right as Beyond finishes off the Mountain Drake. Meanwhile, in the mid, Mickey throwing out that Shockwave, chunks out ADD and Max quite a bit, and will finally get an Infernal on the board.
A lot of damage on just mid lane turret. Should probably fall in the next minion wave, which would mean that ROX Tigers did actually get that extra turret, Achilles, and it was only a Mountain Drake, so pretty 50-50 overall.
Yep, we'll be taking this one out. Beyond comes in looking for Key, will take him out, but he takes quite a bit of damage from the Orianna. Has to hightail it out of there with the tunnel system. Does get himself out to safety now. Songwon being hounded down by Ian, kills him with the Death Ray. And MVP, they lose the turret, but they put 2 kills on the board yet again. 8-2 now.
ROX Tigers got baited into a fight by overextending for that very low health turret. So many objectives traded means the big gold injection into the game at 15 minutes. 2,000 gold lead between the two, largely representative of the extra kills for MVP, and they've gone on priority members because Jarvan does have a hard time over the extended laning phase against Fiora. But that hard time is being set to the 35-40 minute mark. Fiora 0-4, capable and matching in CS, but certainly not in kill involvements.
Yeah. And even then, matching in CS not going to be great. 100 here in 16 minutes, just about. So even the farming from both sides hasn't been fantastic, but ADD is very much making up for it. As far as his score line is considered, 3-0-2 on that J4. The 0-4-0. So, pretty rough stuff. If your name is Linderong.
The numbers definitely simple. The builds here also worth talking about. Beyond has gone double AD early items, the Warrior Enchant and the Tiamat. Very mid-game focused build. If he doesn't snowball from here, if he dies in the next fights, which certainly you make a miscalculation, you will die as effectively a melee assassin with a build like this. Very low base stats onto the Rek'Sai compared to the previous identity of Tank Rek'Sai. MVP are looking for picks. They are building and loading themselves into the mid-game, whereas late-game, ROX Tigers have a lot more options. Still very difficult to contest whenever they start pushing up.
That's going to be the Shockwave down. Beyond, like you said, very squishy. Ultimate comes through here for Key, looking for the double Cosmic Binding, finds one. They will get the Cocoon in onto Max as he flashes over the wall. Looks like he will take himself out to safety, but Beyond goes down, and, well, you said it. It happened. He is not tanky at all.
And that's the thing, is that you kind of fall back into play patterns when you bring back a champion you've played a lot in the past, like Beyond on the Rek'Sai. That sort of contest with a Cinderhulk tank Rek'Sai in previous metas is fine, because Rek'Sai Tremor Sense, able to face check, very safe to do so. When you're full damage, you are insanely squishy with this build. You basically need Tahm Kench to devour on command. The contest came in, and it was just almost a one rotation burst from Mickey onto Beyond. You need to choose your opportunities very specifically when you go this squishy a build on the Rek'Sai. Maybe just draw in the Jarvan teleport early, allow him to frontline. They didn't do that, and it was just a donation over to the ROX Tigers.
Yeah, he got destroyed. Didn't see whether that was a steal actually by Beyond before he went down. Was contesting the red buff, and then when we cut back over, had one, so maybe he got it with the Prey Seeker. Not positive. Either way, lost it in the end.
The build slows down. Titanic Hydra would be his ideal second item, but that is a lot of gold spent into AoE and combat stats, not a lot of gold spent into not exploding instantly, specifically to Mickey here. It's not like Mickey had a massive amount of ability power and was already chunking him out and then some. Speaking of Mickey.
Well, that's going to be the tunnel over the wall. Mickey going to be pinched in on as that
That's
Chaos
burst.
comes through. Shockwave not going to connect onto Ian, and he will be picking up the kill. Well executed there by MVP. Mickey uses everything to try to get himself out of there safely and cannot do so.
Yeah, Mickey hit the ultimate. Was hit by the ultimate of the Rek'Sai, and that did the rest of the damage after the Chaos Storm had begun it. So with that pick, trying to rotate around mid lane, AD posturing around the backside. They want this outer mid lane turret.
Yeah, it seems like they're going to be able to get it. The respect being shown here by ROX, well deserved by MVP at this point in the game. 3.3 thousand gold in the lead, and they're looking for a little bit more. Wave is nowhere nearby, only a couple minions here with them.
And it's a Fiora comp.
Still get quite a bit of damage down onto this tier 2.
It's a Fiora comp, so you're not really worried about backline access. You know the Orianna isn't there to combo any sort of engage, so ROX Tigers, even with traditional initiation tools, back away. So respect to the side of MVP. Much better use of the Rek'Sai. Now it's a lot about getting advanced vision, using the Tremor Sense to find picks, and then, you know, a couple of spells and the Void Assault. You certainly can get the picks like we saw on your screen. So more plays like that where they have vision supremacy is the right way to use the Rek'Sai in this current meta.
Already have that Mountain Drake. 35 seconds out from the Infernal, our first of the day. First Mountain Drake as well. So changing things up from the Cloud Oceans that we saw there in game number 1. It's already been way more action-packed. 9 kills. There's 20 minutes into this one. Oh, Blasco knocks Songwon into the red pit. Has to flash out to safety.
Doesn't quite have the Drake either to repel onto, but thankfully Bard is in position. Key has kind of been back to his majestic best in this game. I like all his decisions that he's made specifically with the Tempered Fate. Try to get advantages for the side of ROX Tigers, but when you start to fall behind, when you go for the Fiora and can't build around the split push, Bard and Fiora kind of going to be the free kills in a lot of these fights. The scoreline doesn't necessarily make you smile, as there is that Infernal Drake you spoke about earlier, Seth.
Yep. Scuttle Crab. Vision is there to go ahead and spot this one out. So ROX, they see that it's happening, but it's just really not a damn thing that they can do. They just have to watch this go away as MVP picks up the second dragon, and we will flip over. It's going to be yet another Mountain Drake. So the dice very much rolling in favor of MVP. It's you know what? It's all about the blue side. That's what it is.
You've got to appreciate the loaded dice when sometimes the game, especially game 1, was a glacial pace. That's two spells from Linderong, and 70% of his HP disappears. I'm not confident that he can actually lane into ADD either, despite usually the matchup being a pretty comfortable one for Fiora for quite a while now. And that's where everything falls apart. It's why we wondered about the Fiora in this particular game. Coming through from ROX Tigers, they went something more traditional. Would have had significantly more options, but they flashed Jace and then went Fiora. Then when the early game goes away, this can be the result.
Mickey does get that blue buff in the end. Ian throwing out that blind death ray, not quite able to take that one away. Would have just been salt in the wound at this point. As Mickey is very much the hope for this team to have some success. Needs the Wombo to come through.
The question now for MVP is how do you finish the game? And they've certainly been in that position a couple of times this season, and the answer has eluded them. You look at the enemy team, and the enemy team is very, very good at fighting around Baron. You don't necessarily look at the Fiora, but at least can repel in, very good at getting steals. Orianna, when you're on the red side especially, you pop the ball over, anything can happen with the Shockwave, and Songyun has access to the Hawk Shot. Even Bard can reset the aggro. So fighting and actually trying to rush down a Baron, sneak a Baron, like we saw ROX Tigers do in game 1, is not a way MVP wins this game. That is the wrong move from them. What they need to do is work out what they have, which is Jarvan, strong, accelerated, teleport wards in the red side jungle, getting a pick to open things up, playing around the strength of the Jarvan is the way for MVP to close this game. We've seen them so many times opt into a Smite War. This is a losing Smite War. Even if they get the steal or get the claim, it is a mistake with the comp they've drafted to actually try to overforce around Baron.
Well, if I know MVP, so they probably won't listen to your advice, but you never know. Maybe they will wisen up and avoid that Baron pit for a considerable amount of time. Tempered Fate comes through, Maha flashing away, not quite going to get clipped, but Devourer comes down and Max is getting locked up. Does flash in the end as the Shockwave comes down, and Maha will actually pick up the kill onto Mickey.
Here's
now
the
AD coming
Cataclysm.
in on the side, locks down 2 with that Cataclysm as the damage comes through. Songyun, the fadeaway volley, does come up with the kill, so a 1-for-1 thus far. Not that much of a discernible lead for either side, but with Linderong picking up this tier 1 turret in the bottom side of the map, seems like ROX will come out on top.
It looked like Linderong used the ultimate as Jarvan was channeling teleport. That's why he was low and basically died after the flash Cataclysm. Gets the turret as well. Linderong won't choose to teleport, would not be useful in trying to wave clear under turret. So a good decision overall by Linderong meant that that was a 1-for-1 for ROX. They used so much to take down Max. Thought they could get the double kill onto the Caitlyn. Sidestepped enough, held his flash to the right moment, and largely evacuated Maha from any of the immediate danger. So 1-for-1 with how much ROX invested. Certainly not ideal from their part. MVP going to be getting too much vision. Still won't be starting up the Baron, so we kind of return to a bit of normalcy after all that action.
Yeah, do get that tier 2 in the mid lane, so do end up trading up overall as far as the map control is concerned, so MVP still going to be in a very comfortable spot. Pat on the back to Max, keeping himself and Maha alive for so very long.
ROX will just hope that now MVP will go back to their old playbook, which is extending the game and not knowing how to grow leads from this position. Getting more and more items onto Linderong after his horror laning phases. The big priority for the side of ROX Tigers.
Vision War is getting ready to come out. Tempered Fate comes down, does find Max, who's got Ian in his belly. Offside, great health shield, tries to keep himself alive, but this time it's not going to be enough. Songwon will be able to go ahead and Q him, then execute damage, get that final hit in. As Linderong maintains the split push going forward.
And this is where the game gets tougher for MVP because, again, we keep having to remember it's a damage Rek'Sai. He's gone further into damage. He's working onto a Black Cleaver. He cannot be face-checking. Max can also be taken down by the Tempered Fate. Either of them getting locked up is going to be an almost certain kill for ROX. That's why ROX actually have supremacy around the Baron now.
It's an actual start.
They're pretty squishy, so this is risky.
It seems like it was maybe an accidental engage. So they'll take a magical journey out of the pit. Just wanted vision control, perhaps. There was a misclick on the Baron. Started the attack, but they will go ahead and exit. So no start on that yet.
And MVP now can't do more. Because they don't have tankiness on Rek'Sai, they can't put up vision and start the Baron. They don't have teleport on the Jarvan, so the vision behind the pit isn't as valuable. That's why until the teleport's back up from MVP, sadly probably their best bet is to push up minion waves, purchase, and just add some time onto that game timer, Achilles.
Sounds excellent. We're only 26 minutes into this one. I'm ready to go.
Where to? Where do you want to go?
30 more minutes and
I thought you were going to say
2 seconds.
I thought you were going to say
seconds.
another country or perhaps even another district of Seoul. I didn't realize you meant ready to go longer in the game.
Yeah, you know, I want to break that record, man. I'm all about the long games.
So were you a Guinness Book of Records kid? I know I was. What was your year? Because I mean, I'm significantly older than you, so I don't know what year you remember where you bought the book and that was kind of like your Bible for the year.
Probably like 97, 98. I was very young the first time that I bought one of those.
Do you remember which one was the hologram one? There was a hologram one.
Yeah, that was 2000.
Okay, I definitely had that.
The green hologram one?
97, you would have been young. You would have been like 6 or something, right?
That would make me 5.
91.
Born in 92.
That's true. Okay.
But, no, I mean,
does every kid go through that phase where the Guinness Book of Records is just the coolest thing?
Well, so what we had, I don't know if you had this when you were growing up, but what we had in you know, our middle schools in the States was the Scholastic Book Fair.
Yep, okay.
Yeah, so they would always come around and they would have the, you know, the Guinness Book of World Records there, and then also those cheat code books.
Yes.
For, you know, Game Boy and N64 games and everything. Like
remember
whatever was
cheat
out at
codes?
The time. Yeah. Or you remember Game Shark?
Yep.
Good
cheat
Lord.
codes in Game Shark. You know what they've been replaced with? Downloadable.
Yeah. DLC, baby.
You want to make the game easier? Pay us money.
$19.99 per map.
We can talk about that in this game because you can't buy that sort of DLC in League of Legends.
It's all cosmetic.
It's true.
Except for that Coma Ward, that will actually improve your play.
It must do, right?
So that's the one thing that you can actually buy that will improve your performance.
In 20 years, people won't understand our fascination with the Guinness Book of World Records because you just kind of look things up on Wikipedia and you get that initial information. But having that omnibus like Encarta and the Guinness Book of World Records just won't be a thing in 20 years' time.
Yeah, I feel like it's already maybe not even that much of a thing now.
I know.
I mean, like, if you want to look up a world record, you just go to Guinness's website instead of buying their book. But now, on another note, Linderong will be getting jumped on as Maha wraps around. Makes his way out of the Cataclysms, just trying to buy some time as he cuts down the lane.
But what's happening on the rest of the map? We don't really need to focus on bot lane. Bit of inevitability about this. For now, it's just the posturing of the ROX Tigers. Wow, that's, speaking of good posturing, that's good positioning on the redemption there, and they actually get him out. Nicely done by ROX Tigers.
Yeah, good wrap around there from Key, having that magical journey, taking the safety. They do have that flash down, though. In under threat, goes down to about half HP as Beyond leaps forward, looking for Songwon. Will rappel up into the air, has to come back down, does have the flash, will flash away to get himself out to safety as Mickey starts pushing forward. Ash Arrow comes through. Shockwave's not there, already been used. Mickey goes in, just looking for the dissonance perhaps to get some damage in, but on the other side of the fight, Ian will go down. Linderong, dangerously low, gets taken out by ADD, but who is now way too far forward. Songyun firing away on this Ash, will be able to finish him off. As Key goes through the magical journey just to cut him off in case he was able to get away, but now ROX maybe looking at this Baron perhaps.
MVP's teamfight positioning let them down in that climactic final fight in game 1. Does it again here. Didn't really see how Ian got himself such a bad position. ROX is going to try and rush down the Baron. Contest will come from MVP. Beyond is one level up. The smite could be here.
Mickey's got the Shockwave ready to go yet again. Baron going low. Tempered Fate not going to connect, and that will be the Baron going over to the ROX Tigers, who are maybe starting to turn this game around, keeping the gold so very close, 600 between these two squads, and MVP is the one with the double Mountain Drake and the Infernal.
And every time we see teams at the bottom, we have specific things we ask for them to improve, and ROX is improving their Baron setups. Decisive when they had a control ward down. We'll see the replay first before we talk more about that. As the fight went on, everyone got low. There was about 7 flashes blown in 10 seconds. We were waiting to see what would actually be the big engage. Shockwave is down here, otherwise they win the fight instantly. The ROX Tigers at the top side. Ian walks in. Linderong is already down pretty aggressively, and Ian is caught completely in no man's land after the Devour was used earlier to keep him alive. ADD over pursues as his fellow solo laner goes down. ROX makes a good decision around Baron, which lost them the game against SKT in game 1 when they were way ahead. Now they have that Baron, and they're looking to crash into this inner turret bot lane.
That's a really deep TP coming through from ADD.
Gonna be spotted on wards too.
Yeah, but he will be spotted out. They see him coming in. Linderong starting to pinch into that mid lane. Trying to get that turret taken out. Key is here. Takes the magical journey over to the side as ADD tries to close in the distance. Has the Cataclysm ready to go, but no flash that would really be able to get him on top with the likes of Songyun.
Bit of tug of war here. They're trying to keep drawing interest as Fiora tries to split push the mid lane inner turret. So you won't see them fully disengaged. They have dissonance. They have the magical journey. They can walk up quite a lot, the ROX Tigers.
If they can. For now, do find themselves in a lead, tying up the turret count at 4-4. Still, no dragons for these guys. Think about how much faster this would be for Linderong on the split push if he was the one with that double Mountain Drake.
I mean, look at how much MVP has had. They've had the run of the early game. They're only 1,000 gold behind. They're winning in kills. They have very high-value Drakes. They need to not make those colossal misplays in team fights, otherwise all that good work means nothing, Achilleos.
Yeah. And they're chasing forward, still looking for something.
Cataclysm available.
Cataclysm does come down, finds Mickey and Songyun. Shockwave used it onto the J4 to try to take him out. Mickey goes low, but is able to kite his way out to safety, and it's just an absolute slaughter so far on both sides. A 2-for-1 for the ROX Tigers. As Songwon tries to limp away. Can he make it out of here? Ian getting that burst of move speed off the Q, will be able to finish him off with the Death Ray. The 2-for-2 in the end. ROX still with a Baron buff on several members, but will be expiring in not that much time.
Yeah, the front line went down, but crucially, Ian, Maha, and Max were near full health, so there could be no more in the fight. We'll see the replay. Now, ROX Tigers have Baron, so a trade that's even for MVP is exactly what they're looking for. They do not want to mess up on the Cataclysm engage. But basically, the ROX Tigers use everything on ADD and beyond because they need to find space for Songyun. Songyun moves up, thinks he's going to take down Maha, but for once, Ian is in a great spot in a team fight, basically assassinates him in the back line. No way for Songwon to go out because his little spiders gave some move speed first, and then Got him down with the Death Ray. We're still all tied up. Kilios still MVP desperate to go 1-13 in the space of 14 games.
Whereas ROX really just trying to help out MVP and put them into the Guinness Book of World Records for longest LCK losing streak.
You know, we probably have to inquire with Guinness as to whether that one's there. But it should be.
Bringing it back around.
Encarta was really cool when I was a kid. That's, again, Wikipedia just completely ate their lunch. Well, Linderang's all alone.
Yeah, and he's gonna die. More than likely clashes away. Cataclysm's there to answer, and he will go down. No GA on this Fiora, as he is still just looking for that Bloodthirster. But, you know, when you're 0-6 and 2, there's not that much gold being spilled over into your pockets.
With the items he has, still a threat in the split push, but kind of needs his team, the remaining core of 4, to make things happen. Happily for him, Mickey is closing in on 4 items, probably working on his death cap. They've been doing a lot with decision-making here, ROX Tigers, even if their comp identity of having a split pusher and a team fight 4, and the split pusher being way behind, doesn't make a lot of sense, but increasingly things like the Drakes are counting against them. That's a second Infernal over to the side of MVP. This is one of the highest value Elder Dragons we've had in a long time.
I think that if MVP loses this game at this point, maybe we just auto-relegate them?
You know, you're going to reach out to Riot Korea and Casper and see if you can get that one past them?
I might. I just might. Like, look at what they got. They couldn't win the game. Spare me, please.
Can I come in the room and see their response when you suggest this through a translator?
Maybe some blank stares for sure.
A lot more Papatless casts after that.
Yeah.
I appreciate you taking one for the team, though. ROX just keeping the map separated.
I like this. I just looked up which team would be promoted in over them, and it's Damwon Gaming.
Let's leave that for another day.
They're the top of Challenger right now. Damwon. Probably pronounced like that.
ROX keeping the map separated as much as possible. Hoping against hope they can just get gold onto Linderang. Unfortunately for them, 35 CS advantage means so little. There's lack of kill involvement. Still doesn't have a Bloodthirster. Surprisingly, competitive in gold because of all the standing gold has gone the way of the ROX Tigers, but with his current item timings and their game plan, hasn't really been able to cause that much impact. Speaking of impact, though.
Looking for Beyond. It's going to be the Tempered Fate coming through Cocoon there to ensure that it will connect. Redemption thrown down as well as the Ash Arrow, and he's just going to fall Shockwave. Not even needed, but Mickey uses it all the same. ADD now arriving off the TP on the backside. Cataclysm comes down, locks in 3 members, but he has to flag and drag his way out. As Linderang cancels out the TP, wants to continue that split push down on the bottom side of the map. Try to start knocking down those inhibitor turrets.
ROX Tigers used a lot to take down Beyond, but Baron has not spawned yet. Usually jungler dying means Baron. Not being on the map just means that Linderang will be able to push in another wave. They will be able to get better vision down, but they don't have a control ward onto the pit at this present point, so
only have 5 seconds before the Rek'Sai is back up.
Seems like they might just be trying to rush it down. It's not old Rek'Sai. It feels like we have to keep reminding, doesn't have global presence anymore.
There is no Void Rush, but I mean, they need Songwon to just throw down a control ward. You got 2 in the inventory, my friend.
Well, he's not going to do it. They're going to try to rush down the Baron.
Oh, there's
Victor
nobody there.
He's going to walk up, but you're right. It's going to be a half-hearted contest at best. Ian.
Oh, I was holding my breath for that one. Didn't want to say anything until I saw it confirmed, but Baron will go over through the ROX Tigers. Ian nearly had it, which would have been an absolute miracle for MVP. But now Baron over to ROX yet again. They knock down another inner turret in the top lane, just that one in mid standing. Linderang still trying to be as much of a nuisance as possible. But MVP, they do have this Elder Dragon on the way, where they can try to force MVP into a fight, or force ROX into a fight. But they still have to be so worried about that Shockwave from Mickey.
You're right, at pretty insane proportions now. Farmed himself casually to 410 CS at 37 minutes, and 6 items going to be on the way with, looks like probably a Ludens as the final pickup. Could be a Lichbane, I guess. That would be pretty Mickey.
Those auto attacks already deal enhanced damage.
Power of Evil was running the Nashor's Tooth Orianna in EULCS. I was actually a big fan of that, but we'll talk about it later.
Down on the Mickey. He's just getting melted. Shockwave not going to do a damn thing to Ian. Even with all that AP, he's just going to get popped back up by the Redemption. And Mickey goes down. Good collapse from MVP.
That was a very Mickey-esque moment, wasn't it, Kilios?
Yep.
He is known for the solo missions, a bit ambition style in that. They're trying to actually collapse onto Ashe, but able to just run away. Linderung with Baron buff, even at 062, will have quite a lot of threat on the bot side. So already Jarvan is being called, but they have double Infernal, double Mountain, so they can take turrets with Orianna dead for 30 seconds very quickly.
I mean, look how much damage this turret's taken. It gets melted down. Inhibitor should fall here. Double Cosmic Binding does come through as Linderung tries to finish off the turret. ADD with a flag and drag back through with a flash in for the completion. Linderung comes up with the kill, and actually the inhib will not die.
Instantly
Linderung
pull back, and Baron buff with Fiora pushing in bot. They're going to keep buying time. They want him to end the game.
They're going to try to delay this as long as possible. Ian, the best one in a position to make his way out, but Linderung is going for the finish. ROX Tigers, could they actually complete this here? Max has the Devour on to Maha.
Just
as they keep running down for the first Nexus turret. Has fallen. Linderung looking for the next one. Can he actually do it? The rest of the team now coming through, and he's got to get out of dodge. But Linderung opens up the map so much here for the ROX Tigers. Can he make it out with his life is the next question. The answer is hell yes.
Yeah, he gets the bonus movement speed from finding a Vital and the Phage as well. Backs out as ROX push through the mid lane. Really nice stuff coming through from the ROX Tigers. Playing the map smartly. Base broken in 2 spots.
They're looking for the finish here. Linderung comes in off the TP. Moves back down to the bottom lane, making sure things are moving in, but Songyun takes quite a bit of damage there from Maha. Has to get top back up, but the second inhibitor will go down. Game not going to end yet. So maybe Linderung with the TP, not the greatest of ideas. Can't put pressure down in that top side of the map, but very much opened up here for the ROX Tigers, and it couldn't be better timed because 20 seconds away is that potential 4-stack buff here.
Mickey.
480 for MVP. Mickey will get jumped on, self-shockwave. And now Maha arriving. He's going to go dangerously low. Ace in the hole coming through the shield. Is it enough? Yes, it is. Barely so. He'll get popped back up. He's going to have to go back to base and rush back down towards that Elder Dragon, which is now spawning.
In a game between 2 teams at just 1 match victory, the highlights have been the small areas where the Tigers are significantly better than MVP, specifically around neutrals and making decisive macro calls. Have they been SKT or KT? No, but they have been better, and that is what separates these 2 teams, because MVP this time, like you say, they got the stacked deck. They got ahead in the early game. They had initiation, 2 Infernals, 2 Mountains, run of Baron for a lot of the game, and all that seems to be just an asterisk on what could be a very soon a 2-0 ROX Tigers win.
And it's just so disappointing given how good MVP was in the spring, how they were in the summer of 2016. I loved this team, Papa Smithy. I loved watching them. I loved their wacky picks. Now it's just sad.
Sometimes when you love something, you have to let it go free.
Okay, I don't know if I want this one to come back to me.
Sadly, it has to come back to us quite a few times.
I think it's the second part of that usual
This
saying,
is definitely the workplace love, where you guys fall out of love, but you have to see them at work very frequently. That's MVP.
Okay, that's a good way to put it. How depressing.
Every time I see her, depressed.
My heart breaks again and again. Oh, dear.
Well, Linderung's going to pick up a red buff. They're just looking to finally break the base. They've been so dogged at playing the 4-1, even with a hilariously underfed Fiora. But largely it's been smart. They haven't been caught outside of Mickey doing Mickey things. His flash is up this time, so he can be a bit sillier than usual.
Okay, got to be a bit more careful than that. The ward's not quite worth it. Some creeps are being brought up into the bottom side and in the mid by Mickey and Linderung. As Songyun just desperately tries to weave his way between those traps to get some shots onto the turret, but proving to be difficult. He's just playing with fire.
They have to use the redemption mostly for the selfish heal onto Key, but they do have an Elder Dragon buff. ROX Tigers want it on this wave, but MVP still have the go buttons.
Yeah, the wave clear is still so very strong here from Maha. So, it seems like ROX will be delayed.
How about another Baron?
Sure, why not?
You told me you were ready to go. You were ready for the late game.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Sure, why not?
Remember, the next series doesn't start till 8 p.m. and we're at 7:06, so if it's going to be a 2-0, still going to be a break.
I need time for my mind to recover from this.
During the break, am I going to see you longingly bringing up pictures of the MVP logo and going full Wolverine on them?
Yeah. No, actually, the only team I do that for is 2016 ROX Tigers.
I'm right there with you, man.
Yeah. But MVP is a close second.
Well, we have one every year. If you think about it, we had Fnatic 2015 into ROX Tigers 2016.
Also had Origin.
No, let's not talk about Origin. The thing about Fnatic is, like, Fnatic 2015, like, this could be the team to represent the West, right?
Sure.
And then 2016, we had this could be the team to really take over SKT and dominate the field. We'll never know on either of those factors. So you wonder if we'll have a 2017 what if, probably, right? With the way contracts are going to be ending. A lot of things can happen. Think about sad things when it's 44 minutes into a game.
Yeah. Well, Inhibitor's getting ready to come back up. Linderong still putting pressure down towards that bottom side, and the Baron is spawning. So we'll see how this one's going to be played out. ADD is needed in 2 places at the same time. Spellcraft vision is there. They do
I think he has to teleport it. You don't bother with the Fury. You try to win a fight.
He's roaming up at the moment. Baron has already gone down beyond, caught out by the Tempered Fate. Can they kill him? Coon and plenty of CC comes down. In the meantime, Linderong yet again getting that split push going. Will be able to take out this inhib.
But they're just losing in both those spots, Achilles. You say he needs to be in 2 places. He's in neither. He's in the middle. And the middle loses the maximum from the side of MVP. I think he's really fast.
Yes, he is. Dissidence and Ghost zipping his way around. They're going to try to turn on the Linderong, but yet again, Guardian Angel's there. And now, minions empowered by Baron. The rest of the team pushing in. They'll take out the mid inhib yet again. ROX Tigers, seems like they're pretty poised to end this unless MVP can put on one hell of a show.
I'll get the last auto as MVP finally do move up in unison, so not quite the 2 inhibitors down, but soon to be, you'd have to imagine. Items are very close to 6 item point. We are 45 minutes into the game. Even Linderong's pretty decked out at this point. Probably is going to be that Spirit Visage to end the build and have the most lifesteal. Do wonder how this could happen, though, as 6 item Ian on the Victor at least can explode someone if they face check him.
It's got a Lich Bane as well, so. Powered auto off the Siphon Power should be doing quite a bit of damage.
This will be a memorable game for me, Achilles. You know why that is? Key has been sick on Bard. You know, it's been a while since Key had a big Bard game.
It's true.
Thought it might be just a 2015 thing because he was like the great Bard before anyone else really playing him.
The thing that I want to remember is just that, oh, Key is good at Bard rather than this game specifically, but that's going to be Tempered Fate yet again out. Catches
He has
on the Beyond.
so many meeps.
He does.
It's an army.
He's got an army. It is like Pikmin.
Where's the Nationals Tooth last item? Pump out the deeps.
Well, Cataclysm being used onto Linderong. Will flash away. Guardian Angel still available. Nice riposte on the Flag and Drag, and the heal is there from the Shrine.
You can just back and teleport back in if they want to make something happen. They know Cataclysm is down at least.
I think they do want to make something happen. Baron buff's already 50%, over 50% expired.
Also, that's some lifesteal right there.
Yeah, that too. So maybe he doesn't have to recall at all. Maybe he just sticks in here.
I forgot about the double lifesteal. There's no minion wave in top, so he's going to be focusing on this inhibitor while Orianna slowly clears out minion waves.
Good movement speed here. Key just constantly dumping these shrines in the Songyun, keeping him out of range of those death rays.
Can only play around 2 lanes at once. Linderong is going to try and play the 3rd lane, but does that mean it's going to be half-hearted about both the inhibitor and finally breaking this top lane turret? The answer seems to be yes.
So Mickey wants to try to push up, but he knows that he has to sacrifice his Banshees potentially to get rid of one of those traps. They will now expire. The turret will get broken, as does that mid inhibitor. Tempered Fate this time, not going to connect, but does zone people back, gives ROX a bit more breathing room.
2 inhibitors down, 3 inhibitor turrets down. It's all adding up, it's all stacking up here for the ROX Tigers.
Baron going to be here for about another 10 or so seconds, I do believe. Be expiring soon, but ROX do want this 3rd and final. Songyun able to push up, gets a couple shots in. Mickey, even 2 more from him would finish this off, but it's proven to be very risky. Grits come through, Key goes low, Cataclysm thrown down by ADD. He's gonna have to turn out of here immediately. Redemption comes through, healing him back up.
Linderong joined the whole
just
team.
escorting those minions in. Wave clear from Ian, still very strong. but the pressure is becoming insurmountable for the side of MVP. Couple more shots on the Songyun, actually, for Songwon rather. Maha does find the kill, but can
Magical
they get
journey
more?
down.
Ian goes forward, that's a leap in from beyond, helps lock him in, takes him out. Linderong, even with everybody chasing out the rest of the members of the team, can't get into a position to finish off that final Nexus turret now. He might be in a spot of bother. The damage from the Victor so huge. He'll get popped out of the GA. Gravity field thrown down just to lock him in. Has the riposte, but falls in the end. Several members, 3 members dead on the side of the ROX Tigers. 1 final Nexus turret standing.
The Alamo for the ROX, for the MVP is real, Achilles. It is this final Nexus turret. They have nothing else to show for them. They win a fight because the overstay from ROX Tigers was comically long. But they overstayed and got 3 inhibitors, and they already had a Nexus turret down. There's no counter objective to pick up during the death time, as MVP will rush mid lane, push up the mid lane, potentially take the inhibitor, as only Orianna, Elise, and Bard will be there to contest it. That's the most they can hope for in this scenario, and that's at 48 minutes into a game.
Songwon coming up, Songyun going to be here soon. Key, does he want to use the Tempered Fate to try to keep this alive?
Respecting Orianna, Ashe only now getting out of base, so they don't even get that mid lane inhibitor.
Yeah, bottom lane building up as well. So somebody's going to have to go back, respond to that pressure. Seems like it might be Ian's job. In the meantime, ROX just charging down the lane.
They want to get movement speed
They want to just delay these as long as possible. Ian is there. Tempered Fate comes through. Ashe Arrow not going to connect. They just want the turret to go down. They do find it. Nexus now exposed. And there's still plenty of time on these inhibs before they respawn. The bottom lane has come back up.
No flash onto Mickey, remember, so Cataclysm will be very strong at trying to catch this Orianna.
Mid and top. Still a bit longer before these
If
come
they
up.
run at the Nexus, there is still a fight MVP can win. Ian and Maha are stacked for damage, and ADD is no slouch either.
And Linderong, he can't even push forward fearlessly because he doesn't have that GA up. So this is going to be a very difficult balance game from the side of ROX Tigers.
So often at this point, with ROX so far ahead, you don't even have to think about the final fight, but right now, there is still a fight that MVP wins.
Yeah, the Death Ray doing so much to Songwon. Has to be careful, and Songyun not going to be getting much mileage with that volley. Ian now Banshee's Veil back up. Seems like ROX will just exit. They want to be able to take out that Elder Dragon that's spawning in 15 seconds. They need to deny that away from MVP.
They can also get a double buff. They can get the Elder Dragon and the Baron with fairly little contest, you'd have to imagine. So MVP extend this game. We thought we were on a trajectory for a 45-minute victory, but the game is getting tougher and tougher for ROX to finish, but only because MVP are running out of places to fight around. Every time they come out, they can win a 5v5, but now, literally, the door is locked. They are stuck next to their Nexus with nowhere able further to go. As again, I come back to just how big the amount of meeps is for Key here.
It really is like Pikmin. He's walking around, Tempered Fate
They
comes
just want
down,
Tom Catch. Any pick is golden.
Ashe Arrow, perfectly timed, does come through. Flag and drag out from ADD as he tosses down the Cataclysm, which means Mickey is that much safer. And they say, screw it, you know what, we'll go ahead, we'll get that away from you, get rid of that ultimate, and now we'll move over and focus out on that Baron. Linderong still drawing pressure down at the bottom side. You can see Ian and ADD pushing forward, trying to kill him desperately. They'll use the Abyssal Voyage. They'll get popped up. Can he make it over the wall? Throws down that Grand Challenge. Baron goes down. ROX Tigers perfectly poised to end this game. Double buffs over to them. They just need to close it out. MVP. This would be an absolutely star-studded performance from them if they can deny this.
This would be one of the most famous turnarounds if they can hold strong. They have nothing. You suddenly see shadows of the famous CJ Entus Blaze hold in a much lower stakes game, don't get me wrong. But with how strong their team fighting is, ROX Tigers will find it difficult to actually get past MVP and just end the game straight up. My first impression is if they straight run and ignore the damage of MVP, they will die.
I think back to MVP's actual first game versus KT Rolster. That's going to be the damage coming through already. Redemption thrown down. We'll get a bit of a heal coming in as Linderong goes back down towards that inhibitor. Wants to take this one out top lane. One going to be respawning soon. Mid gets broken. ADD locked up at the Cosmic Binding, but the Devourer is there from Max to keep him safe. So he spits him out and they move back towards the fountain.
Insane that this is still a game. Inhibitors respawning. But it feels like they're, much like Baron and Elder Dragon, just not things MVP are concerned with.
We're 4 minutes shy of breaking the record here so far for Summer 2017.
Want to get all the minion waves in and rush in. Speaking of rushing in, they're trying
coming
it.
through. Song 1 going around the side. Will get popped up by Beyond. The Nexus going down. A couple more shots will do it. And there we go. Songin finds the opening. And against all odds, ROX Tigers will 2-0 this. It will be 14-0. As losses for the side of MVP. 0-14, I suppose you should say.
I mean, look at their faces. You can see how long a series it is. The emotions are clear. ROX Tigers did not enter Summer thinking they would have to fight so hard for a second match victory. But at the bottom, Achilles, which is where we find ourselves in Series 1, this is the reality. One of the hardest fought 2-0 victories you could ever really witness. Took us the better part of 2 hours and 20 minutes to resolve 2 games. Smiles from Shy, who was not in the starting roster for today. ROX Tigers nowhere near 6th place. A Freak of Freaks with 4 match wins. Only 2 now for the ROX Tigers. We tipped them to be the best of the bottom, and maybe they are. But the gap, it's not that big.
Yeah, but they significantly separate themselves from the other bottom teams. Now going to be at a -5 scoreline. Next is -9 at BBQ, and that could be growing because they're in our second set going up against KT Rolster.
The thing the Tigers need to do is win all the head-to-head games, which are Tigers BBQ, Tigers MVP, Tigers Everett. If they're the best of the bottom, if they are winning those 3 crucial matches in the second round robin, they'll be 7th, they'll be chilling, they won't be relegated, they won't be making it to the finals, but it's at least safety, which the ROX Tigers, given how the roster came together, given their struggles, they'll accept at this point. Now, is that already determined? Certainly not. One of these teams could rise in the second round robin, but this was very much a shoddy match with some poor decision-making. Very hard fought for them to close the game. Linderung, bless his heart, even with no kills for the majority of the game, was creating reliable pressure and not dying after dying so much in the early game. And that extra valve, that extra pressure point, caused MVP to self-doubt. And by the time they were actually ready to fight, they had nothing left to fight about.
Yeah. Rough stuff from the squad. Made their debut a year ago in 2016 Summer, and now are looking at having to fight their way back through the promotion tournament, but this time to retain their spot in LCK rather than gain one.
We're not there. We're not willing to anoint them that. Who knows if they'll come back a changed team from their visit over to the Rift Rivals event, but you know, we said the same thing about 2 teams last season. We said ROX Tigers, Kongdu Monster, you're going to IEM, turn around your fortunes. For one team, that was the case. For another team, that was not. Kongdu Monster still ended up being relegated. MVP, the only team in that predicament. The other 3 are a lot more powerful, but they still have to go back to the drawing board, and cruelly, 14-0 is the streak, and Achilles, it's only 1.5 more series for them to equal the low light that was CJ Entus's 17 in a row Summer last year.
Not much longer for that one to happen. Would be during the second round robin, but still such a rough and damning position to be in for MVP. We'll go ahead and take a look at the damage, and as you might expect, Ian and Maha absolutely destroying the damage compared to anybody else.
I mean, by the end, it was Ian and Maha gatekeeping objectives because their damage was enough threat at 6 items on both to stop anyone from walking up from the side of the ROX Tigers. They had a Fiora drop, so there wasn't a super tank to laugh at the damage from front lines and be able to just end the game. If you have a Scion or a Kled to rush in with a rotation, you can make things happen. I wonder who the MVP will be here. And okay, Key back on the board for the longest time, after the longest time. Great performance from him and well-deserved.
16,000 damage on the Bard. So despite the best efforts there of Ian and Maha, he came in pretty close behind. And it was a lot to do with that army of meeps.
This was the simpler days when he only had 1 meep friend and decided to die to the turret, thankfully cut short. This was Rek'Sai, 3 spells almost spelling his immediate doom. But Key was really on point, especially in the early game where he could turn a lot of fights. His target selection of just ulting the damn Tahm Kench and forcing the Caitlyn to run away from Devour range, kill the Tahm Kench. Profit was kind of the way the ROX Tigers approached those fights. Really smart stuff from him, and even with so many DPS dealers, I think he was significantly the best player for the ROX Tigers in Game 2.
Yeah. Really good performance from him. This is what we were expecting from him when he joined in the LCK with ESC Ever alongside Loken.
And
that
sadly,
fabled bot lane.
and sadly, it wasn't what we expected for him come summer season. When he jumped on the ROX Tigers, you're like, okay, I guess that's fine, but the high expectations of 2016 spring are definitely not there for 2017 summer, so bringing it back to the champion that found his name. People around the world knew Key's Bard. That was all they knew about the player, and a lot of other picks haven't worked for him. Their Bard, just bringing it back against Max, who was playing the most Bard of any players in summer, was the talisman that really allowed the ROX Tigers, after a very good early game from MVP, to just about get over the line.
We're just going to watch Songwon die.
That's a bit cruel, Ojian.
Key's highlight video. Just watch the spider get stomped out, which I don't mind so much, but very good job by Key. And ROX Tigers, against the flow of that second game, come out on top. Double Infernal, double Mountain MVP, still not finding the win. But let's go ahead, throw over to Joel for the translation as we hear from our MVPs today.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Joel with your interview translations. And no matter what you guys expected out of today's matchup, we got an exciting one today as ROX Tigers somehow pick off a 2-0 victory despite all those differences. And we're here with today's MVPs, Linderang and Key, for the interview. Linderang, how you feel right now? It's my first MVP, and just getting the win right now, it just feels great altogether. And it was a super carry Linder, and we saw it today. But how do you feel? I think the first game was a satisfactory game for me, but I felt, sorry to my teammates for the second game, but glad we won in the end. And also, Key, you've gotten a win in a very long time. Yeah, it's been tough for us in the recent weeks, and but I still feel good about getting the win. And we want to move on to the game where Sunghan was actually the surprise going into this game. He hasn't started in a long time. But what was the story behind Sunghan starting today? Yeah, we were in many considerations of starting Sunghan when he could, and his form was rising on the recent forms, and we thought that he was in a good form today to start today. And the first game was Fiora, being taken away by MVP and trying to do the macro play around that champion. Yeah, ever since it started doing the split push and do the usual Fiora stuff, it was very startling for us, and we wanted to counter back as much as we could at that moment. And with you being the support, having to do the shot calling, wasn't it confusing when having the 1-3-1 split push? Yeah, I think we have to always limit the Fiora from split pushing, but I think it was partly my fault that I couldn't make the right shot calling at right times to limit its split pushing. We have a video highlight of a team fight that was crucially won by you guys. And it just seems like ROX Tigers in the recent form, no matter how bad you guys do, around the Baron pit, you guys seem really focused and poised. Yeah, they were defending to the last minute, which I felt like they should have gotten back earlier. So, while they were staying, we thought that we could open up a team fight and get it to our advantage. But in the end, you got the Baron stolen. How did that feel? Yeah, of course, getting the Baron would have been nice, but getting the team fight win was a bigger win for us. So getting that win, it was a much more valuable than getting the Baron. And maybe you got a little bit of ambition coming in with the Fiora coming in from game 1 that you decided to pick it up yourself in game 2. I just felt like the composition was suitable for Fiora, and in my position where I had to pick up top laner, so I thought the Fiora would have been top pick regardless of what happened in game 1. And it was your first Bard this season, Key, and how we haven't seen it in a while. I think the current meta with the supports is that we get a lot of melee support champions, and just having that little bit of range with the Bard gets you a lot of advantages in so many ways. And of course, you talk about the range that it has against the melee supports, but it was important things with the ultimates that you guys threw out with the Bard during the crucial team fights, and we'll see a video of it here. So where it started off with the Shockwave and continued on with the Bard ultimate. Yeah, with the shot calling, we always try to look at the vision that we have around, and once we see them come into our vision area, we try to go for initiate, and I do the shot calling sometimes with my teammates. And it seems like all the teammates are cooperating with me when I do make those shot calls.
그래서 2세트 이야기를 또 해보면 역시 피오라가 0-4-0으로 시작했어요.
And we want to move on to the second game where Fiora was 0-4-0 at the early game. Yeah, I think I forgot something on the mechanics for the early part of the game that I died in very weird situations where I shouldn't have. And somehow that game prolonged long enough that you had the split push advantage and you were able to do the macro game with the Fiora. We actually saw a solo kill from you with the Fiora despite being behind right around here. Yeah, with all the deaths, I had all the CS to go with that. I was actually pretty fed. Key, were you aware of that situation? Yeah, if he didn't have flash there, he shouldn't been, being so aggressive over there. But we know that he had flash, so he was able to, take his position and flash in whenever he needed the kill. So I was actually got a lot of hype from that play that we saw right there. And that might have been the crucial play, the decider for game 2, how the result turned out. And what was the main shot calling going on when the game was going so back and forth? Yeah, Caitlyn and Victor were just definitely so much more ahead than our laners respectively. And we had to really rely on our exhaust timing that we had the opportunity to use and try to, hold on until we got the crucial opportunity. So we always try to split up and try to look for the opportunities when we were given those. And the next game is against Ever 8 winners. And do you want to say anything in regards to the game coming up? We got our win, and the next matchup is no different, where we really need that win from Ever 8 winners. Key, you have a lot of fans here cheering on for ROX Tigers. Would you like to say anything to these guys? We always thank the fans who watch us and really root for us, and we'll try to meet your guys' expectations as much as we can, so by playing much better. Thank you very much, guys. So that's the end of the interview. Back over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Joel, as always. So yeah, feel good moment here for the ROX Tigers. Finally put that second win on the board, and a massive turnaround in game 2 that was very sloppy, but one that they probably should feel good about because they definitely did win against the run of play.
We learned that the ROX Tigers, on balance, are a better team than MVP. 50% better? Probably not. 30% better? Maybe. They are significantly better. Yeah. That is why they find themselves in 7th spot. They have a match that's interesting. Just before the Telecom War on Tuesday, there is another match that could be very important in terms of standings, because if ROX Tigers can beat Ever 8 winners and separate themselves by 2 match wins from BBQ and the rest of the bottom, that would actually be pretty significant in ensuring that they would not fall into relegations this season.
Yeah. Well, coming up next, of course, we do have our second match starting in about 20 minutes time, so actually not that long of a break this time around, Papa Smithy. We did have those games run rather late. It's going to be BBQ Olivers going up against KT Rolster. Another very difficult one here. Uphill battle for BBQ. Another team who really needs to put a win on the board, but it just doesn't seem that likely.
But it's also a trap game for KT. In spring season, KT, they fell into those traps. So while you want to say 2-0, 25 minutes, you're never quite sure with KT Rolster.
All right, well, we'll see what happens. Don't want to show their hand before that telecom war either, so want to play this one close to the vest as possible. We're going to go to that 20-minute break. We'll see you guys when we come back.
Coming up next, BBQ Oliver, KT Rolster, 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Split.
Not to
Eu sou carioca, nasci no Rio de Janeiro, estudava e jogava futebol. A minha grande paixão sempre foi o futebol.
I lost to my body.
Ronaldo always being involved with competition, and I believe that the esports market provides everything that the football at some point provided. So this parallel is really important.
Eu acho que existe muitas similaridades entre o esporte e o futebol.
Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as a wild bird sing, a sonic echo, there leaves no room for doubt. All the shots, bring it back to what it's now, as the world cries tears in our hands. Are we all part of a bigger plan? All the shots, bring it back to what it's now.
Today's matchup. BBQ Olivers. KT Rolster. 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Split.
Welcome back, OGN Legion, from our not-so-short break. A rare find these days, but not too bad. 20 minutes on that one, and now we get ready to go into our second match of the night. Final match here for us at OGN for the week for LCK. It's going to be KT Rolster going up against BBQ Olivers. KT currently hovering around those top 3 spots. Want to advance even further as they get ready to go into that telecom war on Tuesday. So stakes are high for these guys. BBQ as well, at the bottom of the barrel at the moment, alongside 2 of the teams that we just saw, but they want to step up their performance. Taking a game off KT would certainly set them up for that.
I mean, KT, it's their second game in a row against these teams right at the bottom. Of course, against Everate winners just a couple of days ago. Certainly too good in that particular game. Game 2 especially. We saw Smeb just pop off on Renekton and decide a game all on his lonesome. And BBQ Olivers, they have very tough opposition if they want to follow the ROX Tigers and also make it to 2-match wins. So expected to be the KT Lovin' as we wait for the Telecom War just 3 days away. But in the past, we have seen KT struggle when they have a really big match that they're preparing for in 3 days. Sometimes they look past a match. Can they look past the BBQ Olivers? I'm sure that'd certainly be a part of the fan base that would say yes, but it's on BBQ to show us something different.
Yeah, so a lot of pressure here for BBQ Olivers, who are currently in that 8th place spot. Want to try to start catching up to the ROX Tigers, keep their heads above the water and away from that relegation zone. But as it stands, with the expected outcome of this game being a KT victory, BBQ might just find themselves dropping a bit further. Won't be able to fall into that 9th to 10th place spot, I do not believe. Actually, they could fall below Ever 8, and that would put them in 9th place, just above MVP. So a lot of pressure on these guys to remain calm and try to put up a victory, at least one a convincing loss in this series.
The hopes of joining the top 6 for BBQ are probably almost gone at this point. They'd have to start rewriting the script as early as today. You cannot look forward to just the matches against the other lower place teams, because then you're kind of hard capped at 7th spot. You have no real chance of joining the upper echelon. And BBQ at the start of the season, or start of the year, I should say, people were saying that this is a team that could take the next step, much in the same way that MVP were able to in spring. BBQ started well, but they fell apart, and they really have not got it together in the summer season to speak of. Their opposition today is stiff opposition as well, so BBQ need to show us something new because what's happened before hasn't been working.
No, certainly not. Whereas KT Rolster with a victory here, 2-0, would swing them in front of Samsung, at least temporarily, and put them into that second place spot. Cannot surpass SK Telecom off a match win here alone, but they still have a few more to go through to maintain their spot in the top 3, see where they're going to bounce around and end up at the end of the first round robin. But you can see here on your screen the team that has no substitutes, except for Rift Rivals, where of course you have to have one, but we won't be seeing them playing here in LCK, at least not now.
Worth noting that it's not the end of the first round robin yet. Rift Rivals happens after the end of the first round robin, so they will have the option to add that player to the second round robin team if they so choose. Will KT, will MVP make those decisions? We don't have that information, but you're right. Not available playing this series, and not of the same caliber of the 5 players that are starting, so perhaps no big surprise.
Yeah, I mean, is a sub for Pawn something that he's been without for a while, but has been on form. So, I mean, before you think back to spring when this team was first starting, everybody was crying out, please, God, sign BDD, have him be a substitute for Pawn, maybe even start him over him. But now Pawn, he's been on form, has been performing for this squad, and has been a linchpin in their success so far.
BBQ in the first round robin was smashed by KT Rolster, you can tell, with their 0.6 KDA against the 14.3 of KT. Slightly more competitive in the second round robin, but more of the same. Smeb in great form in both those series, in wonderful form. After really putting Everett to the sword, he can actually be the regular season MVP leader if he picks up an MVP in this game. He is equal first with a couple of other members at 500 points. So Smeb looking to get a 3rd out of 4. If he was to win the regular season summer MVP, it'd be 3 out of 4 in the past 2 years. Some domination has not been seen in those rankings in Korea. KT Rolster, a bigger task for them in a couple of days' time, but will this just be them easily beating BBQ without showing any strategies? Because that is the gold standard for KT.
Woo! Well, you take a look at that jungle right there. Score, as you might expect, the veteran, the long-standing one here in LCK, absolutely destroying Bless's KDA more than 3 times over.
You know, he has been super good this season. His KDA has been strong, and Bless has been struggling. Nothing is working for Bless. The Lee Sin is most played, is not working. The Rek'Sai has been trying. He's always a Rek'Sai player. That's not working. Maybe it's time to bring out the Nidalee that a lot of people are playing in solo queue, was always a Bless pick, but has fallen away as we get to put the magnifying glass on the man who we mentioned is equal first in MVP. None of the champion picks should surprise you. Maybe a little bit less Shen nowadays than there was right at the start of the season, but his Renekton in particular has been fearsome, and his Rumble has always been one of those best in the world picks.
Yeah, for sure. It's Smeb, KDA, not as massive of a lead as you might expect over the likes of Crazy, but did start off the season a bit rough around the edges. He was actually one of the more concerning members of KT Rolster, but has gotten back into form. You look at that Renekton game where he completely dictated it and got the victory for them over Everett, and his DPM is also highest.
I'd like to draw the attention to the DPM. It's #1 in the league for top laners. It's actually #1 on his team as well. He does #1 percentage of his team damage as a top laner. Usually it's 80 carry, certainly can be mid laner, but as a top laner, Smeb has taken the damage burden, even playing games on champions like Shen. We saw some DPS Shen coming out recently, so crazy things have happened. Undefeated on Rumble, undefeated on Renekton. KT Rolster has a lot of picks you have to consider banning, and if you're on the red side, you even have to ban those pesky junglers as well, Achilles. So Smeb in a great spot, really warming up to this hot summer.
Well, fortunately for BBQ, they will be starting things off over on the blue side, so we'll have a bit more of a relaxed time here in game #1. Where the pressure's really on, they have their backs to the wall and a loss, so they have an opportunity to go ahead and focus out the likes of Smeb, perhaps. Try to take some of those comfort picks away from him, the Renekton and the Rumble, as you say, the undefeated ones for him, and try to set up for success. But even without their backs to the wall, with, 0-1 in a series, it's still a lot of pressure on these young players going up against a veteran squad that is KT.
Right, the blue side gives them some options, but then you're on the red side 0-1 if you lose with those options, Achilles, and that's where it can come crashing down against the best teams in the world. So, off for game 1, coming into in just a couple of seconds. We always start on the hour here, 7:55 local time, 7:59 at 55 even local time. So getting into picks and bans tough ask for BBQ Olivers, but will it just be super standard for KT Rolster, or do they throw the curveballs, show the zillion like SKT did a couple of years ago and say, hey, we also play this stuff over here. Do you want to ban that in 3 days' time?
Plenty of opportunity for mind games, but it's mind games not directed at BBQ, as you say. It's all for SK Telecom, for Coma, try to throw him off his preparation. But for now, the Rumble and the Renekton will both be taken off the board as KT bans out the ladder.
Sad days. We'll not see either of the undefeated picks. Crazy's played a bit of Renekton, and it could be a first pick, so we'll show respect to it. Will KT show any respect to the jungle pool, though? Because we're 3 bans in, and already no junglers are banned.
I think Thresh may be the one that they decide to take away. Or not Thresh, Zac. I'm writing as I'm speaking, so yeah, there we go. The Zac does come out.
With Bless,
but outside of that, maybe you know.
You don't respect the Lee Sin. Sure, he could play Elise, but you're not too worried about that either. So KT aren't as pigeonholed against BBQ as they might be on the red side against SKT in the future. Syndra banned on blue side here, so not willing to first pick it. Tempt has more been about the Taliyah, which very well could be a big pick for BBQ in this series. One of the few they have a good record on. What do KT want to do here? Do they actually go and ban something like the Elise? Caitlyn also is available and very frequently is banned this one. They will ban the Taliyah. Cool to see. So just going with banning something that's worked pretty consistently for Tempt in the past and a lot open, like for example the aforementioned Caitlyn at first pick.
Yeah, and if we see that Caitlyn first picked here by BBQ, perhaps we get to see Def Zaya, but instead it will be that Elise coming out here for Bless. So Deft gets his pick of the litter as far as the ADCs are concerned, and Caitlyn, being as strong as she is, will be snatched up.
Not actually one of his highest win rate AD carries, and we don't even mention the fact that Galio has gone past first pick and actually into the second round of the draft. Most likely going to be a pawn champion, although Smeb has played a couple of games of Galio this season as well. It seems like BBQ are smiling and be like, wait, we left Galio open? What?
How did this happen?
What will they want to run into it? Some people have messed around with the Lucian, and that's probably going to be a Lucian mid lane from Tempt.
I mean, you'd expect so, given how oppressive that bot lane would be. Caitlyn with the range would just punish the hell out of the Lucian. It seems like the Varus might just be the lock-in here for Ghost. Have some wave clear. So BBQ already showing the majority of their hand, just the top lane and the support remaining for them.
And if you're KT, you feel like you can just play tier list. You already got the top tier mid lane and AD carry with their first 2 picks, as that wouldn't be tier list. Put that Cho'Gath away, pawn. This would be, for Smeb, you'd imagine, as a top lane Jace. He is one of the great Jace players if it was to be selected, but jungle will be a lot simpler, and we've seen basically score on Kha'Zix duty the last few times, so there's 3 games in a row on that Kha'Zix.
Well, they can play around with this one, KT. You know, still have that potential to flex the Galio up to the top lane, since BBQ haven't selected a top laner, and then could just try to get something in mid that would be able to counter the Lucian out.
And that particular line of thought hasn't applied to many drafts. When you see Fiora banned, you start to wonder. Fiora, one of the strongest lane counters to a top lane Galio. We've even seen Fiora mid as an answer to Galio from the Afrika Freaks. So strong laning choice is banned away, gives open that flexible option. Galio and Kha'Zix have that great synergy because you can invade with a high damage jungler and have the hero's entrance in your pocket. So support and flexible mid-top lane pick to be selected for KT Rolster.
Lulu off the board, so BBQ trying to focus in here on Tamada.
Braum seems to be by far the most likely choice. It's the most played next to the Thresh for Mada, and also will deal well with the Varus, the Lucian, and the Elise. Tahm Kench going to be banned, so they seem to actually be fishing for a Braum ban here. KT Rolster by banning that Tahm Kench.
Does BBQ take the bait? Because you think that if they ban anything else, then Mono will just say, all right, screw it, just give me the Braum.
Would also allow them to wait till last pick and get the counter pick for Pawn or Smeb in that such a scenario. So what will they do here, BBQ? They just go with Karma, so they don't want to allow double ranged for KT. Braum or Rakan, I think, are the most likely choices here for the side of KT. Rakan would synergize really well with the hero's entrance, but Braum is the tier list choice and also very clean against what has been selected for BBQ. So even though I got super hyped for Mada's first game on Rakan, and you could see some wombo engage happening, they will go for the more tried and true which is that Braum.
Yeah, plenty to block out there. Piercing arrows as well as the likes of the culling there. So the Braum making a lot of sense here for Mata. And I believe he picked it up twice during that series against Everraid, so has been very well practiced on it as of late. Now, hovering through a couple different picks. It's going to be the Kled picked up here for Crazy in the top lane.
Could be a blind pick. Again, they're not 100% sure what KT are going to do with their solo lanes. Saw the Malzahar being hovered over. That's been the pick that Kuro was liking into mid lane Galio, but we knew that Lucian was already locked in for that particular lane. Not a support pick anymore after the latest mini rework.
But Zyra still is.
And now, if you're Smeb, you can just go for the Shen into the Kled. It is that tank matchup that does well, that can sustain through it very cleanly. Uber tanks here for KT Rolster. Gonna be not the most pressure in the top lane when it comes to wave pushing, but this is certainly a Kha'Zix Caitlyn dual threat comp, and the sort of comp where if Score gets an early lead, he has both Stand United and the Hero's Entrance. How do you even get into your jungle and take your Raptors if you have that much globals to respect from for KT Rolster?
I don't know. Could be a very tough one here. Draft especially just kind of exacerbates the issue for BBQ. But they need to get this Kled working very quickly on and attempt to see just how much pressure he can have on that Galio in the mid lane. Was the matchup that he wanted for this pick. So at least has that, but that's a slight reprieve given all of the defensive options that KT have available to them.
And Galio is just such a deal with pressure, wave clear and BK kind of champion that even with the Lucian, you wonder how much pressure he'll be able to do. Bot lane is also going to be a pressure point. They got the ranged into melee. They're hoping Totoro could do the heavy lifting in the 2v2. But it's Defton Mata. It's the Braum that he's so comfortable on. We'll see if that actually works out in practice.
Yeah, tough one here for BBQ ahead as we load in for game number 1. Let's see if they can put one on the border if KT comes up trumps as expected. KT fans coming out here to say hello to the team. Again, a nice rainy Saturday evening in Seoul. Rain's picking up actually since the day began.
So perfect time to stay home and watch some esports. Kilios.
These people are here to get wet for esports.
We haven't had that in quite a few years, sadly. We're quite dry for esports these days.
I'm going to drop this conversation before it goes somewhere else, but all right, little multi-man push forward there from KT. Not going to be able to land that Q. Slow up. We've seen a lot of people really committing in off of those Winter's bites from the Brahms.
4-man invade with a Braum can definitely be very potent stuff. But speaking of potency, Smeb having...
Well, Crazy's about to lose Skarl already.
Would force a recall around a minute 20, which Crazy doesn't want to do, so this is a real lose-lose situation.
He's channeling it out. Oh, look at that.
There's some Pepes.
There's some rare Pepes in the audience.
Korean Pepes are pretty rare.
And this is where everyone's like, where's my Munkus?
We don't run the Twitch channel, sadly. We cannot do any better Twitch TV enabling. Crazy's in a real bad spot.
This is awful.
Not going to be building up towards the Skarl either. Has to enter lane dismounted. This is just awful.
Yeah, this is pretty terrible.
Worst case scenario for Crazy. So novel that the...
Well, he's not dead yet, so I guess it's not the worst case scenario, but he's nearing it.
It feels really bad. At least when you die, you can get back into lane fast. This is like, you don't even feel like you're in lane when you're dismounted at level 1.
Well, Smeb at least won't get the drag through there. It's getting closer and closer. There we go. Skarl's back. Let's see how long he sticks around for this time. Expect one more trade from Smeb, and we'll send him running for the bushes yet again.
5 Doran Shield game, maybe a thing of the past come next week when we expect to move to 7.12. All the regen here on patch 7.11. That'll never get boring to say. Probably the only ever 7.11 patch there'll be in League of Legends. That's how the numbering system works.
I don't see how there would be another one.
Maybe when we hit patch 70, someone will say 7.11.
70.11.
That's a few years out.
Just a few.
Will we still be casting League of Legends together at that point, Achilles?
I don't know.
Will Bless get the gank off Achilles?
Another good question here is waiting for the cocoon. We'll throw it out. Lands. Goes in. Gets a nice bit of trade damage, but Smeb is actually trading back. One hit from Dead. Goes in underneath the turret. Flash away. Bless will take one more turret shot, but will not go down. So at least gets the summoner spell away from the Shen.
Well, Smeb decided he was a gambling man this morning. He was going back in more than you might have expected. Need to do another pull-through auto attack for him to actually die to the turret. Played with fire. And just teleport back in. But Crazy, after starting the lane dismounted, does get a big reprieve now at this point.
Yeah, this helps him out quite a bit. Has a CS advantage at the moment. Now, flashless Shen sets up for those ganks. Makes it much easier. Already has some decent vision control there with the ward in the river as well as the Scuttle Crab. So, knows that he's safe unless a gank should come through from the Dry Brush.
Seeing these top, you see the movement from Mata, who gets a ward onto the Krugs. Krugs very often the camp not cleared in the first clear and will relieve pressure from the bot lane. Dry Brush so often warded that Krugs is usually the path you come in to try and make a gank happen, and they have that information there.
Now, though, BBQ will be starting with some slight CS leads across all lanes.
Pawn's got double Doran's Ring. Another thing that may be a thing of the past.
Maybe he'll even get a third one.
Maybe. Hey, there's a Kura score thought. He bought 0 Doran's Ring. He's not affected by the changes, Achilles. Went back and got a control ward as well, but has not placed it yet.
Looks like he's going to do that now. Roams down into the river. We'll drop that right in the brush. Trying to spot out, but Bless might just find it instantly. And there you go.
75 gold gone.
30 gained.
BBQ smashing KT in the gold. 200.
Just destroying them.
We're good at adjectives here on the LCK broadcast.
They're getting bopped.
Still time for that. Smeb does have wave control here. It's so big that, of course, Crazy doesn't want to opt into any trades. Happy to let the minion wave push in. No real action in the bot lane. Going for the double ranged hasn't really led to any lane control, predictably, to the side of BBQ. And in the late game, the Zyra will be able to offer some disengage. But with so many shields, so many divers on the side of KT, you do wonder if she'll just die during the taunt of the Galio.
Or of the Shen.
True.
There's options. But, see, Smeb going to go ahead, push down, throws out that scrying plant. We'll spot Bless. Get some nice vision on him. Throw down the ward as well next to the Grom.
The action doesn't really begin for KT until they have ultimates on their top and mid laner. Both of them have globals, so that's where Score will start adjusting his pathing. You see largely just farming, but the moment that he has double globals in his pocket, he can be significantly more aggressive. So them going anywhere near equal in lane is basically all that KT are expecting with their Galio and Shen. The aggressive side of the coin is with the Lucian and the Kled, even in the early game. So for now, it's going to be pretty much a farming phase. Those looking for fireworks need to give us about another 5 minutes or so, and then they'll start popping off.
Yeah, just set a timer.
11:33.
Yeah, we'll see you then. But for now, steady as she goes. Ooh, a third Doran's Ring has been acquired. Who would have thought?
3 rings, but only 2 ring fingers.
One's a toe ring, I guess. I don't know.
Ew. Doran wouldn't have wanted that at all.
Probably not. Who is Doran? Where's the lore on Doran?
These are questions we've asked in this broadcast before, and yet we still don't know, right? Please.
I need actually just make the first Riot novel. And have
you
it
would
all.
totally read the Riot novel. I know you very well, Achilles.
I've read many a gaming novel in the past.
Which is the one you're the proudest of, like that you would recommend to someone not into gaming, and which is the one where you're like, oh boy.
This is a difficult choice.
Let's say not into gaming at all.
Not into gaming at all. So
and it's just a sick novel.
Just an actual good story.
Yes.
I need a minute.
It's okay. Nothing much is happening on screen.
I have till 11:30 to figure this out.
Score and Marta through the mid lane, although Marta will just back away. Just wanted wards on the Raptors. See Marta doing his best to double ward the enemy jungle and remove any control from the side of BBQ. They have a vision advantage and double global. It's going to be super happy times for KT. Though Crazy is keeping Smeb pretty honest on the top lane so far.
I'd say probably it's from the Diablo novel series, The Sin War. Which is a 3-part, but if you just read the first one,
okay,
that's probably a good
And what about
place
the
to
low
start.
light, where you're like, oh, I should not have read that?
One of the ones that I should not have read? Probably either the Resident Evil novel, one of those, or the Halo ones.
Okay, good to know.
The later Halo ones. Actually, the first one is very good.
I take the executive decision of just not reading any video game books.
That's fine.
I don't think I'm missing too much.
I was a young lad when I read the Halo and Resident Evil ones.
It's about 2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah, you know.
Smeb's doing a lot in the top lane. He's getting
Got
down
the
and dirty
taunt.
with Crazy.
He's trying to bait him in. Has a shotgun blast, but here comes Score. Can he get the hit? Flashes in for it. Will get the kill in the end. Doesn't have the mana for the leap, but does make it out in time with his light.
And Smeb doesn't even have to use his flash to get out despite falling so low. Score able to pick up the kill as well. This is what we were talking about, a lead on the jungler and globals available. None of the globals needed for that particular play. And sure, Score may be invading without his flash up, but with so many different types of artillery to call in, it's time to get in that enemy jungle.
Very nicely done by him. So first blood on the board for KT. 9:30, a little bit, 2 minutes ahead of schedule there on that kill coming through. So sorry for all the people that AFK'd. They won't hear my apology either, but at least I made one. For now, though, still barely a lead for KT on the board. CS discrepancy here in mid and top lane, helping out in that regard.
Good to see the control ward line from BBQ. Have 3 on basically all the entrances for getting to the enemy jungle, so they were able to read the game very clearly and know what the game plan is from KT. It's all about extending KT's jungle to also include landmass from the side of BBQ. And now, just Score walking up to the Cloud Drake. He has vision of Bless on his Raptors. Not be looking any more aggressive. We've been talking about interactions and things that will be going away on patch 7.12. Worth noting that the Bulk Dilution interaction with Blade the Ruin King will go away as well. I mentioned it a couple of times, but the interaction that's still live on patch 7.11 is that when you auto-attack as Lucian, once you get Blade the Ruin King, the Blade the Ruin King and Black Cleaver, basically, when you have that duo of items, every auto-attack counts as 2 stacks of Black Cleaver because it's the damage from the auto-attack and the damage from the Blade the Ruin King calculated separately and as 2 different effects or types, sources of physical damage, and thus, basically, you auto-attack, Q, get the on-hits in, and yep, fully stacked Black Cleaver in that particular situation. That goes away in 7.12, so mid lane Lucian, especially into a matchup like Galio, will be slightly worse in patch 7.12.
It only had a short stay. We've only seen this mid Lucian a couple times, and maybe that'll set it over the edge, not sure.
No, it won't. It still will be a pick, but again, you just won't have that instant oomph that there is right now. KT Rolster decided they didn't want to explode anyone. It's been pretty steady as she goes, but happy with where the game is, poised at 11 minutes in.
Well, everybody that was coming back at 11:30 is now disappointed. They missed the only kill.
They did.
And there's no more happening on the screen.
Give it time. We'll get there. I'm
See ya.
confident.
15:30.
Not setting any more timestamps.
Just keep increasing it in increments of 4 or 5 minutes.
It's usually the way LCK goes. What people learn is that if you're watching the VODs and you want to speed through them, usually the smart thing to do is just watch Drake go down and then add 5 minutes to the game. Probably didn't miss anything between the 5 minutes. You miss some sick banter sometimes, but that's
just do it at 1.5 speed, then you can kind of hear the banter and you have funny voices.
It's true.
Or if you really want to be tickled, then you can go ahead and watch it at 0.5 speed or whatever the slowest is that allows for audio to still play.
I don't know if that's a smart idea at all.
Oh man, party in the Bramble Pit.
The Rivington Special. We're waiting for KT to invest these globals. We're getting closer and closer to level 2 globals before any of the heroes' entrance and the Stand United are used. It's always a sad time. Matchup only gets better for Smeb in the top lane. Once you get access to more points in the dodge field as well. Feels like trades at all points are very even for Smeb and doesn't really have to invest his life to be able to hold in and wave clear in front of the Kled. So that's why it's always been valued as a pretty good pick into the Kled.
It has a Tiamat to go ahead and match that. A wave clear coming through. So he's in a decent spot now, can just start getting beefier.
Score spotted on a ward, but so is Bless.
He's just having a laugh.
Sweeper doesn't quite spot the wards. He doesn't know that he's been seen. Smeb trying to power his way to a level 11. But still about a minion wave away from that point.
Yeah, that's one of the things I didn't find in Japan was like a chocobo, like a stuffed chocobo.
I saw a chocobo.
You did?
They were there. We went to a Final Fantasy special occasion.
No, like a plushie?
Yeah.
I didn't see those. Oh well, that's gonna be Bless getting found here. Stand United coming through from Smeb as he wants to join in the fight, and Score's gonna find the kill. Now Hero's entrance thrown down by Pawn just to help keep the Kazakhs alive. They won't be able to get the kill in on the temp, but the pop-up comes through off the Glacial Fissure onto Totoro. Concussive blows get popped, and Deft will be finding that kill.
Invading all as one, but with the globe as we spoke of, Score lived so long with his Hex Drinker shield and also Hero's entrance invested on him. They get 2 picks, they'll turn it into a Drake, and these are the sort of moves that this comp is drafted for, and that was even with Score being seen on a ward and advanced knowledge being there for BBQ. You get a control ward line, you don't have that advanced knowledge, it's not going to be 2 kills, it's going to be even more over to the side of KT Rolster.
Very nicely done by them, 2 more on the board. Cloud Drake gets picked up by KT, and it's going to be an Infernal on the way.
And the kills have gone to, on the perspective of BBQ, the absolute worst members, the only 2 damage dealers. Another game where we've seen a very early QSS from an AD carry. This time it is onto the side of Deft.
Top lane. Smeb maybe in the spot of bother, does not have that flash, but actually the cocoon will not connect.
And that was not the best use of the ultimate. They're going to draw a teleport, but will it actually be fast enough?
It looks like the answer is going to be yes. They're backing off here. As Pawn will arrive, just to alleviate some pressure. Deft is there to pick up the slack in the mid lane. As rotation gets completed by BBQ, just sending Ghost and Totoro up towards that top side of the map.
They just didn't really want to lane with Totoro with no flash against Caitlyn and Braum. They were worried of an all-in onto the Zyra, so looked for the lane swap after good item timing. Blade the Ruin King already completed from the side of Ghost. Mentioned that the QSS is there for Deft. Basically the theory here is that they want to put pressure on other sides of the map and want Caitlyn to be able to just push up and wave clear and go for turret damage. So if you think about it, the old build for Caitlyn was always Berserker Greaves, BF Sword, kill turrets. The QSS just to make that even safer, and you can work on the crit modifiers later because you've got a pushing build and also the ability to cancel out a pick CC.
It's playing it nice and safe. BF Sword's there, so it has a decent amount of backup damage, but will be a bit lacking until we see the likes of that Infinity Edge get completed.
There's a Kazakhs to pick up the slack though, so too many worries there for Deft.
Yep, and he already has that Hex Drinker, so doesn't really have to fear walking in to face Jack Blast, has that added bit of protection. And also just in these longer skirmishes with Totoro on the team, the Zyra innately going to be doing quite a bit of damage with those plants, so just that much safer.
Yeah, the magic resist against, as you say, the hidden magic damage of the Zyra and Elise duo. It's always a decent move. We won't need to invest too much further beyond that, but the piecemeal items will help you against the high base damages of those 2. KT already pushing up that ward line like we mentioned, waiting for them to go for the pick plays we said where there isn't advanced knowledge for BBQ, and the advanced knowledge for BBQ is becoming a lot more conservative. They are able to hold a control ward line, but it's around their blue buff and also the entrance to blue rather than the river vision that they could get a few minutes ago.
Yeah, I mean, it's 3 just straight through the jungle over towards this mid lane. And nothing on that bottom side of the map outside of the river ward that's thrown down there for Crazy to keep himself at least a little bit safe. So, certainly lacking in that regard. Overall, the vision control here from BBQ leaves a lot to be desired.
But it's kind of a reality. It's not really a criticism of BBQ. It's, well, this is where...
This is what they're dealing with.
This is what they're dealing with. This is where they can fight, because otherwise they know that instantly they can be outnumbered in such a trivial way. Crazy doesn't have his teleport yet, and Stand United and Hero's Entrance are pretty cool when it comes to fighting over vision. So it's the maximum they can get is score once tapped.
Pushing his way in here. Hero's Entrance now coming through with the Stand United. Everybody just going to be piling in. Smeb says hello. He'll just tag in for that assist. Now Glacial Fisher coming through. His Bless will get popped up. Totoro over the wall trying to offer up his condolences at the least. But that's about all he can do. Bless will fall. 2 more picks over to KT, and maybe just a Rift Herald started up.
Yeah, the global players are starting Achilles. We knew they were coming. It wasn't quite 11:33, but at 18 minutes we've seen 2 rounds of globals, and all Crazy can do is get decent damage on an outer turret while KT get 2 kills. They'll turn onto a Rift Herald. They will take the Rift Herald into whichever lane, maybe even help out the Shen and put it into Kled's lane and extend the length of the lane and cause Crazy to slowly have to work down turrets before, walk down minion waves before he can even hit turrets. KT Rolster, 5-0. Way too early to talk about perfect games, but another turret is going to be on the menu right now.
Yep. Go ahead, summon up that Rift Herald, charge through just to finish this one off. Don't think they'll be able to escort this very far, because there's several members of BBQ up towards this top side of the map. Just want to finish that one off. Now the Cocoon comes through, Score flashing over the wall, Culling coming down. As they try to chase in and finish him off, he will get the kill attempt. Just able to lock him in, Score turning back to actually fight Bless. He loses his life, and you had to mention the perfect game, Papa Smith. You ruined it all.
Well, condemned to an imperfect game, but that was just Score. Not being respectful that BBQ could just be lying in wait, didn't have any backup. Galio did not have Hero's Entrance available. So
we should have expected that they were going to be collapsing on the Rift Herald anyway.
Where else would they be also on the map? There was one of those cases where Score had a brain fade, but at the same time, Def just walks bot lane, joins the Shen, and they'll take another turret. So they may have ventured too far in the top side, but still will get an advantage on the bot side.
It's exactly where they want that advantage, because 45 seconds out, we will be having that Infernal Drake spawn. A bit too early for something like the Baron, even though they do have the tanks to go ahead and shoot through that damage. But Infernal Drake is certainly going to be the next prize that KT have their eyes set on.
We'll see if BBQ can not fall into the trap that a lot of teams have and start looking at vision around the Baron pretty early, because, as you say, they're not the most Baron team, but because they have the super tanks and Kha'Zix and Caitlyn have both had decent starts. Still an outside chance that 23, 24-minute Baron can happen for the side of KT Rolster. Infernal Drake, like you say, more likely to be the first point of call, though.
Well, BBQ's pushing in. They want to get vision control around this objective. Pick up the Scuttle Crab for themselves and have control wards down. They will actually start this. Fawn has TP and the Hero's Entrance. He's going to be channeling, but he's coming in from pretty far away. Will have the distance to get the ultimate off should he need it. Smeb goes in, 2-man, Shadow Dash comes through,
Wombo
Hero's Entrance
combo.
comes down. They're just going to pop up Ghost for Eternity, and Score is there to scoop up the kill. Strangledords getting a 4-man knockup onto KT as Smeb channels out on that Stand United, and they'll just go ahead and turn straight back up the river and take out Crazy.
And maybe even take out the Baron Achilles, because they get 2 clean picks. Bless has no flash. They were happy to fight after the Infernal, because we spoke about early Barons. They're a bit risky when you're trying to sneak them with low damage. They're not so risky right now.
Yep, Score gonna go ahead, heal up off this Honey Fruit. Smeb, Pawn, and Mata all very healthy to go ahead and start this one up, so they will go for the Baron, and it seems like BBQ has no interest in even trying to stop them.
It's free. Yeah, BBQ, when they lose 2 members and they don't see anyone from KT on the map, they can put 2 and 2 together. 2 and 2 equals Baron in this particular game. Baron goes down. KT Rolster now 5,000 gold ahead. We see a replay of the fight, and it's the globals again. But when you see Galio and Shen, you should know what to expect. But the taunt into 2 as the flash Braum ultimate comes in, Mata. The amount of comboing here, they did not overlap much CC, even though they had so much initiation CC. Beautiful stuff from KT. Pawn can swagger walk away from a couple of members, because he is Galio. He is already unkillable. Goodbye to Crazy. Goodbye to BBQ's hopes of getting the first Baron. And now they got a split push with Baron buff, and that's pretty cool.
Yep. Smeb currently sitting at 100% kill participation as well. 7 assists.
Secret Agent Shen
has not died yet.
Maybe he's being a good ninja for once. He's 007. That's what ninjas should be. They should be inconspicuous.
James Bond isn't exactly the most inconspicuous person.
Have you ever met James Bond?
No, I'm saying in the movies, he, usually explodes onto the scene or something. Like, he'll sneak in and then he just starts shooting everybody, and they're like, oh, okay, Bond's here.
I mean, it depends if you follow the theory that James Bond is the same person in all the movies, or if it's separate events. James Bond universe is kind of all over the place.
Yeah. That's true.
At some point, Doctor Who makes more sense than James Bond, and that's not a good thing. At least they try to pretend why he looks different every
They can
time.
back it up with magic.
It's true. It's Deus Ex Machina, thank you.
It makes a little bit more sense. Well, Smeb gonna get jumped on, but he's pretty tanky. Charge comes through, they will try to lock him in. Flash available, will go over the wall, so they at least get the summoner spell away from him, but won't find too much else for their troubles. In the meantime, Tempt in a spot of bother throws out the culling, but likely will be losing out on that tier 2 turret in top.
Yeah, they're just playing the whole map, KT. Left Armada chilling in the mid lane, getting a couple pot shots onto the inner turret. Inner turret in top lane is gone. Score and Pawn make short work of that. They'll just keep pushing in, and they had the ward line, in the river, and then they had the ward line not so much in the river, and now the ward line doesn't really exist too much for the side of BBQ Olivers because they're seeing KT on the map all the time, and it's them just front dooring and taking their objectives.
Yep. Go ahead and knock this down. So yeah, nothing inconspicuous about this one. Depth's gonna go forward with the flash, tries to get that final shot in onto Totoro, but needed a bit more damage to register.
It was a flash crit,
kill shot,
but wasn't quite enough, as you say.
Yeah. Needed Pawn to land his gusts in order to pick up that one. Perhaps that might have been enough, but now Smeb still just going to go ahead. Moving up these minions, doesn't really care about all the damage coming through onto him because the rest of the team is there to back him up. Hero's entrance is available if he does go low.
Yeah, he was just walking up and waiting for his team's call on whether he should initiate with a taunt or not. Team thought better of it. Now they can all initiate.
He's got a TP ready to go as well as the Stand United, so.
Mara doesn't have flash, so he can't just flash ultimate start this, and Pawn will just channel the taunt, try to take it down.
Maybe he doesn't even need the flash. Chain of Corruption coming down into the roots there from Pawn. Will Justice punch his way to safety, create some distance, and now they're just going to go turn straight in on the blast. Taunt comes through, he misses the cocoon, and that's all she wrote. Can't even flash away in time. Everybody just simultaneously pouring in onto the spider, and she goes down, and KT will inevitably get this final inner turret.
KT made it look so easy. They basically sidestepped what they were doing, squished the spider instantly, and killed the objective they were actually there for. KT Rolster, we wondered, could they have the perfect game? And sure, it won't be statistically the perfect game, but when it came to let's show nothing, play normal, and win comfortably, we're pretty much getting that, Achilles.
Yep. Well, Smeb is no longer 007. He's now 008. So it can't be James Bond. Unlike Daniel Craig, who is still James Bond, apparently.
He can still be a secret agent at 008.
Sure. But it's not James Bond.
We haven't talked about secret agents till we had to find out whether Tucson was a secret agent or a double agent on support Nunu. He turned out to be a double agent.
He was a double agent, for sure.
And yeah, there's just no way back into this game for BBQ. They're too far behind, the globals are there, KT can dive, KT can initiate. They've only got 2 DPS dealers, but one of them is ungodly fed, as score is 5-1-2, almost 100% kill participation. Only man with that 100% is the aforementioned Smeb. I'm just waiting for Mata to decide to flash ult someone.
He's thinking about it. He's thinking about it.
Man, Mata, when it's not a disengaged support meta, is so much more fun than Mata being forced to play Lulu Karma every game.
Or at least if you could just be a lot more aggressive on the Lulu. Flash wild growth yourself, get a 5-man knockout.
We're just waiting for that Alistair to come back.
Yeah.
Mata and Gorilla highly like that particular point.
Oh god, sounds so good.
Double F somewhere had a little shiver. It's like, no, not the Alistair.
Please. Pawn, taunt ready to go. Doesn't have the flash, however, so can't have the engagement off the backside of that. Just kite back, they get the calling out. Ace in the hole, connects in onto Bless. Heating that up for his team, and also stepping on the trap line as Def just fires away.
Shen in the top lane, though, so they're continuing down this siege. They're making the rotation. We can't see the turret health.
Just cutting their way back and forth. BBQ, no vision over that wall. He'll come back in. Pawn just missing that taunt in onto Tempt.
Doesn't have flash himself.
Chain of Corruption does go down. Just punch forward, looking for the Lucian. So just keep whittling away at the turrets.
Good wave clear on the side of BBQ from the double AD, and Zyra can even help. So for now, thwarted. When it comes to actually breaking the base, the last thing to dot the I and cross the T on this game. Maybe they'll just wait and get a couple of Drakes and Barons, I guess.
Another Cloud Drake for KT, 2 stacks. Oh boy. Pick that one up, and it's going to be a third. Got to go fast.
You know, the game's probably going to be over before the third.
It very well could be.
Mercifully, if you're a BBQ fan, I would say. They'll just push out, but you can see the gold lead. It's about even across everyone. Apart from at the support, even at the support role, so everyone is kind of contending with their opposite number being stacked for items.
He's in the hole. Totoro gonna get chipped out, but nobody there close enough to capitalize. Would be going in a bit blind and want to be prepped for that Baron that is just now spawning. KT, do they just rush this down? Do they go for a pick? Seems like it's going to be the latter. Dashing forward there is Mata. It's a Winter's Bite. Now Stranglethorn's thrown out by Totoro, but he's going to go down. One more shot will do it, and Depth finds it. Knock up into the taunt, comes through. Tempt. The target will fall. Double kill going over to the Caitlyn. And all of the damage threats have basically been taken care of. BBQ suffering 3 losses, and honestly, that might just be the end of the game. Baron be damned.
Yep, it's just the brute force approach, Achilles. They didn't really even need Mata to have the Rambo plays. They had caught the Zyra on the other side. Pawn walks in with the swag taunt, taunting basically no one.
Oh, he's taunting everyone.
It's true. Got some binary stuff going on from BBQ this game. 1 turret, 1 Drake, 1-1-1 across the top of the screen. Even KT getting in on the act with their 2 1s.
Well, that'll be the Nexus now exposed. Respawns are starting to come through. But this would be one hell of a fight by BBQ. To turn it around, they do not do so. And pre-30 minutes, KT Rolster makes very swift work of BBQ Olivers.
If you want to get excited about KT, this is a good series to get excited about them for. Maybe contain your excitement to just their performance against BBQ.
Yeah, have the asterisk, like, I'm excited for KT versus BBQ. Nobody else.
It's not the quite level of proclamation that perhaps you want to make about KT.
But it's safe.
And 3 days before a telecom war, if you're a KT fan, it's time to be safe. You definitely don't want to take any risks. Don't want to have too much optimism. The world can come crashing down in just a few days' time, but they did exactly what they wanted. They had their perfect game, and for them, the perfect game was draft normal, basically went tierless with all their picks, played smartly, everyone feels good, everyone had an even gold lead. They didn't need a carry because they had 5 carries in game 1.
Well, somehow prepping for a telecom war, beat BBQ to give the fans false hope, doesn't have that great of a ring to it. But KT, as expected, will come up with that victory as they get poised to take on SK Telecom in just a few days' time. And as expected, win goes through for them. Very well could be that 2-0. BBQ not really looking competitive at many points in this game. A couple decent trades on objectives for them, but overall, just kind of fell to the wayside.
It's kind of fell off a cliff. You know, their ward line, I think, was kind of symbolic of their hope for this game. At one point, it was there. They could see score, and yet still died to it. Then it got shallower, then it got shallower. Then they were just watching as KT took all their objectives, and then they watched as their nexus exploded, and the game was over.
Yeah, they rode their ship straight into a coral reef, and now the boat is sinking. They have one more game to try to stop the damage, try to get back on the seas, but doesn't seem like it's going to happen. We're going to go to a quick commercial break, guys. And when we do come back, we will have Game 2, see if KT Rolster will, in fact, close this out nice and cleanly with that 2-0 victory, or if BBQ can manage to fire back.
as a wild bird sings. A sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's now. As the world comes tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? All the shots bring it back to what it's now.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, from that short little commercial break.
It wasn't that short. It was actually pretty long.
Okay, yeah, it was a bit longer than expected because we had to run a video on the Korean side of things. But if you missed it, KT Rolster did come up with the win there in game number 1, as you can see, and Smeb did a lot of damage on Shen.
He has a way of doing it on Shen. He goes for the very early Tiamat, starts pumping out the damage, even in the tough matchup against the Kled. Where will the MVP go? It'll go to Smith.
All right, well, 100% kill contribution. He held it through all the way.
Normally, secret agent numbers are 3. 3 numbers. He's gone for the 4 numbers, so he's a bit different. He's gone for the binary secret agent, 0011.
He's not high enough rank to get a letter, though. But Smeb will take sole possession of first place at the moment. Nobody else in the game can catch up to him, and maybe he can even set himself up for a double MVP here today to really take a lead.
And he warmed up slowly, did Smeb, but man, does he looking so much better in recent games. His Renekton game has now been chained into this Shen game, was on point. The use of globals this game was a pleasure to watch from KT Rolster. At the start, we're like, when are we going to see them? We were waiting. Everyone had their popcorn ready, their cake in their mouth, ready to go. Finally, you could go agape because it was some great stuff from them. The wombo around the Drake was perhaps the best of all.
Oh yeah, that one was really solid. Shout out to Pawn, by the way, in the last clip, flashing over the cocoon to get the taunt in. Nice little micro interaction. But yeah, I mean, KT, it was a slow start to the game, but
here we go.
Once it began,
taunted into knocked up, into no fun at all for poor Ghost.
Yeah, they pulled the thread, the sweater unraveled very quickly, and all BBQ was left with was a string.
It's one of those things where SKT maybe learns don't leave Galio up, but they kind of knew that already. So
I mean,
the learnings are not there, and Score also chaining together Kha'Zix's victories this season.
I think better advice would be don't play against KT Rolster, but they sort of have to do that, so it's a bit of a pickle that they're in. But rough stuff here for BBQ. Great stuff from Smeb and KT overall. Barely giving up any kills or objectives during that game. Smeb trying to reaffirm himself as one of the best players, if not the best player in the world, like we were touting in 2016.
You know, he's always in the conversation. Even if sometimes he's falling away in current form, KT have a roster of players, Pawn included, who at times have been one of the best in their role. So when they can turn it on, we get to see some great League of Legends, some individual plays worthy of the MVP tag. Earning an MVP on KT Rolster is always something to cherish. For BBQ, they're getting good experience against KT Rolster, but not looking like any of their game score will be impacted, as this time KT Rolster's on the blue side. Good luck with that, BBQ.
Yeah, let's just swap them over to the side that has the highest win rate. They're still going to ban away that Renekton first and foremost, so I want to take that one off the board, but maybe they could get their hands on the Rumble. Fully expected to be banned, however.
I kind of want to see KT play Xayah, so I'm hoping it's not going to be a Caitlyn first pick, but it's going to be a lot available when you can afford to ban LeBlanc on blue side. Could just be taking the Elise as well if BBQ cannot find a spot to ban it. But because Score on Lee Sin is not as scary a proposition as some of his other picks, there's the chance that will be left open in this game.
It's a couple moments there, but so far the Galio banned away. Do we see
Taliyah?
The Taliyah off the board is the question here for KT. Because right now, BBQ, they got to rack their brains depending on what is banned by KT. Elise available. As you mentioned, Lisa, not the biggest priority, but Caitlyn is there. And it's going to be the Syndra yet again away from Tempt.
This will potentially leave the Taliyah open for BBQ. I actually like the Taliyah more on blue side than red side compared to some of the delay champions. Her shorter range means that her denying Baron and other objectives seems a bit cleaner on blue side compared to red. So not as high value as the red side ban from KT onto the Talia. And the Karma is actually going to be interesting.
They can choose.
They did ban lots of range supports in the second round of the draft in game 1, largely targeted at Mada.
Oh, it's going to be Caitlyn yet again.
Over Elise, interestingly. Now, maybe this is just they don't want to play Elise before playing against SK Telecom. There's always mind games to be discussed when we're in situations like this. BBQ will still be happily picking up Talia and Elise, and when it comes to power picks, it's a great duo. They have a lot of synergy with each other, great for roaming as well. So BBQ do get a large amount of power on the red side, depending on where KT want to go with their draft.
Can they make it work? Is going to be the question. Flip back over to KT here, running down the clock, taking their time with this one. Could you see the Kazakhs come back out?
Rumble's available.
Oh,
so,
yeah. Hey, look at that.
Well, it wasn't going to be taken by BBQ because Crazy is not a great Rumble player. And returning to the playbook of just playing what's normal, can't be much more normal than Rumble, who almost certainly will not be available for KT in the series coming up.
You would expect so. And
for either team, actually, if you think about it.
An interesting hover from Pawn, the Fizz.
He's played one game of Fizz, looked really poor on it earlier in the season, so...
But now he looks great.
It's true. His form is better, but why not just go for the Orianna, take the fact that you'll be pushed in early, and then just scale and BK? You already have Rumble to win the push war in another lane, so chances of being 3 lanes pushed in when you draft Caitlyn, Rumble, and Orianna is basically 0.
Yeah. You know, KT just countering these 2 massive picks that BBQ were able to get for themselves. And now, seems like they want to take this Braum away. Could just try to draft an ADC before the bans come through from KT, and that's going to be the thought process here as they pick up the Varus.
It's actually more likely to be a Braum ban, I would say, from BBQ than a Braum take. If you look at the comp KT's running, Braum does actually basically nothing. He just kind of dies in AoE to Orianna and Rumble, so very low value to draft Braum on the red side.
He can block the Harpoons.
Oh, yeah. If he's in range of Harpoons in team fights, probably got bigger problems.
Yeah. Probably either just ban it away or... I mean, if they really did want to take it, they could. But yeah, the Varus here makes a lot more sense before the champion pool gets limited.
Speaking of champion pools, they want Score to play something other than Kazakhs. We're sitting at 4-0 in recent games on the Kazakhs, so trying to force him away from Ultra Comfort. Maybe that will prompt the Lee Sin that's up and down from Score to be drafted in this game.
Well, as expected, with the ADC selected, it's going to be the bottom lane still focused out here. Smeb, kind of, pretty confident in his Rumble here, so they'll go ahead and just get rid of that Lulu. They don't want anything that BBQ can use to die slower.
That's fair. They want to die fast.
Yeah. Well, kill them fast, get out of here, and enjoy their Saturday night.
I wonder if Score will show Rek'Sai in this game. Will be a good ball carrier. Will be a champion who played a lot in the past. You can see an argument for Rek'Sai from KT Rolster. But perhaps it's optimism not really worth considering. Tahm Kench and Braum were the supports that really leapt off the page for KT Rolster to draft. Tahm Kench taken away, and BBQ could deny the Braum if they really want, even if it doesn't fit their comp so well. Taking away the Jace is a potential laning matchup into the Rumble. One of BBQ's best games was Crazy on Jace, abandoning his tank role play and actually playing for lanes, so interesting ban. And Cannon's not really a pick that's been considered that much, especially this week with the win rate falling away.
Yeah. Well, they still come back to this Braum.
It's a nice takeaway from KT Rolster, and it is a powerful support. It's just not a game where Unbreakable is going to get massive value. So that's kind of what they're sacrificing from taking the Braum in this spot.
Well, it was banned in game 1. Now it's available. Could just see that Thresh come through here for Mata. The old classic, and it will be locked in. Final pick as we wait to see what Score will be piloting. You say the Rek'Sai, perhaps.
Gragas also would be about as normal as can be.
That's true.
Physical damage, though, would be a little bit nice coming from anyone other than the Caitlyn, so I feel like Gragas or Rek'Sai. Does he want to show Rek'Sai in a game like this is the question, though.
Ooh,
and actually goes for a really intriguing draft. Now suddenly, it feels like the only ball carrier, realistically, is going to be Mata on the Thresh, because they're going to actually take Graves, who's been overlooked for a lot of games recently. Has not been a popular jungle choice. Very low win rate in the league. It's a comfort pick for him. And the Camille into Rumble. Try the split push story anyway for Crazy. Didn't get the Jace. Would have been more reliable in having ranged poke. But the Camille, same sort of idea. Get the Camille going. Get the Trinity Force and a Hex Drinker. Try to kill that Yordle across the map.
All right. Well, some throwback picks here. Camille and Graves, both ones that we've seen here and there, but definitely have fallen off as far as the popularity is concerned from the players. But interesting drafts on both sides. You can see Graves score go back onto that Graves. So see how much he's kept up with it in the solo queue and how much he's practiced on it lately.
A pick comp with Camille. We saw a pick comp with Fiora earlier in the day. I like a pick comp with Camille because if she shows up in a fight, puts down the Hextech Ultimatum, suddenly the area you have to juke, Cocoon, or Seismic Shove is drastically reduced, and you can actually work with a pick comp, but also be a similar level of split-pushing threat. So the Camille coming in, more and more players are messing with it, sees buffs in future patches. I think we'll be seeing more Camille in the future.
Tempt a lot safer.
And Tempt also gets his Ultra Comfort in the Talia, so some power in the draft from BBQ. Casey Rolster, they just want to end it early. They just want to go and start preparing for that telecom war. But BBQ have got quite a fearsome draft in Game 2.
Yeah, still an immense amount of pressure here. Their backs against the wall. Need this win to extend the series to a third game and to just really instill hope in their fans. Let's see if BBQ can do it or if this will be the 2-0 closeout from KT Rolster as we load in for Game 2. KT fans feeling the wind, or the wind, feeling the wind. We're inside. Feeling the wind.
Did someone fart?
It's on the horizon, maybe. Was it you?
No. But someone, if they're feeling the wind, then you know.
All right, well, it's a big audience. It could be any one of these people.
That's true.
Do
you see any likely types when you look out at the crowd? Anyone look a bit bashful when you look out there?
I mean, a lot of these girls when they get on camera.
Well, that's actually a pick coming onto Smeb. He's all alone. Will be forced to flash.
Wow, nice invade.
But it's a predictable one, right? It's a 5-man invade with the Braum coming in, which is such a standard thing, and almost caught out Smeb.
It was him!
That was really loud.
He's hiding his face.
That was very loud. Calm down over there.
I found him.
I see what you were up to in year 1. You were definitely the person dobbing on people. It was him! The BBQ invade works out really well. That means that Rumble has no flash now, Achilleos, and Camille may actually get to her phase just a bit faster. You want to talk more about farting, don't you?
No, I was going to say it's a good thing I wasn't a part of the Salem witch trials, because it's like, that one. She's the witch.
It's a deep reference.
Yeah.
I get it, but it's a deep reference.
It's not that deep.
Well,
everyone's heard of it.
We'll see how big a hole Smeb has dug himself. With no flash against a Camille Elise. That could be really painful.
Yeah, that doesn't sound great. Depth and Mata are going to try to make up for it here as they push in, just trying to give Bless a bit of a hard time.
And it does relieve pressure off of the top lane as well, because now Bless has to take more HP. Smite was already used, so it's actually being held onto for the next buff. So now the speed is going to be a bit slower. Now the health pool will be lower, and it's less likely that that gank happens in the top lane.
Yeah, slowed him down considerably as well. Had to wait and see if that push forward is going to come through for Depth and Mata to try to get the steal. So it did buy them a couple extra seconds. But yeah, Smeb. We'll see how he plays around this one. For now, he's still just furiously pushing forward, keeping Crazy contained back towards that turret.
Actually, exactly. Proxying the wave in many ways by just standing in front of it. Level 2, so not much Crazy can do in this particular spot.
How very Marin of him.
I wonder if we'll see the exact same level of priority on 7-12 with our resident Marin, sorry, not Marin mains, Rumble mains. Marin.
Might as well be a Marin.
Marin, Huni, Untara, and the gang, Smeb included. Very big Rumble proponents, but the Rumble tweaks have left the competitive Rumble playstyle of pushing and being K a little bit target nerfed in the early game. So it's going to be interesting to see if we just see draft Rumble and hope it's K, or whether Rumble become more of a situational pick.
Arrival here into the mid lane. Bless going to toss out the Cocoon, won't find anything. Just one rock thrown by Tempt. All that will connect so Pawn stays safe. It's actually not running the Ghost this time. Is going for the heal.
Worried about being all in. It's a very useful tool in the Hextech Ultimatum, just to have that, because Ghost against Hextech Ultimatum is just sadness, so just being respectful of the potential pick plays from Crazy later in the game.
Just 2 laps around your cage.
It's true. But then you just feel like a hamster, and it's bad.
Yeah.
It feels really bad.
They're good pets, though.
It's a big engage onto Smeb, but very optimistic that's so far away.
Yeah.
Might still work out. Bless could flash here.
Oh, they do. They get the cocoon down. Can they get the kill? Turret shot starting to come in. One more shot would do it. Bless. Oh,
gets
goes
the
in
shield.
for it. He's going to get taken out. The turnaround. Bless. He'll get executed, so Smeb does not get the first blood. But what a massive flop from the side of BBQ.
It just took so long that he actually got the cooldown back on his shield because they engaged so early. Oh, huge punishment. Even if you don't pick up the kill, you get the experience there onto Smeb.
And double buffs are lost.
Oh, dear. They saw it. You know, they had the read. They saw Smeb was overextended. They thought they could get the kill. And the best they can say is that double buffs were not given to the Rumble. But the experience could also be a big factor, Achilleos, because you make a visit top lane, you know the equalizer will be there before the ultimatum.
Yep.
Crazy wanted to profit on the no flash Rumble. Remember, his flash was used at level 1. That's why it made so much sense. And Smeb still overextended, as Rumbles are wont to do.
Just go home, Bless.
Gets away with it.
Stay away from these desecrated lands. Well.
Staying top lane just to see if Smeb will teleport back in. We know Smeb's flash is back up, so no real reason to profit there.
Well, Smeb says, screw it. I'm just going to be going straight for damage. Blasting Wand in the inventory, walking back in with that refillable potion. He's not worried.
Nope.
Ooh, Seismic Shove though onto Pawn. Going low, shield comes out, has to pop the heal as well. Good trading by Tempt. Has that comfort pick, and so far it's working out pretty well.
Comfort doesn't always mean a lot. You know, there's Ian, for example, 0-5 on Orianna this season. That was a staple for him before. But Talia is actually 2-2 for BBQ, and for Tempt in particular. So they have been able to pilot that pick uniquely well, given they only have 4 game wins on the season. That has been a big one for them and frequently banned, even in game 1 of this series.
We had our first pentakill of the spring split with it as well.
Noted Talia player for certain. I think Tempt, honestly, is one of the diamonds on this BBQ team. You know, whenever there's a bottom team, when you go later and later in the season, every team around the world's like, I wonder if we could import them. And it feels like definitely the race for Tempt and Ghost will be the hottest when it comes to the players in this team. If you ask me who was better, Athena back in the day for ESC Ever or Tempt, I would say Tempt, even though Athena was a pretty reliable player. Tempt can carry, is one thing we know, and Athena was more of that role-play wave clear player. I think of Athena like I think of Kuro, for example, whereas Tempt on his day can be a true carry.
Well, unfortunately, being on the squad just kind of makes him look a bit more like cubic zirconium rather than diamonds.
True.
Hopefully some teams can kind of, you know, brush it off and they realize the true value and potential that's there.
Imagine if CJ Entus knew the true value of what they had. There was a lot of money to be made there. All of it gone.
Imagine if CJ Entus wasn't bad.
No, I can't do it.
And they say the imagination is limitless.
Not about CJ Entus, it's not. No value gotten out of their level 1 attack onto Smeb. If anything, more advantages to Smeb, who's ahead in experience, if not in gold.
Is that one of those things where if you found like a magic genie in a lamp, you'd ask for him like, I wish CJ Entus would be good at League of Legends, and he'd be like, I cannot grant your wish. It's like wishing for more
If you used
wishes.
a magic 8-ball, it definitely would come up like that. Science point to know. What do you think it says when Score asks if I ever win an LPL, sorry, an LCK title? He might win an LPL
Try
one,
again later.
Try. Oh boy.
You never. This could be the split.
It could always be the split. Hope springs eternal, Achilleos.
I'm pretty sure that he'll win one before he retires.
Or he'll go to another region and win a different title.
That's true.
A lot of rumors that may happen, but then KT stacked the roster, so he stuck around.
Yeah,
to finish second twice.
Hey, we'll build everything around you. He's like, okay.
It all worked out.
Goodbye, Hachani. And then he crushed a Johnny.
That's why they jungled against each other just a couple of days ago. Check out the VOD if you missed it. Ever 8 winners versus KT Rolster.
Yeah, it was one for the ages.
Things I didn't know I wanted. Well, the Weaver's Wall.
Oh, well, 90 caliber net won't get deft over to safety, but the Dark Passage will. So, a nice little attempt there by Tempt. Inadvertent. But they don't get anything for that.
Use that window where you have the pushing advantage on the Tilia to make the roam play. Nothing doing for Tempt in that regard. Items starting to come together for the Orianna, and the soft counter pick, or at least the window of strength for Tilia, starts to go away. Scorers decides he's going to farm. He's playing PvE. Doesn't need to gank anything.
He should go kill that that spider camp that's in the jungle.
Okay.
He's got the red buff, makes it easier to take. So yeah, for now, just hovering around. Some nice forward vision. It's actually expiring at the moment by BBQ, but spotting out around the Raptors in the red buff as they both die.
So this time,
but credit to them for getting him there.
Score was spotted invading, but it's going to put down a ward, so not looking for any more serious of invade. KT don't have quite as much artillery to call in when they go for the invade. It's going to start the Drake, but the ward is going to expire.
Yeah, they'll see this, so they know that they've been in vision. But seems like BBQ not that interested in contesting over this Ocean Drake, so they will just let this one go. Nothing Mata. Just getting the safety, keep catching those waves, and try to catch back up in CS. Infernal going to be the next one yet again. So maybe things will get a bit more interesting when that spawns in 6 minutes' time.
Gotta be optimistic, Kilios. One can hope.
I mean, we did have a kill, but the turret got it.
Turret's got a bounty. I think turrets should get bounties. If you get a triple kill as a turret, it should be worth even more gold.
That would be neat. I mean, there's just not enough executes in the game. Maybe if they really buffed up the turrets and made them, like, just destroy you, then that would be a cool little mechanic.
A cool little mechanic, or I guess phase of the game that exists right now, is that when the AD carries finally have their first recall, so many different things can happen. That's actually really fun to just inspect where supports go. Because the moment they back, supports, build Moby boots, start roaming. Maybe they're going top lane with their AD carry. Maybe they're invading for vision. For example, we saw Totoro just invading for vision as Mata was considering going around the mid lane. The chance for the roaming support has returned to the game, and that's always fun to see.
Well, control ward in the forward brush. Not going to spot the ward that Scorer walked over. So, Crazy, perfectly aware of where he's at. And see, Bless and Tempt are actually going to be responding to this. Maybe we have a fight on our hands. As the roam up does come through, he's going to dash forward, looking for Crazy, dashes back in, gets the stun, Hextech ultimatum thrown down, and that is going to be Score getting absolutely destroyed. First blood over to Crazy, now looking for a little bit more here. Smeb desperately tries to kite his way back in underneath the turret, but there's so much damage that he will fall. 2 kills on the board for BBQ.
And it's really smart as well, Achilles, because they called in their mid laner as Orianna was recalling. They had everyone in the exact right position. Bless had to flash, but was there for the cocoon. KT undone, the control ward, sure. Knew they had exclusive vision of the forward brush, but didn't have that information with the increasing trend towards laning the top lane brush, even in the 1v1. KT thought they were just gonna get the icing on the cake and start the snowball, but actually BBQ, we already complimented their draft. They have the split pusher, now the split pusher has a gold advantage.
Yep. And now we get the ever elusive mid lane rumble. And Smeb TP's in on covering his lane. So I'll just go ahead and pick up these minions. Try to keep his head above the water, but nice little lead coming in here for Crazy, who has almost got all the components of that Trinity Force completed. For the Stinger and then the completion goal.
Then Smeb will definitely need Score to make revisits top lane, because we'll find it hard to walk in and trade. Whenever the Hextech ultimatum is available, you don't have that same disengage potential, so we'll lose pretty heavy-handedly in the Trinity Force trades. Mata's here this time. Not spotted.
But Deft is. So there goes that.
Another school of thought is to just bring in your bot lane and try to take the turret, end the laning phase.
Gonna try to force him out. Equalizer not quite available to just fast clear this wave. You see the recall has come through, though, from Ghost and Totoro.
Weaver's Wall down. Elise was on the bottom side of the map, so Deft is able to walk up for now. Mata there for range on the Dark Passage.
They have a control ward in here. Will be spotted out, so that's going to be the full retreat from the side of KT. Got the turret rather low. Have not been able to take it yet. First brick would definitely help them get back into this game, as they find themselves in about 1,000 gold deficit at the moment.
And they're happy to stay because for KT, a 3v3 skirmish, you do have the equalizer, Kilios. You do have the ability to win at 3v3s. So when it comes to the 1v1, they know they can't really deal with that. But in a scenario where they're even numbered and there's not a vision advantage, KT do have a good chance of winning a team fight.
Going to be a 5-man roam up towards that top side of the map as Pawn and Score look to join in the fight. Deft pushing forward, looking for the hits. Spiderling will block on that death sentence there from Mata as the Cocoon comes through into the chain of corruption. Hasn't been targeted out that much. Yeah, the equalizer is thrown down to the back side. Goes up, must come down, and that is going to be Bless getting stomped out. Pawn finds the kill with the dissonance. Crazy comes into the backside of the fight with that TP, and the Weaver's Wall thrown in. But really just defensive one to make sure that Camille can get out safely.
Yeah, the use of the Lantern here has been super good from Mata. Considering the re-engage doesn't have W available. So if he flash hooked, that wouldn't necessarily have been the backup for a play like that. Really well executed from KT Rolster. Predictably, Smeb's equalizer on point, forced to disengage and also signaled the end of the Elise's life. So they get the turret and more plays around the Rumble rather than leaving Rumble to flounder in the 1v1 is probably the right way.
Shockwave comes down. Turret will fall, and now Pawn in a bad spot. Exact ultimatum coming through. Seismic shove to pop him back in. Tempt will find another kill. Now Score under fire. Has to flash over the wall. Keep himself alive, but Crazy's coming in hot. Won't have the lockdown to get the kill, but still do find yet another one, staying above KT in that regard. 500 gold up, 3-1, even in turrets now.
And awesome to see a rotational play like that from a team that's 1-6, smartly reading the map, knowing the mid turret was low, and roaming in with it and a control ward to ensure they weren't going to be turned around. BBQ at times have had these little spurts where you can see well-drilled, smart movements, good macro play. Compared to some of the other teams at the bottom, it hasn't been their macro we've really criticized, just they've been snowballed upon early and then never been able to get back into games. So seeing where they can be competitive, seeing how they can deal with what's soon going to be a Trinity Force and fairly large Camille. That is a weapon available to them, so how they can snowball from there will be cool to track.
Doom connects in yet again onto Smeb, knocks him down to about half HP. More pushing forward, just getting a couple of those shots in onto the turret as they try to break this, but it's just still too dangerous, so KT does have to peel back. Playing around the bottom side, though, with the majority of their roster, and that Infernal Drake has spawned. Be a solid pickup for them in a second stack if they can get it.
The control ward advantage, that's something here. Terrain always so important to talk about. No teleport available.
Gotta be careful.
Crazy.
Q not going to connect, and the smite away there from Bless. Going to be keeping tabs on that Infernal Drake as best as possible, but neither team really in a position to go for it.
Smeb can run top lane and be there to teleport, so a bit more restricted in their options here.
He's charging straight over towards the pit by the look of it.
Camille recalls. They don't have that information, do KT, but she has no way to close the distance. It seems like it's just BBQ giving up the Drake.
Yeah, it seems like they're getting a read on this, and Tempt went back as well. Could Weaver's Wall in, but you can see the trap line being thrown down here on the ramp by Deft just to cut off Bless, who he knows is on that quadrant of the map, so Infernal Drake will be gone over to KT for free.
Getting your minion waves in order makes it kind of a lose-lose for BBQ in a scenario like that. They wanted to send Camille top. They want to get objectives, but they didn't have the teleport to match.
Now, there's going to be a big pile in here from KT in the bottom side of the map. Pawn throwing out the ball, but really short there on the shockwave. Not nearly fast enough, but it will push them back. It scares off Ghost and Totoro long enough for this turret to go down. So 2-1 in that regard. KT nearly bringing the gold back to even, still down by about 300.
They're picking up minion waves so smartly, though. Rumble was in mid lane, started to rotate just in case there was an answering play in the bot side, and then Rumble picks up the group minion wave. The best teams are so good at this because we've seen games this season, Achilleos, where you could just look at the minions and be like, wait, one team has 80 more minions than the other team. How did they lose them, even in pretty even games without high amounts of kills? KT rotating smartly, picking up minions where they can, but Crazy with that Trinity Force starting that one-man mission.
Yeah, we'll be losing out on that, and the blue buff actually gets taken away by attempt as well. Bless helps him out, so they take away a buff. So nice little push in there, and BBQ, I mean, even if Smeb had tried to go up towards that top side to contest and hold on to that turret, he would have been caught out by the Talia and the Elise. So good positioning from BBQ in that regard. They maintain a lead.
They didn't have strength around the area, and Smeb has one of the best top lane senses of any top laners we have, so very unlikely he would have made the read that he was safe enough to push up to the turret. You just give it up. It's Trinity Force Camille. The speed there is very fast, and instead we just have Deft pick up side lane farm. Deft has played more of a tertiary carry than this season than he has in previous teams especially. He was kind of EDG's shining weapon. But on KT, I mentioned the stat earlier in the series, Smeb has #1 damage percentage of his team. So Smeb has been shouldering all the damage, and it's not 2014 Worlds anymore where Deft is doing 52% of his team's damage. He hasn't needed to. They have played a couple of the Cogmore comps, but more recently has been other members of the team stepping forward. Meta right now seems to be a lot of Berserker Greaves and then a bit of AD and just focusing on turret killing rather than going for early Infinity Edges or potentially team fight builds on these AD carries.
Taking the measured approach.
QSS, BF, Sword, and Berserker Greaves. They are the new core of AD carry builds. Deft and Bang both agree.
Yeah.
Prey probably sits there and discusses.
No more Ninja Tabi.
No.
2% nerf was way too much.
No lethality to deal with cleanly.
Oh, well, you see that equalizer had come down. At least goes up with a repel, gets popped back in by the
Very
Flay.
nice Flay.
Yeah. Well timed, making sure that he can't get close enough to the wall for the flash, so he does go down. So, well done by Mata. Another kill on the board here for KT.
They'll continue to push around their pressure in the bot side. Finally, looking to get that mid lane turret that has thwarted them for a little while now. It's very healthy, so something like the shockwave might be needed here.
Chunk out where they can. Wave clear, of course, from Ghost is very significant at the moment. The wave is very far away, so KT gonna have to back off of this one for a while. Deft hovering close enough that he can get those headshots in. If they step on the trap to try to clear them. In the meantime, Smeb will get launched on.
He's dead.
And yeah, he's just gonna die. No Zonias to try to delay time. Deft will put another kill on the board for himself. 3-0 so far, and just like that, BBQ turned things around.
They do, but to a point, right? It's a kill with no backup objective to be claimed. They already have the mid lane turret. The waves are in a horrible spot in top and bot lane, so not of the biggest variety. Equalizer came in. Bless had nowhere to go. Watch the Flay, though. It's the cool part here. Flay comes in. Nothing he can do. Interrupts very cleanly.
Smeb's still dead. This could give Crazy a decent amount of time on that bottom tier 1 turret. You know how quickly he takes these.
Maybe an objective they just have to surrender. Actually sending multiple people bot lane, or at least cheating towards the bot lane with the Thresh and the Graves.
Seems like they want to go ahead and get a catch. I mean, Deft is here as well.
Mixed calls. They go in and out, end up pulling out, but they also know that Camille is not committing to killing the turret.
I mean, honestly, it's just multiple people disappearing into that side of the jungle. So that's enough to dissuade Crazy from sticking around. Which is a big wave into the turret. They chip it down considerably, but still will not be taken yet, so. Maybe it's just the mind game plays from KT. If that's the case, then very smart of them.
And they are maintaining a gold lead, BBQ, sorry, over KT Rolster. Largely through the lead in the mid lane, 3 kills and also a 20 CS advantage. So Tempt on the Talia, can't be surprised that it's working out very well for the side of BBQ, and Tempt in particular.
Well, Pawn starting to add a bit more damage there as the Luden's Echo is completed on top of the Merylnomicon. He's been in a bit of a rough patch as Tempt is out CSing him, 30 up, 3 kills up as well.
And it's worth noting that the KT draft is much stronger as a rotational team than a teamfight team. Sure, they have teamfight tools, but the old problem of who is the ball carrier and how does the shockwave actually get to the back line exists in a comp like this. I was wondering about Rek'Sai as a draft from the jungle to be a ball carrier. Instead, they went for lanes that push very fast, that can rotate smartly, but unless Mata makes the place hard as well, they found Smeb again.
Yeah, this is becoming a repeat occurrence here. Smeb does get to flash out to safety this time around, and the rest of the team is pinching down. Mata flashing forward, looking for Tempt, trying to get in the Flay range. Hook not going to connect, and Crazy trying to TP out. no way to interrupt him, and they will just go ahead and get out of here. And now everybody's attention is down on this bottom side of the map, where Ghost and Totoro, they're pushing in for the tier 2. So really nice movements yet again from BBQ.
And no equalizer to clear the wave out from far. He can't even walk up. You see Smeb just sticking at the inhibitor turret. Nothing he can do, like you say. Running KT Rolster around the map in a manner you wouldn't expect for BBQ. Sure, Smeb was able to get out and buy time, maybe get the Zonias for the inevitable next Hextech ultimatum. But every time you see Camille walk up to Rumble, headaches exist for KT Rolster. And during those headaches, BBQ are making smart decisions.
Yeah, all that KT get. A second Ocean Drake. And another stack, perhaps, for the Elder that'll be spawning eventually. But for now, they just keep actually losing out more and more gold. BBQ have stretched their lead just a bit. Nothing too significant, but nearly 3,000.
It's going to need some outplays and team fights because, as we say, the comp isn't set up for simple point-and-click success. Still could be a massive shockwave. Still could be an equalizer to end them all. But for now, BBQ can be really happy with where they're at, and also the disparity between Crazy and Smeb in the split push.
And unless this game ends for BBQ in the most absurd of ways, if they do lose this, and it is just an outplay by KT, I think that they can walk away from this game and have something to work with in a VOD review and build from there.
And we saw the ROX Tigers series before this, right? ROX Tigers playing MVP in their match against MVP.
Oh, here we go. Ultimatum thrown down. Smeb taking a lot of damage. Throws out the equalizer. Tactical sweep is there. Does Crazy want to go for this? The Zonius is here this time. Crazy has to bail out.
Crazy maybe didn't check the inventory to see that the Zonius was available. Smart from Smeb to hold on to it. Getting the flash out of the Camille is not a trivial thing. You can extend the range of that hook shot. Get a big initiation, so something gained for KT. But just to finish the point, in the previous years we saw ROX against MVP, and ROX was the team with the honorable losses before a match against a team that was a fellow struggler, and the honorable losses did actually suggest to us they're probably better. We had a match that also suggested to us that they were significantly better. So for BBQ, playing smartly here may actually well set them up for future matches like it did for the ROX Tigers.
Yeah, and their future match is actually going to be against MVP at the start of the second round. So it could be a very nice one for them, the chance to pick up a win, perhaps. Still a ways off, though. For now, they have to go ahead and conquer the third-place team of KT Rolster.
And this map, I mean, doesn't necessarily seem unwinnable by any stretch for BBQ. We don't need to look forward to future matches just yet because we liked BBQ's draft. I like the way BBQ's played the early game. Not quite getting the pick on to score and Marta there for the evacuation. But BBQ have the run of the map, and I'm just waiting for them to continue to play around pressure. Right now, all the pressure set up around the Camille, which is working out excellently for BBQ. When they start adjusting their map pressure to the top side by getting aggressive wards in,
oh, Shockwave comes through. Ghost goes really low. Just off of that combo from Pawn. Can't quite get the kill, however. Totoro there to back him up. But still, you can see that Orianna starting to work out.
And the lack of wards also around the Baron starting to cause a problem. So let's see BBQ shift that attention to the top side.
As well.
Crazy's going to sort himself out just fine, as we can see. He's gone Ravenous Hydra, so he just really wants to kill Rumble.
Yeah, he wants to get the kill.
They have slightly less pushing power, but a whole hell of a lot of kill power.
Well, Zonius is there, so Smeb can at least take solace in that for now. We saw, how willing he was to hold on to it. So it's not itchy on the trigger finger by any means. So Crazy just trying to bait out the Zonias before he uses the Hextech ultimatum. It seems like not really a possibility. Death pushing in.
Just want to get the Banshee Veil away with the ultimate there. Ace in the hole.
Playing against the clock, though. Almost was in range of getting caught out by that Elise, but does make it out safe.
Let's just discuss a small point. It's kind of a high-level point, but not much is happening in this game. BBQ is warding and playing around their strength, which is the Camille over the Rumble. But do consider the fact that they're playing around that strength in the bottom side, where the Drake wasn't going to spawn for 3 or 4 minutes when we were watching it, as this initiation goes wide. They didn't have any backup objectives with that pressure. If they had had that pressure on the top side, you can fall back to a Baron, get ward control over a Baron, because Camille is out split pushing the Rumble. But in that scenario, they could get nothing really from the pressure advantage they had in bot. And that's like a small macro point, but actually could be a pretty considerable one in a game like this because Camille being stronger than Rumble actually lost the Camille the Flash and gained them nothing.
Yeah. Well, now KT looking for something. We'll be pushing in from mid. Should be pretty easy work as they go ahead and knock down that turret. So the final outer now falling. Crazy still applying pressure down on the bottom side.
But is he applying pressure or is he sending a minion wave towards the Rumble is kind of the real question here because they're not getting anything from him split pushing. It's just like if you had a Vayne and a Caitlyn trading CS in a side lane, it's benefiting the Vayne even though the wave is going faster to the Vayne than it is to the Caitlyn.
My solo queue explanation would be, well, it's not my fault you're doing nothing with the pressure I'm creating.
Well, I don't know what the comms are like. It's possible. This is pressure though. Not able to get any hits onto the turret because the wave clear is still there from the Rumble. This is the next step that I think BBQ needs to be that top team, is finding ways to play around wins. Look at MVP. Getting a win in the early game, not knowing how to transition to the mid game. BBQ having a split push advantage on Crazy hasn't been common because he's largely been playing tanks. And yet playing around the lead's not a trivial thing to learn at the highest level. They finally do so as they get that turret.
Yeah, Hextech Ultimatum comes down onto Smeb yet again, but Crazy's going to hightail it out of here.
Oh.
Hook barely going to miss. A couple pixels more. Might have had that one. Get a little bit more damage off the backside of that from the equalizer, but Crazy will be able to leave, but the flash is yet again down.
They do lose an objective. Finally, BBQ takes something out, but they have to use a lot from the side of Attempt and Crazy to make it happen. KT still get their buffs on the bottom side, so they aren't being counter-jungled. Still, no movement from BBQ on the top side of the map. You feel like KT are kind of getting extra life after extra life, second life after second life, and a team fight victory for KT could still swing the game their way. There is no unassailable lead. Lead is stuck around 2,500 gold for the better part of 15 minutes.
Yeah, was growing very slowly, but now it's kind of stagnated here. And KT could just go ahead and stack another Dragon onto their inventory that they have already, a third Ocean Drake perhaps.
Intriguing build coming through.
Cloud Drake would come through.
Intriguing build from Score. He's actually gone Rapid Fire Cannon as his offensive item after Warrior and Hex Drinker. Feels like we've had the Phantom Dancer be the common choice. Black Cleaver also was very common for a long time. Black Cleaver's looked past in this particular game because it's only Caitlyn doing physical damage outside the Graves. It's a pretty squishy build, but it's more about turret taking and maybe one initial large AoE than any necessarily sustained damage from the Graves.
One of the other ones that we used to see actually was the Death's Dance, if you think about it. Now, very strong at the moment. Still not seeing it.
It is really good. I'm surprised so few people have used it since Ixu used it on, what, day 1 of the season? But no Riven in the meta, so no Death's Dance top lane Riven. I agree. I can understand on the Graves. I guess Zeal is such a great one-item power spike, and it's so cheap that you kind of feel priced into a Zeal, and then from there, anything works out. Death's Dance a little bit more tricky to build, but it feels like Graves builds do iterate a lot over time. It is a surprise to not see Black Cleaver, but could still be gotten next item.
KT all pushing forward here in the mid lane. Smeb moving up the bot side. Will be going in to join the squad as all of BBQ just waits in the fog of war, trying to get the catch.
And KT are playing around their vision, so BBQ's like, okay, they haven't come for a while, let's go for this. They put down a control, they see why the face check hasn't happened.
Yeah, will get spotted out there, sticking to
this is awesome, Baron damage.
Wow, it's taking quite a lot, and it'll just go down.
Baron speed caught even us by surprise, Achilleos and KT Rolster. They thought with the ward they'd be fine. But BBQ just turn on it. And with double Leandries and Blade of the Ruin King, they delete Baron in half an instant.
Yeah, good lord. Ripped right through that one. Now KT all starting to push forward into this lower half of the jungle, maybe looking for the tier 2. Sweep out, looking for an opportunity, move down over to this brush, trying to see if Crazy will walk down with this wave, but he's not having any of it. Knows that everybody's missing. But BBQ, they keep the hopes alive. They put a little bit more gold in their inventory. And now they have a Baron buff to work with.
Baron buff and very good siege comp and also a 4-1 comp with the Camille is a lot of tools, and that's why you see a brush camp from KT. A single pick, especially onto Crazy, buys them so much breathing room. All they want to do is out-sustain and get over the Baron buff duration without losing an inhibitor turret or anything massive. But for now, they're just going to pick up minion waves. So far, Camille hasn't been able to bring up a wave, but when she starts to crash a wave to the inhibitor turret in bot lane, that's when the headaches start for KT.
They also have to get through that Guardian Angel. So just a bit trickier now to get through Crazy.
I think you're killing the minion wave. You're not killing the Camille. This present point during the Baron.
Oh, pushed up here into the mid lane is BBQ. Trying to knock this one down. To get some damage down onto the members of KT, maybe to force them away from the turret so they can more easily get to it. Trying to knock it down. Wave clear is still decent. Flash hook comes through from Mana.
Oh,
Dark Passage thrown out attempt will get leapt on. One more shot will do it. Pawn finds the hit, and Mana, there we go, comes up clutch with a Thresh.
Yeah, big game player Clutch underrates how strong a player Mana is. Casual, flash, hook, and the Dark Passage to pick up the kill. Beautiful stuff, and that halts BBQ's onslaught during the Baron.
That was a Kriegasm play if I've ever seen one. Good job, Mana. Excellently done.
Got his eye in on the Thresh. First couple of games of Thresh were like, well, it's not old Mata. He had that one game when they got perfect games by a Freak of Freaks, and then game 2, strapped his team on his back, made all the players, and like, is he back? And seems like increasingly the answer there is excitement for Mata's Thresh is well deserved.
Yeah. And I mean, it's been garnering respect. Game 1, banned away. We've seen it several times. And all of it culminating into that play. We'll see how many more he's got for us here in game 2.
Tem's kind of played that situation like he had cleanse. I can't 100% recall how much vision there was, but in my head, if we see the replay, maybe we'll get confirmation. It seemed like there was vision. His score's going to die fast.
Yeah, he's going to get just chunked out. TP has to be canceled. And he was just all on his lonesome.
Yep, he went for a merry walk and was killed by a Camille. She's level 18 with a lot of items. That was dumb, Score.
And he has no armor. So, goodbye and good night.
KT will pull back. A couple of uncharacteristic mistakes from Score this series. The Kha'Zix in game 1 face checking and dying, and now he's going for a merry walk on the Graves.
Well, trap line set up here by Depth as they try to hold on to this turret. Like I said, wave clear is still very strong from the Caitlyn.
The headache is still very strong with the Camille, who is ungodly strong and is sitting on probably some gold. Just went and bought a Giant's Belt to complement the Guardian Angel that was completed earlier.
Yeah, why the hell not? Just, you know, pick up something like a Randuin's.
Yep.
Frozen Mallet.
Randuin's, and then maybe the Death Stance. Just chuck it in there.
Oh, dear. Really unkillable. Yeah, that just sounds dirty. But, yeah, he's got a lot of AD.
When you're this far ahead of anyone who can answer you and you just function as a big initiator with the Hextech Ultimatum, it is a really big problem for KT. They're going to have to really outthink BBQ, make big plays around the map like Marta's a few moments ago to deal with the fact that no one can enter lane against Crazy. And Smeb, sure, he can clear minions next to Crazy, but another Baron buff where Crazy can set up for 3 minutes, they're going to lose multiple inhibitors. There's nothing he can do.
Well, 30 seconds out from that Elder Dragon spawning. It's a 4-stack for KT. BBQ going to have to try to stop this
top lane as well.
That's since not going to connect. Crazy just rotates his way out. We'll let Smeb have that wave. Weaver's Wall coming through. Pawn makes it to the other side in time. Keeping himself safe. But it's all about this Elder Dragon now. BBQ pushing in, trying to get deep vision. And KT unknowingly standing on top of this. Cocoon comes down, Chain of Corruption as well, and Mata just gets destroyed. Tempt comes up with the killing blow, and BBQ, they want to just go straight in for this one. Oh, Crazy. He takes a lot of damage as he jumps in on the score. Will get that GA popped, so he does a lot of damage, but he's not tanky at all. Smeb now going into the zone. He has to. Pawn gets the shockwave, finds the kill, takes out Crazy. Now Bless comes down off that rappel. Almost goes down, has to flash away to safety. But in exchange of kills, Mata goes down, Crazy goes down. But BBQ, do they just start up the Elder Dragon? Looks like the answer might very well be yes.
So KT was just going to be completely rolled in that scenario, but the equalizer was put largely to stop BBQ from initiating, and the shockwave onto it was big. This is only a takeaway Elder Dragon. How much of a contest? Looks like a lot of a contest.
Yeah, the TP's coming through, 3,000 HP left on this one score. Can he be the ace for this squad. 2,000, they're backing off, and it will be taken by KT. BBQ back off the fight. And now it's 4-stack Elder Dragon over to KT Rolster.
A lot of respect shown by BBQ, but because Crazy was dead and Crazy has most of the gold, they make the informed decision to pull away. Baron respawns in 30 seconds. This time, KT Rolster will not allow it to go for free and have a buff to fight with it. Over. That's big for KT Rolster. They could make that happen. It could have gone so much worse.
Mab in a bad spot, though. He's going to get pinched on. Tries to take out Ghost, throws down the equalizer, but it's a bit shallow to really maximize the damage in onto the Svares. Pops the shield there of Temp, but he's just going to die in the end. And now Baron spawning in 10 seconds, and it could be a 5v4.
I mean, it will be for a long time. It's 60-second death timer for spawn. 50 seconds of time. They're going to run at the Baron. They're going to try starting it. KT Rolster rolling the dice.
Look how much damage they already have. It's down to half HP, but Bless is coming over. Will be spotted. They know exactly where he's at. Denying the vision, but the control ward is down, and it will be taken. Could have maybe had the seal if he got into the pit, as Deft was the one to get the killing blow, but now double buffs here for 4 members of KT.
In the end, drawing everyone to kill Smeb was actually just fine for KT. They traded up from the scenario because the members chasing him did not have teleport, did not have a way to get back to the Baron, trusting in the damage of the Elder Dragon. Elder Dragon 4 stacks, a lot of true damage, so even the tanks are doing respectable damage to the Baron. They pick up the objective. They have Smeb spawning in 10 seconds. KT Rolster, even though they didn't have a strong Orianna initiator with the ball, have made good macro choices. BBQ also have played a good game. We're going to see a replay. This could have been the explosion for KT Rolster. Things could have gone a lot worse. The moment the equalizer comes down, because you wait here, you see the initiation comes through onto score once again. The equalizer doesn't necessarily look like it's going to be the right one, but combined with the shockwave, everyone sits in multiple ticks. Huge shockwave from Pawn spares KT from losing the maximum. Now with the Baron buff, they're starting to knock on the front door of BBQ.
I mean, it might even spare them from losing this game, where BBQ were in such a strong position. KT now firing back. Knock down that inner turret, the first one of the game for them in that top side of the map. Mid likely to be the next target. Some recalls already coming through.
Map is pretty bare from the side of BBQ in terms of wards. Plus that we're hitting full items. Only 2 control wards actually in inventories.
Well, Smeb is feeling a bit more confidence. He chases in on the Crazy. The
It
whole
is a
team is
Camille.
piling in.
This could take a while.
Ace in the hole. Gets a little bit of damage, but they really want to get rid of Crazy.
This might be a meanwhile at situation. They're trying to bring up a minion wave. Maybe not.
Okay, there we go. Well, mid turret will be under siege and should go down unless Score can clear this out, but yeah, it's just not going to be fast enough. Can't get there in time. Lotta flash available. Does he want to go for anything crazy? That's going to be the flash play. Goes into the hook, finds Totoro. Chain of Corruption down, but it doesn't matter. It's not saving the life of his support. Ghost does his damnedest, but it's not enough. Totoro will fall. 2 picks now for KT. Baron buff still there, and they will be pushing through, looking for the rest of these turrets.
And Bless is not strong enough to walk up and tank any initiations. This should be free objectives for BBQs.
Oh,
Interrupt.
Ghost. Yeah, being delayed out. The equalizer comes down. He's burned down to half. Has to flash into the pit. And that is just the wave clear being taken away from BBQ. Lots of damage in onto Deft.
Oh, boy.
Almost goes down. Yeah, wow. Holy hell.
That's with some magic resist as well. He has some Kuro Scimitar already, this Deft.
Pawn is hunting. Finds Ghost.
He has Vision of Used.
And up. Shockwave's back up. And, oh, goodbye.
I don't know why Ghost stopped moving when the ball was in there. That was dumb.
If you know, they react to movement. Oh, God.
But there's the critical strike you don't normally expect coming through from both Score and Deft at the same time. Should break the base. KT Rolster, 2 more down. All the wave clear down for BBQ.
Yeah, 50 seconds on Tempt, 45 on Ghost. Smeb caught out, will go low. But you see that ultimatum thrown down. Crazy just has to hightail out of the rest of the squad here to try to take him out. Pawn going forward, looking for the kill. A couple more hits will do it. Smeb joining in the fray. They'll pop the GA yet again. And he is completely surrounded, perfectly timed by Mata on that death sentence. So go ahead, clean up this top turret. Haven't taken the inhibit mid yet, but you'd expect that they're going to be able to get both of these and then exit. If not, just stick around and try to finish the game. Seems like that's going to be the choice here as Totoro gets hooked up yet again. Will go down before he can even use that Glacial Fissure. TP coming through to keep the minion wave alive. And the turrets will be destroyed. The Nexus to crumble shortly thereafter as Bless tries to make it back in, but he won't be able to do so. Ghost now pulled out of the fountain, will die. And KT looked really rough there in game number 2, will be able to close out that 2-0 victory for themselves.
KT Rolster, just like SK Telecom T1, will go in with a 7-game winning streak into the Telecom War. Both of them losing their first series of the season. KT to Longzhu, SKT to the side of Samsung. And from there, win streaks, even game win streaks here for KT Rolster. Another 2-0 after their 2-0 over Ever 8 winners. They took down Samsung a couple of series ago. KT Rolster, everyone in good form on the team. Couple of bad decisions here. This was a game they should have lost. Camille so far ahead with a duelist build, with the advantage in terms of turrets as well. They should have been able to engineer a scenario where KT would always trade down, where BBQ would always get an extra objective. Instead, made some bad decisions, didn't play around their strength, and just had Camille trading farm with the Rumble, and somehow KT got a lifeline. A better team would not give KT that lifeline. KT got it here, they accepted it gleefully, they will not have to play a third game, and they go on to face SKT on Tuesday.
Yep. But still, lots to be proud of by BBQ. The early on macro plays were actually very intelligent by them. They were trading up, they were forcing KT to make sacrifices and taking objectives because of that, but it needs to be built on. This is the same thing that we've experienced from MVP, from the ROX Tigers that we've seen from them in their recent games. You know, the foundation is there, but they need to build off of it to actually find success.
And I can echo that, because you can smile to a point. You can smile till you're like, well, what are we gaining here? And they're like, well, nothing. And it's like, well, okay, well, that was the part where KT got a chance, the door was open, they should have stayed shut. So I completely agree. This is a VOD review where they can learn a lot, where they can feel good. Feels like you can have a roller coaster of emotions, a rom-com basically. You know the outcome, it's KT Rolster wins, but there were some good points for BBQ.
Yeah, pretty much up into the point until right after they killed Mata in the jungle, when Crazy died. You feel good about right up around that point, and then it starts going downhill for BBQ.
I will get excited about BBQ winning a second series.
I mean, they almost beat a KT Rolster that had 4 dragon buffs.
True.
So there's definitely things that you can take away. There's a silver lining to the story, but unfortunately for the players, they're not seeing it yet. Instead, they're just going to wallow in the sadness of a loss.
I mean, we get the lucky factor of being that one extra level detached, of seeing the bigger picture, because we're commentating the bigger picture. For them, it's just a loss, a 2-0 loss to extend their suffering now 1-7 in the first round robin. Not happy times for the side of BBQ, as Smeb hit some nice equalizers, so predictably did a lot of damage.
Yeah, as did Pawn, as did Deft, but also Tempt as well, showing up on that Talia, as you would expect. Major comfort for him. Started off the spring split rather well with that pick.
He was great in this game.
Yeah, I mean, seismic shoves on point, really good stuff by him. So overall, props over to Tempt and BBQ for their early play, but Mata will in fact be your MVP for today. 83% kill contribution. Only died the one time that he got caught out in the jungle, but whew, good lord, some of those hooks.
Anytime Mata can jump on Thresh and it be a meta pick is a happy time for every viewer in the world of League of Legends. This man is clutch. This man does things that famous AD carries say, I don't know how he could do that, how he had the ability to do that. Well, guess what? Mata sees openings that other players self-question themselves over. Mata doesn't need to question himself. He was the 2014 World Championship MVP. He knows to trust in himself. And sometimes he face plants. We all do sometimes when we make the big plays, but Mata can also be a game winner, and he was in this game.
Yeah, I mean, Dark Passage is on point. Every single time that Weaver's Wall came through, he was ready to save somebody's life with it, but just overall.
This equalizer was sick.
Yeah. Just zoning him back, and then there's just nowhere for the Elise to go.
Nice little flay onto Bless in this scenario as well. Thought he could come down and get out. Nope. Flayed back in to death in that scenario. No flash available overall. This was the play, though, Achilles. Flash hook, max range on Tempt. How about just put that Dark Passage in, the equalizer? Maybe not even necessary with just how good the hook was. I'm sure Tempt said, well, I didn't see that coming, and that's probably pretty fair.
He was just giving somebody the option to come with him if they wanted to.
He just wanted to be in a highlight clip. He just didn't know it would be Mata's highlight clip.
Yeah. Well, then the Elder Dragon handed over, and this is about where it all went downhill.
Flashing over the Q there from Braum to get the engage. Anyone was fine. They had Smeb coming in with the equalizer to look for more kills, and by this time, it was basically the freight train from KT Rolster looking for a chance. Pawn rushes in himself. Everyone flashes in. They wanted to end the game. They do. KT Rolster looked good in game 2, but not for the majority. BBQ had control until they very much didn't.
Yeah. Well, clutch turnarounds there, very much at the hands of Mata, helping out the squad. So good performance from him. Let's go ahead, hand over to Joel for our last translation of the week as we hear from our MVPs.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Joel with your last translation of the day, and we saw another predictably close one could be, but 2-0 was the result once again. This time going over to KT Rolster over BBQ Oliver. We are here with Smeb and Mata for the interview. You guys are on a roll now. Just how do you feel? You know, I feel like it's just such a good win, and we feel so happy about how we won today. You know that this is a summer KT, and KT is the king of summer, but do you feel like it's happening right now? Yeah, I think it's very similar to the kind of how we began the spring season, so we just really want to continue on with this. Smeb, you're currently first place in the MVP points. And you remember the 2016 season where you picked up the MVP king for spring and summer. And it seems like, you know, Smeb is just another welcoming invitee that we always see in this place. Yeah, I think last spring, I just try to kind of give off the MVP to a few of my teammates and just let them enjoy the moment, but this time I'm just getting it all. And a lot of champions have been really mixed around with the ban pick phase that you guys showed in both games. Did you kind of expect the situation to be as it did in game 2 and game 1 with the ban pick phase? Yeah, we felt like, you know, no matter what we got in the ban pick phase, I think it was more up to our plays with the champions that we got, so we didn't really worry about that too much. Smeb, why are you laughing about that? I feel like your comments are very respectable. We really had to respect the Shen that you showed in game 1. And of course, with Cloud Templar here, being the Shen master, he has respect for how Smeb played it today. I feel like Cloud Templar is the best Shen in the world. There's no doubt about that. But we want to see potentially the best Shen in the world, how he showed it in game 1. And the taunts are so amazing with how the angles were calculated. Yeah, I just watched Cloud Templar and learned the best from him, so learning from the best, can learn these angles of how to get the taunts in right. And it seems like even with those plays one by one, it really snowballed to the end, getting you guys more power throughout the end of the game. Yeah, we did have a good composition to work with, and I felt like, you know, with each advantage that we got, we knew that we were just gonna have a more comfortable game heading towards the end of the game. And game 2 wasn't the same for you guys. And game 1 was relatively easy for you, but game 2 was a struggle for most of the game. And it felt like BBQ really had to answer for what you guys were throwing at them. Yeah, I think our coach really told us the feedback after the game, and I felt like we didn't control our emotions correctly, and we felt like even with the easy win that we got in the first game, we should have been lacking the complacency that we did obviously have in game 2, and that kind of really took a toll on us. And we felt like the way you guys did the macro plays around the field was really interesting, where KT, you guys had the slower composition to work with. Yeah, with Ori and Caitlyn, you can always count on the late game that it would be a strong duo to go with. But we felt like when the opportunity presented itself to us, we couldn't be passive about it, and we had to take the opportunity when they presented themselves to us. And it seemed like you guys were behind for most of the time, but that shockwave into the equalizer was the turning point for you guys. And what was the communication around that play? It just felt like we had all the patience in the world because we really wanted to play like that to turn around the game. And we were just screaming out loud when that chain of ultimates happened, and we were really happy about that play. I think we do have a video highlight of that. We have to start it off with the flash hook by Mata into the death passage. And it seems like Mata's key plays here really made all the difference in the world. Yeah, I really like cutting off players, and it was a good opportunity for me to do it with the flash available. Yeah, if the opponents want to be aggressive, I'm going to play fire with fire and be aggressive with them at the same time. And Camille was a stronger point that you guys might have feared throughout the game because of how strong it had gotten to the end of the game. Yeah, we felt like with the Caitlyn and the Orianna that we had, with the power potential that it has at the late game, we weren't really afraid of the Camille. So even with Smith getting behind Camille, we knew that we had a lot of power potential near the late game, so we weren't really worried for the most part. You know, for me personally, I just had to run away each time I saw the Camille, so I'm kind of jealous that Mata didn't feel the same kind of fear that I felt. But now you guys are at a 7-game win streak, 7 series. And the next game is the world-focused competitive play with SK Telecom. But how do you feel about that game coming up? Are you guys prepared? I think we're preparing very well, and the scrims are really to our favor. So I feel like we really need this win to bring our composure back up to where we need it to be, and getting a win against SK Telecom would be a great thing. And what does Mata feel about that? Yeah, we lost 3 times, as you guys know, and we really need a redemption. I think that's what we're gonna go for. Any last word to the fans? We showed a lot of disappointments regarding the teamwork and the team chemistry in Spring Split, and we really worked hard to improve on those aspects. So really have a lot of expectations for us, and we are going to prove you guys right. Thank you very much. And that seems to be the end of the interview. Back over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Joel. I think Mata just gave permission for people to be excited about KT.
Well, you know, at your peril. Definitely dot your I's, cross your T's, really think about it before you do that. But KT Rolster and SKT, both on an 8-match win streak. So the Telecom War, just like spring season, feels like it will be the first true turning point of the summer season as well. On the day, BBQ Oliver should feel good, largely, about especially Game 2 against KT Rolster. The end and the victor, the manner of the victory was also pretty predictable. Leaves BBQ stranded on 9th spot, 1 game score behind Ever8. The top 2, well, you know those already.
Yeah, very close. Samsung very well could swing themselves back into that position as well with a victory. Have played one fewer game compared to KT Rolster and are at a +9 as well. So they very well could be in that top 2 spot yet again, unless they suffer a loss in their future games. But the big one is going to be coming up on Tuesday. SK Telecom T1 versus KT Rolster. We're all so ready for that to happen. But starting off, in between that, we do have over at the Gangnam Studio tomorrow, Samsung taking on Jin Green Wings, and then Longzhu versus Afrika Freak. So actually, 2 pretty hype matchups.
Yeah, it's a sick match day tomorrow over at the Gangnam Stadium. Will Jin finally be able to show up against one of these top teams? They've done so well at inspiring confidence against the lower teams. Samsung, a tough ask. Longzhu versus Afrika. Longzhu been playing better. Afrika still Afrika. Could go either way. But guys, you won't see us before the Telecom War. It will be at the Gangnam Stadium as well. Yeah. So in case you want to hear it right now, put it into your diary. Tuesday the 27th, 8 p.m. Korean Standard Time will be the Telecom War. We'll be there on Wednesday to pick up the pieces. The post-Telecom War series is hard, even if we're not casting it. Yeah. We'll have certainly been watching it. We'll be in the Twitch chat as well, having a good time.
Hopefully, we'll be blown away by it.
I hope it's great. I hope we get 3 games. KT Rolster winning would be the most interesting result. SKT winning would be normalcy again. Everyone has a team. Everyone chooses a horse in that particular race. But KT, they don't have the problems of spring. They are much better in the mid-game than they were. Now, can they actually be better than SKT? And who will SKT be playing in that particular series? We don't know.
I have no idea. We don't know who the starters are going to be. There's so many questions to be answered. And honestly, personally, I don't care who wins. I just want 3 games, and I want it to be a competitive series. That's all I could ask for. That's all I'm hoping for. So please, KT and SKT, deliver unto me what I wish.
I'm not worried. I think it's going to be 3 games. I think it's going to be great. We'll probably have no top talent. That makes me smile.
Oh, God, I forgot about the top talent.
But anyways, fun match day today. There'll be more tomorrow. Watch Sunday, watch Tuesday. Join us again on Wednesday. A lot of good League of Legends.
You had to remind me about the top talent. But yes, thank you guys so much for watching. That's it from us for the week. We'll see you back here on Wednesday for more LCK action.
Thank you.